This meeting is being live streamed. Setting up your meeting for YouTube Live.
We go.
Okay. And
we should be starting
we're
chapter
on.
27, according to my memory.
This should be
Or
right
20.
after. This is supposed to be right after Vasudev's sacrifice. It's the chapter after that.
There you go.
It's chapter 30.
Krishna, 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 hey. Krishna, 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 hey. Krishna, 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 Rakshamam. Krishna, 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 Paimam. Rama Raghava, Rama Raghava, Rama Raghava, Rakshamam. Krishna Keshava, Krishna Keshava, Krishna Keshava, Paimam. O Lord Krishna, please protect us and maintain us. O Lord Rama, descendant of King Raghu, please protect us. O Krishna, O Keshava, killer of the Keshi demon, please maintain us. All right. Here is the Krishna book itself, 10th canto, coming right up. Good. Can everyone see this? Spiritual instructions for Vasudeva and return of the 6 dead sons of Devaki by Lord Krishna. Can everyone see that?
I see it.
Let's see it.
Are you okay? Mahamantra, you're good?
Yeah.
Okay. And Gautama, you're okay? I'm sorry, I had to mute you earlier, but
Yes, I'm okay, thank you.
okay, cool. So generally the way I found what works really well is one long paragraph each or 2 short paragraphs. And let's see what the order is here. If you can please remember your reading order. After me, it's Jai Madhava. Then Sevananda, he looks like he's out in outer space there somewhere in the heavenly planets.
More or less in, Taiwan.
And then Mahamantra Prabhu, and then Gautama Prabhu. And if someone could call Rupanuga, that would be great. Usually Anutama would do that, but she probably doesn't even know that we're reading. I could maybe send him an email behind the scenes. But okay, I'll just start with the paragraph. So can you everyone remember that? After me is Jai Madhava Prabhu, then Sevananda. So Jai Madhava, let's say you're number 2, then Sevananda's 3, then Mahamantra's 4, and then Gautama is number 5.
Who is Nancy Schneider? Is that Surabhi Dasi?
No, that's actually Mahamantra visiting a friend, and he's using her Zoom, I guess.
Because she told me she was going to tune in today.
Oh, okay. All right. So, and no one will need a cue then, right? If you know the order you're in after.
I'm after Jai Madhava.
Yeah,
That's
and then
all I have to remember.
You're after Sevananda, and then Gautama, you're the baby boy here. You're you're the one you're after Mahamantra Prabhu. Okay, so spiritual instruction for Vasudeva and return of the 6 dead sons of Devaki by Lord Krishna. I humbly suggest, especially if you have well, I don't want to compare your poor brain to mine, but if something jumps out at you while we're reading, please make a note of it, like write something shorthand that, that's a really cool point. I want to discuss that at the end of the reading. and we'll address that when we take reflections at the end. I usually find about 5 or 6 of them myself, but that's up to you. Okay, so it is a Vedic custom that the junior members of the family should offer respects to the elderly persons every morning. The children of the disciples, especially, should offer their respects to their parents or the spiritual master in the morning. In pursuit of this Vedic principle, Lord Krishna and Balaram used to offer their obeisances to their father, Vasudeva, along with his wives. One day, after having returned from the sacrificial performances at Kurukshetra, when Lord Krishna and Balaram went to offer their respects to Vasudeva, Vasudeva took the opportunity of appreciating the exalted position of his 2 sons. Vasudeva had the opportunity to understand the position of Krishna and Balaram from the great sages who had assembled in the arena of the sacrifice. He not only heard from the sages, but on many occasions he actually experienced that Krishna and Balaram were not ordinary human beings, but were very extraordinary. Thus, he believed the words of the sages that his sons, Krishna and Balaram, were the Supreme Personality of Godhead.
Okay. You have to scroll it so I can see it.
It's completely clear on my screen. I don't know why you can't see it. I don't understand what the problem is.
Hold on for a second. I have a problem here. Wait.
And when it comes to your turn, please try to be ready for it, okay?
Uh-huh.
So we don't lose any
Well,
minutes.
Okay, where
If you
did you
can't read
stop?
them, we'll go.
With firm faith in his sons, he addressed them thus, my dear Krishna, you are Sat Chidananda Vigraha, the Supreme Personality of Godhead. And my dear Balaram, you are Sankarsana, the master of all mystic powers. I have now understood you are eternal. Both of you are transcendental in this material manifestation to its cause, the Supreme Person, Mahavishnu. You are the original controller of all. You are the rest of this cosmic manifestation. You are its creator. And you are also its creative ingredients. You are the master of this cosmic manifestation. And actually, this manifestation is created for your pastimes only. The different material phrases from the beginning to the end of the cosmos manifest under different time formulas are also yourself, because you are both the cause and effect of this manifestation. The two features of this material world, the predominator and the predominated, are also you. You're the supreme transcendental controller who stands above them. Therefore, you are beyond the perception of our senses. You are the supreme soul, unborn and unchanging. You are not affected by the 6 kinds of transformations which occur in the material body. The wonderful varieties of this material world are also created by you, and you are entered as a super soul into each living entity and even into the atom. You are the maintainer of everything. The vital force which is
No,
acting as...
you just read 2
Okay.
paragraphs, Prabhu.
Okay, that's good.
Okay.
The
The
vital...
original
No,
energy
the
is
vital
only
force. The vital force, I'm sorry. The vital force. That's the next part. The vital
Okay.
force.
The vital force, which is acting as the life principle in everything, and the creative force derived from it, are not acting independently, but are dependent upon it, the supreme person behind these forces. Without your will, they cannot work. Material energy has no cognizance. It cannot act independently without being agitated by you. Because the material nature is dependent upon you, the living entities can only attempt to act, but without your sanction and will they and sanction and will, they cannot perform anything or achieve the result they desire. The original energy is only an emanation from you. My dear Lord, the shining of the moon, the heat of the fire, the rays of the sun, the glittering of the stars, and the electric lightning, which is manifested as very powerful, as well as the gravity of the mountains, the energy of the earth, and the quality of its flavor, all are different manifestations of you. The pure taste of water and the vital force which maintains all life are also features of your lordship. The water and its taste are also yourself. That's 2 paragraphs.
Yeah. Whose turn? It is Mahamantra Prabhu's turn, and then Gautama. Can you see Mahamantra Prabhu?
I don't hear anything from him.
Oh, he's muted, that's why. I'm going to ask him to unmute. And I'm
Okay,
going to ask
okay.
Gautama.
There you go.
I started, but it was on mute.
All right.
My dear Lord, although the forces of the senses, the mental power of thinking, willing, and feeling, and the strength, movement, and growth of the body appear to be performed by different movements of the airs within the body, they are all ultimately manifestations of your energy. The vast expanse of outer space rests in you, yourself. The vibration of the sky, its thunder, the supreme sound, Omkar, and the arrangements of different words to distinguish one thing from the other are symbolic representations of yourself. Everything is yourself. The senses, the controllers of the senses, the demigods, and the acquisition of knowledge, which is the purpose of the senses, as well as the subject matter of knowledge, all are yourself. The resolution of intelligence and the sharp memory of the living entity are also yourself. You are the egotistic principle in ignorance, which is the cause of this material world, the egoistic principle of passion, which is the cause of the senses, and the egoistic principle of goodness, which is the origin of the different controlling deities of this material world. The illusory energy or Maya, which is the cause of the conditioned soul's perpetual transmigration from one form to another, is yourself.
Gautama Prabhu, are you able to read?
Yes, I'm here. So you scrolled it. So I'll just start reading from the top. My dear Supreme
Yep.
Personality of Godhead, you are the original cause of all causes, exactly as the earth is the original cause of different kinds of trees, plants, and similar varieties of manifestation. As the earth is represented in everything, so you are present throughout this material manifestation as Supersoul. You are the supreme cause of all causes, the external principle. Everything is, in fact, a manifestation of your one energy. The 3 qualities of material nature, sattva, rajas, and tamas, are the result of their interaction, are linked up with you by your agency of Yogamaya. They're supposed to be independent, but actually the total material energy is resting upon you, the Supersoul, since you are the supreme cause of everything. The interactions of material manifestations, birth, existence, growth, transformation, deterioration, and annihilation are all absent in yourself. Your supreme energy, Yogamaya, is acting in variegated manifestations, but because Yogamaya is your energy, you are therefore present in everything. In the Bhagavad Gita, the fact is very nicely explained in the 9th chapter, wherein the Lord says, in my impersonal form, I am spread all over the material energy. Everything is resting in me, but I am not there. This very statement is also given by Vasudeva. To say he is not present everywhere means that he is aloof from everything, although his energy is acting everywhere. This can be understood by a crude example. In a big establishment, the energy or the organization of the supreme boss is working in every nook and corner of the business. But that does not mean that the original proprietor is present there. Although in every department and every atmosphere, the presence of the proprietor is felt by the worker. The physical presence of the proprietor in every department is formality only. Actually, his energy is working everywhere. Similarly, the omnipresence of the Supreme Personality of Godhead is felt in the action of his energies. Therefore, the philosophy of inconceivable simultaneous oneness with and difference from the Supreme Lord is confirmed everywhere. The Lord is one, but his energies are diverse.
Vasudeva said, "This material world is like a great flowing river, and its waves are the three modes, material modes of nature: goodness, passion, and ignorance. This material body, as well as the senses, the faculties of thinking, feeling, and willing, and the stages of distress, happiness, attachment, and lust, are all are different products of these three qualities of nature. The foolish person who cannot realize your transcendental identity above all this material reaction continues to remain in the entanglement of fruitive activity and is subjected to the continuous process of birth and death without a chance of being freed." This is also confirmed in a different way by the Lord in the fourth chapter of Bhagavad Gita. There it is said that anyone who knows the appearance and activities of the Supreme Lord Krishna becomes freed from the clutches of material nature and goes back home, back to Godhead. Therefore, Krishna's transcendental name, form, activities, and qualities are not products of this material nature. Jai Madhava.
My dear Lord, Vasudeva continued, despite all these defects of the conditioned soul, if someone, somehow or other comes in contact with devotional service, he achieves the civilized human form body with developed consciousness and thereby becomes capable of executing further progress in devotional service. And yet, illusioned by the external energy, people generally do not utilize this advantage of the human form of life. Thus, they miss the chance of eternal freedom and unnecessarily spoil the progress they have made after thousands of births. In the body concept of life, one is attached to the offspring of the body due to false egotism. And everyone in conditioned life is entrapped by false relationships and false affection. The whole world is moving under this false impression of material bondage. I know that neither of you are my sons. You are the original chief and proprietor, the personality of Godhead known as Pradhana and Purusa. But you have appeared on the surface of this globe in order to minimize the burden of this world by killing the Kshatriya kings who are unnecessarily increasing their military strength. You have already informed me about this in the past. My dear Lord, you are the shelter of their stranded soul, the supreme well-wisher. Okay. I can't see anymore.
No, we're waiting for Gora.
Yeah. Supreme well-wisher of the meek and humble. I am therefore taking shelter of your lotus feet, which alone can give one liberation from the entanglement of material existence.
For a long time, I have simply considered this body to be myself. And although you are the Supreme Personality of Godhead, I considered you to be my son. My dear Lord, at the very moment when you first appeared in Kangsa's prison house, I was informed that you were the Supreme Personality of Godhead and that you had descended for the protection of the principles of religion, as well as the destruction of the unfaithful. Although unborn, you descend in every millennium to execute your mission. My dear Lord, as in the sky there are many forms appearing and disappearing, so you also appear and disappear in many eternal forms. Who, therefore, can understand your pastimes or the mystery of your appearance and disappearance? Our only business should be to glorify your supreme greatness. When Vasudeva was addressing his divine sons in that way, Lord Krishna and Balaram were smiling. because they are very affectionate to their devotees. They accepted all the appreciation of Vasudeva with a kindly, smiling attitude. Krishna then began to confirm all Vasudeva's statements as follows. My dear father, whatever you may say, we are, after all, your sons. What you have said about us is certainly a highly philosophical understanding of spiritual knowledge. I accept it in total, without exception.
Vasudeva was in the complete perfection of life in considering Lord Krishna and Balaram to be his sons. But because the sages assembled in the place of pilgrimage at Kurukshetra had spoken about the Lord as the supreme cause of everything, Vasudeva simply repeated it out of his love for Krishna and Balaram. Lord Krishna did not wish to detract from his relationship with Vasudeva as father and son. Therefore, in the very beginning of his reply, he accepted the fact that he is the eternal son of Vasudeva and that Vasudeva is the eternal father of Krishna. After this, Lord Krishna informed his father of the spiritual identity of all living entities. He continued, my dear father, everyone, including myself and my brother Balaram, as well as all the inhabitants of the city of Dwarka and the whole cosmic manifestation, is exactly as you have already explained. But all of us are also qualitatively one. Lord Krishna intended for Vasudeva to see everything in the vision of a Mahabhagavat, a first-class devotee. A first-class devotee sees that all living entities are part and parcel of the Supreme Lord, and that the Supreme Lord is situated in everyone's heart. In fact, every living entity has spiritual identity, but in contact with material existence, he becomes influenced by the material modes of nature. He becomes covered by the concept of bodily life, forgetting that his spirit soul is of the same quality as the Supreme Personality of Godhead. One mistakenly considers one individual to be different from another simply because of their material bodily coverings. Because of differences between bodies, the spirit soul appears before us differently.
Gautama? Please try not to have any gaps
Okay,
between.
yeah, sorry. Lord Krishna then gave a nice example in terms of the 5 material elements. The total material elements, namely the sky, the air, the fire, the water, and the earth, are present in everything in the material world, whether in an earthen pot, or in a mountain, or in the trees, or in an earring. These 5 elements are present in everything, in different proportions and quantities. A mountain is a gigantic form of the combination of these 5 elements, and a small earthen pot is the same elements, but in smaller quantity. Therefore, all material items, although in different shapes or different quantities, are of the same ingredients. Similarly, the living entities, beginning from Lord Krishna and including the Vishnu Tattva and millions of Vishnu forms, and then the living entities in different forms, beginning from Lord Brahma down to the small ant, are all of the same quality in spirit. Some are great in quantity and some are small, but quantitatively they're of the same nature. It is therefore confirmed in the Upanishads that Krishna, or the Supreme Lord, is the chief among all living entities, and he maintains them and supplies them with all necessities of life. Anyone who knows this philosophy is in perfect knowledge. The Vedic version, Tat Tvam Asi, thou art the same, does not mean that everyone is God, but everyone is qualitatively of the same nature as that of God.
After hearing Krishna speak the entire philosophy of spiritual life in an abbreviated summation, Vasudeva was exceedingly pleased with his son. Being thus elated, he could not speak but remained silent. In the meantime, Devaki, the mother of Lord Krishna, sat by the side of her husband Previously, she had heard that both Krishna and Balaram were so kind upon their teacher that they had brought back the teacher's dead sons from the clutches of the superintendent of death. Yamaraj, since she had heard this incident, she had been also thinking of her own sons who were killed by Kamsa. And while remembering them, she became overwhelmed with grief. So I just like to stop there because we're beginning a second part of this this Leela. I just thought it'd be a good opportunity to break a little bit and reflect. And one of the thoughts that came to me, what I really appreciated is if anyone's been to India or even here in the West, if you meet a cultured Indian family, you see the kids going up to their parents, touching the feet of their parents in the morning, and it's just so respectful and reverential, and the parents pat the kids on the head, and you just don't see that culture in the West. It's not the way we were trained. I mean, kids can be so familiar with their parents. And I was also appreciating how Vasudeva was completely blown away listening to Krishna and Balaram, speaking, the essence of the whole Vedic philosophy. I was thinking how, when a father has a son and he sees his son doing something wonderful, then he feels really proud of his son. Ah, that's my boy. So you can imagine what Vasudeva must be feeling in Vatsalya Ras. Wow, he's really grown up to be quite a philosopher. That thought just came to me. Rupanuga Prabhu has arrived. Our obeisances to you, Rupanuga Prabhu. Since you're
I've been here a while. Where are we? I thought, what chapter?
The one after Vasudeva's sacrifice. It's the chapter of
29.
Huh?
29?
Yes.
Chapter 29?
Yeah.
Okay. I'll get there. Okay. All right. 29.
So you've been here for a bit. You've been listening a
I
bit.
thought it was 7:30.
Oh, okay, great.
I was trying to find out where we are. Okay, I got it.
Okay. So did you have any comments you wanted to make right now, Rupanuga, or would you want to hear from the others?
You were talking about the culture.
Yeah.
Yes. I went to Jagannath Puri, Rath Yatra via live stream, and it was shocking because they hadn't had it for 2 years.
Oh, wow.
There were over, it was easily 1 million people there. I never saw that road in Jagannath Puri so filled. And it was elbow to elbow, elbow to elbow.
Yeah.
Everywhere, and all lining on the buildings on the side. So I'm mentioning this because talk about a cultural experience. I had a feeling that the way these people were going back and forth and swaying, that it was collective ecstasy in front of Lord Jagannath. And I was thinking, I heard Srila Prabhupada speaking, I was listening to his lecture, Rath Yatra, in Los Angeles. And he was saying about how you come to see Lord Jagannath, and when you see Lord Jagannath, you're freed of all your past sinful activities. You're liberated from all your past sinful activities. He said the same thing about coming and see the deity in the temple. When you see the deity, by that sight, that company, you are freed of all your past sinful activities. But then he was commenting, you're freed that day. The next day, you go out and do the same thing again. He talks about the elephant. They bathe themselves so carefully with his trunk and the water, and then he comes out, he throws dust on his head. And he's given that as an example. So he said, people, they come, they see Lord Jagannath, but they're actually liberated, but then they go out and instead of taking the next step, they go back and do the same thing again. So not taking full advantage. Because I'm not sure about all those people there, the denizens that were there in Jagannath Puri, but he was preaching like that here in America, in Los Angeles, and he was also saying the same thing for seeing a deity. So that's really wonderful to know that anybody who comes to visit in the temple or goes to a festival and the Lord is there, incarnate, then anyone who sees him at that moment is free to pass into activity. That's just the beginning, you see. But then the next day, the same behavior begins. He gave another example about persons who go to confession. You go to confession, and confession works. Srila Prabhupada would say it works. But then they go out and do the same thing, come back and confess the same thing the next week. He also gave an example another time about confession. He said, one, twice, three, one time, so twice is up, three times, fourth time, you're severely punished.
Wow.
Take these confessions that go on. So just remembering that, the people there have such an opportunity to see the Lord. And people here in the Western world also now, they have a chance to go. And some people have their lordships at home. But people have a chance, in real culture, people have a chance to see the face of the Lord. And that frees them of all their past sinful activity. So it's up.
Here's-
Oh, there.
Wow.
Is that from this last one?
Yes.
Oh my God.
Look at that. Would you look at that? See,
Wow.
look, you see that one cart down there in the bottom for the bottom. That's one of three.
Oh yeah, you see the
I've never seen anything like it in my life. But these people were all so happy, and they're constantly moving. The crowd's moving this way and that way, this way and that way. I couldn't understand a word because nothing was English. The ones that had English had advertisements. So this is much better, actually.
I have to admit, I'd be a little afraid of being crushed in that. I mean, it's a good way to leave your body, I guess,
Well, I've heard they built special barriers around the wheels because people tend to throw themselves under the wheel
Oh, right.
to commit suicide. So they had special coverings around the wheels, but the crowd was so heavy. I never saw the wheels, but I saw the Lord being carried, and I saw him later on in the car. But look at that. As far back as you can see, it's just
It just doesn't stop.
there's no space. Believe me, there was not an inch. Everybody was elbow to elbow. It's been 2 years since they
So
had-
how are you connecting? So please help connect me to your point, Prabhu. What's the point you're making in showing respect to elders and culture, and how you're connecting that to Rath Yatra? And
Well, I'm just saying that
I'm just trying to yeah.
we're talking about culture. Respect
Right.
begins
Okay.
with the Lord. Listen, respect begins with the Lord.
Right.
That's where respect comes from. They're trained like that before the deity. They're trained also to respect the Lord. You go behave properly. So, and if they do that, then they're going to behave properly the rest of their life. They're going to behave properly with their parents. They're going to behave because they're being trained. They're being taken. Srila Prabhupada describes how his family temple in Calcutta, the Govindaji temple, and they used to go to the Govindaji temple all the time. The people in the neighborhood would go there. It was a way of life.
And if you missed Mangal Artik, you'd have to pay a fine.
There was one big, he mentioned one big wealthy man had like, I think 600 or 700 family members who would attend at a prasadam, for example. And if someone failed to go, they were fined.
And then Prabhupada said similarly, if any of you fail to come to Mangal Artik, then you have to distribute one Bhagavad Gita or
Krishna book.
one Krishna book. Okay. So we have with us a first-time joiner. It's an old friend of mine from Vancouver, Mahamantra Prabhu. And Mahamantra just came back from 10 years in Vrindavan. Did you manage to go to any of the Jagannath Rath Yatras in Puri, Mahamantra?
I was happy to see that picture, of the flow of humanity there. I had the good blessing of going there for 3 years in a row.
Wow.
It was all kind of overwhelming for sure. And like you say, you could even easily have gotten crushed. I actually saw one year there was I counted no less than 60 people being carried away on stretchers
Stretcher? Yeah.
because they'd fainted from the heat.
Wow.
So
They were spraying like you spray to control a crowd.
Right.
into
The
a
trucks,
riot. They were
that's
spraying, constantly spraying over the crowds, and there were
yeah,
ambulances lining the side
yeah,
of it.
yeah, yeah. But still, not everybody gets the spray. You know, like, you know, there's a few pieces of dead grass along the side that doesn't get the sprinkler, you know?
Right.
So, you know, if you're lucky, you get sprayed. But it was pretty, I almost passed out myself. I almost passed out. But one time, the three deities came out of the temple and were situated on the cart. And by this time, it was so hot that, you know, it was just incredible. But then just at that moment when all the deities are on their chariot, ready to roll, it started to pour down rain. And the rain was cooling us, like, and it was just like this mercy. Everyone understood this was like amazing mercy. And the rain just came down and cooled everybody, and everyone was just jumping up and down. And after the crowd passed, there was thousands of pairs of shoes on the road, like thousands and thousands, because you'd be stepping on the person in front of you and then pulling their shoes off. So anyway, it was a little pandemonium, but the mercy was there. Yeah, it was definitely amazing mercy. We had some good Harinams, you know, over the course of the next few days. Amazing kirtans.
Your Shraddha becomes very enforced when you experience that, I'm sure.
Yeah, we're just reading about how until the time of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, the festival of Rath Yatra, it was more like on reverence. It was more like Vaidhi Bhakti. And when Mahaprabhu came, he actually opened the floodgates, and it became like this ecstatic, spontaneous, you know, mood that, you know, because now because Prabhupada told it, it's Krishna, it's, you know, Radharani, like the moods of Mahaprabhu, he's in the mood of Radharani, and he's pulling Krishna back to Vrindavan.
Mm-hmm. And that's the Gundicha temple, right? In Puri. It represents Vrindavan.
Gundicha is the embodiment of Vrindavan.
Right.
And I think I first heard this from Vishnu John Swami. I remember this ecstatic tape, you know, and he's at a Rath Yatra in San Francisco or something. And he's explaining these moods very, very, and you can hear it in his voice. You know, he's just in ecstasy describing.
He called it the festival of, actually I think it was Prabhupada himself that called it the festival of feelings, and Vishnu John Swami may have repeated that.
Yeah, I still remember that famous lecture he gave that day. Very spontaneous, just coming straight from the heart, you know. Mm-hmm. You have to make your home a temple. Everybody, you know, we're pulling Krishna in, you know, back to his most beloved place, the most, you know, sacred space, you know, and you can have that same mood in your own house. Every house should become a temple.
Haribol.
This is Rupanuga Prabhu's one of his main points of preaching that he's reminded me of is was a 1957 article, Rupanuga Prabhu, Perfection at Home.
No, it was a early 50s.
Right. And Srila Prabhupada was emphasizing perfection.
Yeah. Same thing, perfection at home. The people should take the idea home and introduce it in their private life.
That was the mood of Bhaktivinoda Thakur when he was traveling around as a magistrate. And he had his like tours a circuit that he would travel in different parts of Bengal and Orissa. And he would always be, you know, advocating Namhat.
Well, he had over 400 Namhats, but he had it arranged in such a way that there were all kinds of persons assigned to different roles to play. The preachers, the priests, everyone. He had it all set up in such a way, and there was more like a festival, almost like it was set up on a village level. Well, this doesn't work in America. They don't have that tradition. They don't have that training. But what they do have is their privacy in their homes. They do have their individuality, which is now being attacked. The sense gratification is being attacked. And their limitations on movement, their limitations on work, limitations on association, these things are all very prominent now in the Western world. It drives people more home. It drives them more to have some peace at home. Home becomes more of a shelter for them to have more peace of mind. And it's exactly suitable for Maha Mantra. Mantra, man means mind, and tra means releasing. These people have to understand by the chanting of the holy name, they will be released from anxiety. First of all, first step. Because this planet's known as Kunta, the place of anxiety. And right now it's revved up way far than it was when Srila Prabhupada first came to America. So now's the time for perfection home preaching, because people should be told this is a personal progress for you. It's a personal, this is not something you don't have to be supervised by some organization like that. You just simply have to engage yourself at home. Just like Lord Chaitanya taught Karma Brahman. The same thing in that purport, Srila Prabhupada explains, this is our movement. This is our movement. We want
when he said Yara Deke Tara Kaha Krishna Upadesh. This you said the South Indian Brahmin, right?
You make your home into a temple. That's true.
Yes.
So when Karma Brahman wanted to join Lord Chaitanya and leave his wife, leave his home, Lord Chaitanya sent him back after preaching to him. And then he went and traveled for 2 years in South India and preached the same thing everywhere. So we're supposed to be preaching that. Now, most relevant time to do that. Get people to understand their home is their castle. Their home is their shelter. They have to purify it. They have to make use of it, take shelter. And the Srila Prabhupada says, all they need to do is have a picture of Panchatattva in their house. All they need is a picture, and they'll be worshiping Lord Chaitanya. They've already got many people, millions of people. They have on their shelves at home literary incarnations, waiting for the next step. And we have to give it to them.
But Prabhu, we the devotees have such a wealth of knowledge, an ocean of experience over a whole lifetime. And, for people we have all this foundational experience of, having association with the Mahabhagavat, Vaishnav. So for people to just start chanting in their home and stay inspired to do that, despite so many other distractions and influences and media and this thing and that thing, like, how are they going to maintain?
So that's why they have to have the book. See, this idea of book distribution and Harinam. That's when we go out there, Harinam and book distribution. Go on Harinam and book distribution. That's when we introduce this idea. This is for you to take home. This is for you to take home, practice at home, to experiment with it. I mean, there was a PhD who did a dissertation and proved by scientific method that chanting the holy name reduced anxiety and stress. It should be used in therapy. And he actually demonstrated scientifically. Srila Prabhupada would have been very pleased with that. And that's the selling point. It's not that because it's a side effect that we don't talk about it. It's the first step. As I said earlier, it's the liberation. When you chant the holy name, you're liberated. If you keep it up, you stay liberated. And then you make more progress. So maybe not everybody. Look, there were times Srila Prabhupada was here, there's 6 billion people on this planet. There are only 4,700 disciples. Out of 6 billion people. So we're not looking for numbers. The quality is the Lord in the heart will be there and inspire these people on Harinam to listen, inspire them to take the books home, just like he always has. He will inspire this move. It's the next step. And there's no way that this movement is going to become a cultural movement unless it goes home. You can't have a culture without roots in people's home. That's what a culture is. And this present material culture we have to offer an alternative lifestyle. Srila Prabhupada said, this movement is not a churchianity. You come there once to go home and come back again next week. He said this enters into every phase of life. We have to preach like that. We have to people understand this movement is for them. It's personal. It's self-realization. It's God-realization. We have to preach.
Yeah, preaching and Harinam Sankirtan. Where's the Sankirtan parties?
They're being told
Well,
to stay home because the government doesn't want them.
we have to deal with what we have. Okay, and I'm not speaking about ISKCON. I'm not telling people in ISKCON what to do. They've got their leaders tell them to do. You know what? I'm not telling you have to do. You have to do. You know what? You know what to go on Harinam. Just when you go out there, when you're out there, learn how to give the people the mantras you like to give them. Give them this mantra. Tell them about going home. Tell them about making their home into a holy place. Give them a book, and while you give it to them, talk a little bit about it. You always say something. You always have to say a few moments. And some of them who are really receptive, you can explain more. Once it gets started, once this next phase of the movement, which is long overdue, Srila Prabhupada brought the Hare Krishna movement from India. He brought it as a cultural alternative and as an educational institution. Those two things. The educational institution is covered over. It's been metamorphosed into an organized religion. But the cultural part is already started with all these books and all these Harinams. The people have been hearing the holy name. They've been reading Srila Prabhupada's books. Now we have to follow up, and it's not worthwhile anymore. For me, I stopped preaching long ago because I'm not going to attract people to an organization that turns around and tells them, you know what? There's no excuse for that. There's no excuse for that. They should be telling something else. Not,
You know, about 30 years ago, Rupanuga Prabhu, I ended up going to, 40 years, I went to India about 40 years ago, first time, 84. And when I went to India, then I realized that, everything that I witnessed and experienced in the West was kind of like a carbon copy of the real thing, and India was just a little bit more genuine for me. And I started meeting people who were very, very saintly, very elevated Vaishnavas. And that inspired me. That inspired me to stay in India and to, realize that this is the source of this movement. And what we were just saying about culture, like the culture is so important. It's such an important thing. And India is still like Prabhupada said, it's kind of like, what do you say? A dead elephant is better than no elephant.
A blind uncle is better than no uncle at all, and even a dead elephant has value.
Yeah, like that. So, that's what keeps me going back to India, associate. And I see a lot of wonderful devotees in ISKCON also doing the same, like Shuta Kirti Prabhu, Vyasaki, my old friend Dhritarashtra, Kripanidhi Prabhu. There's so many that are actually really taking this to heart, this idea of being in India. And
listen, the real point is the Indians should be thinking about getting out of India. You're thinking about going. The Indian devotees trained in India should be going out and preaching. That's what they should be doing. They're not trained to leave India. Years ago, I asked one of my so-called guru godbrothers, could you send me a couple of brahmacharis to train how to preach in America? You know what the answer was? Oh, we have so many projects here in India.
Huh.
Okay, you can have your projects in India, but we need projects outside of India. That's the problem with the movement. It's centralized in India. All the energy's in India. All the money goes to India. Meanwhile, the rest of the world goes to hell. So you can sit there in India as long as you like. Right. I haven't been in India since 1987. I'm not going back because I don't want to see how India's been transformed by imitating the West. I don't want to see it. I don't want to see it. What I want to do, I want to see India transforming the West. I've had enough of the West transforming India.
Like the blind man, the blind man, and the lame man, right? We have to work together. It has to be together. It's not one or the other.
American money, Indian culture.
For Lord Chaitanya, it was one thing. Get out of India to the rest of the world, every town and village. That's the missionary spirit Srila Prabhupada brought to America. And that's why Americans helped and start the movement. That's why Westerners went back to India with him and rejuvenated Krishna consciousness in India. Why? So that more Indians could show. Srila Prabhupada made one disciple before he came to America.
But there's some
He went and begged big men. Can you give me one son? Can you give me one son to train up as a Brahmin? Oh,
Right.
Swamiji, he has to get a job. He has to have a family, blah, blah, blah. Okay, so now's the time. Now's the time. Enough money, enough effort has been put into India Yatra. Now's the time for the India Yatra to pay back. It's a payback time. The West is in trouble, real trouble. It's going to hell in a handbasket. Whatever civilization was there is being covered over with all kinds of this, that, and the other. All kinds of immoral behavior is accepted as the rule of law. So
You know,
look,
just getting back to the reading.
right now the West is in worse shape than when Srila Prabhupada came by far.
Oh,
So if
absolutely.
the Indian devotees had any compassion, any sense of suffering of the rest of the world, they'd get out of India and preach.
Yeah.
Hi.
Well, I mean, getting back to the reading that we just had, it was quite philosophical. But what I was sort of gleaning from that reading was that, you know, we all are the same. Like, we're all looking at each other. In terms of, like, not that we're not this body, we're all spirit souls. We all have a spiritual identity. Like, when I look out and I see Jai Madhav, when I see Gaura Prabhu, when I see Rupanuga, I'm actually seeing reflections of myself. I'm seeing, oh, there's another spirit soul. There's another, you know, we're identical in the sense that we've assimilated all these teachings of Prabhupada. And now, what are we doing about it? Are we cooperating together? Are we
Listen, we have to cooperate together to share it. The whole point. The word for preaching is the word share. It's so popular right now on the net. We're supposed to be sharing what you're talking about.
Yes.
Otherwise, this knowledge is useless if we don't share it.
Exactly.
The Vaishnava always, this is Srila Prabhupada writes it, every stanza he writes about his Guru Maharaj. You suffer to see the suffering of the conditioned souls. The next verse, you suffer to see the suffering of the conditioned souls. That's what this movement's all about. Srila Prabhupada came to the West because of suffering the conditioned souls. And his disciples are supposed to think the same way. Their
Yes.
spiritual life is automatically going to be there. There's so much concern about individual spiritual life. We can easily forget about the rest of the people. And that's what's happening. I don't care what you say. The Indian devotees should get out of India and preach. They should come out. You know why? Because outside of India, Indians are always respected. You know why? Because they're hard workers, they're honest, they're clean, they're sensible, they're friendly, they're gentlemen, they're ladies, and people who work with them appreciate people like that. When I went to Buffalo, it was only because some students there wanted someone to come and teach transcendental meditation. And what did they do? They went to an Indian. They went to an Indian master's degree student, said, can you teach us transcendental meditation? He didn't know diddly about transcendental meditation. So he talked about us. He saw us in the storefront down in New York and said, contact those people. But why do they go to this Indian? There's 12,000 students. Why they pick an Indian? Why? Because they know Indians are supposed to know that.
Right.
That's why Kirtananda and Hari Viva went to India on the Jaladoot before Srila Prabhupada came over on it. They were looking for a spiritual master. And they couldn't find one, so they came back.
Right. So
the spiritual master came here. My point is that Lord Chaitanya's movement came out of India for the first time in 1965. For 5,000 years, he was locked up in India, and Srila Prabhupada liberated the Hare Krishna movement from India to the rest of the world. That was his mood. That was his mood, to bring out Lord Jagannath, to bring out Lord Chaitanya, to bring out Rupa Goswami Prabhupada. to bring out Vasudeva, Srila Vasudeva, to bring out the Bhagavatam, to bring out the Gita, to bring out the Chaitanya Star. He said, well, Srila Prabhupada was to bring it all out to the rest of the world.
But Prabhupada also said, this is not one man's work, right? Even though he did it single-handedly, but he also said, this
He
is
was not single-handed. He had 4,700 disciples.
Yes.
Is that single-handed?
No, but yeah, but I'm just, but I'm saying, 4,700, maybe nobody got it. Maybe nobody got the full understanding of how to, and maybe we need another guru.
Well, Srila Prabhupada said about America, America's my father. I'm so indebted to America for helping me start, and India is my mother.
The West is his father?
He said, America is my father.
America's my father. I never
Because
heard that.
because the movement took birth here. Okay?
Yeah.
And now it's time for the payback. It's time for the payback. And Westerners poured tons of Lakshmi into India, tons of it into the financial whole of Calcutta and of Mayapur. It's still going. All this money came from all over the world.
So Prabhu, you're advocating that we need the advanced Indian devotees to come over and do more preaching in the West.
Absolutely.
Jai.
I think that would be good. Yeah. What's Jai Mata?
But yeah, Mahamantra, I don't want to cut you off there. We have a little system here at the bottom. You'll see it. It's called what is it called again? It's called reactions. Yeah, if you click on reactions, then there's one called raise hand, and in that way everyone gets a chance to ask. This is just your first time, and that's fine. You didn't know, and I'm happy to see you so enlivened and getting nectar from Rupanuga. But who had their hand up first, Jai Madhava or Anutama? Do you know? Because you have both of your hands up.
Jai Madhava.
Jai Madhava? Okay, go ahead.
I completely agree with Rupanuga Prabhu. It's high time that the Indians in India who are in the Prabhupada's institution get off their seat and start going to the West, because the West is in very serious trouble. But there's a second point to this. It's also high time that the Indians in the West, who are the congregational members and initiated Indians in America and Europe and United Kingdom, also get out of their comfort zone, because America and UK and Canada is in big trouble. And now is the time for them to step up and start preaching like Prabhupada's disciples preached in the 1970s, because this is their payback to Srila Prabhupada for everything that he's given them. Of course, we are respecting the fact that they saved Prabhupada's movement in the West. How can they pay Prabhupada back? By going out and stepping out of their comfort zone and going on Harinam and going on book distribution and actually getting more seriously involved in very serious preaching, if you know what I mean, not just Sunday programs or.
But ISKCON doesn't preach to those people.
No, they don't.
They don't preach to the congregational members who are natural preachers. It's just
exactly.
They know the verses. They know all kinds. They have cultural experiences, and they were born in India, and that meant they were 50% Krishna conscious. Everybody born in India.
Right.
Prabhu, are you listening to this? Everybody
Yes.
born. I'm not you. The one I'm drinking. Everyone born in India is 50% Krishna conscious. You got that? We started from zero.
Right.
Okay. So anybody who's born 50% Krishna conscious should be out. Get the rest of it done. And the fastest way to advance in Krishna conscious is to preach. Preaching is the best way to become Krishna conscious. If they want to go the rest of 50%, get out of India.
I'd like to interrupt for a moment, and not that I'm trying to correct you, Rupanuga Prabhu, but I have observed, I must give credit where credit is due, Vaisheshika Prabhu has come to Toronto continually for, I don't know, at least 5-6 years. And, you know, when you go to the manor, one of the devotees came and said, Gora, we have so much mission drift here. All the emphasis is just on the Gujaratis and weddings. You know, there's a London Harinam. But what did I see Vaisheshika do in Toronto? He turned tons of Indians into book distributors. He got them to sponsor at least five, like between 2 and 5,000 Bhagavad Gitas they paid for by making pledges, which then allowed Subhavilas's family to put free Bhagavad Gitas in hundreds of hospitals, universities. And I mean, that was quite astounding. And so he created a whole crew of Indians going knocking on doors, distributing books. And I thought, wow, that's pretty cool. That's amazing. I just wanted to say that.
So let him do it more.
Yes.
Let him do it more. There's no end to it.
Yes.
Someone has to do it. Someone had to just distribute the first Krishna book. Someone had to distribute the first Bhagavad Gita. So if it worked once, it'll work again.
Sure.
And some of the persons who follow him so closely, he should teach them how to do it.
He does. He does.
All right.
Yeah. So it's being done, but it could be done much more. Yeah.
It needs to be a policy. It needs to be a policy.
Right. Exactly.
Not just a one-man show. It's a policy.
Yeah. For everyone. Yes.
Anutama has had her hand up. Anutama?
Well, I have a couple of points. Now, one thing back to the home programs. I guess I see things a little bit differently because I've been living, you know, the simple living, high thinking lifestyle. And when I present to the karmis that live around me, the concept of a village, you know, where people live together and, you know, have it God-centered and, you know, sharing the, you know, caring about one another. Like you think of the residents of Vrindavan, when they decided to move to Nandagram, it wasn't like some of them go, oh yeah, well, I've got a mortgage and my job or, you know, whatever. It was like everybody picked up and within an hour they're loaded the carts and they're going to Nandagram. So I guess my point is that when I talk to even the karmis, I show them the picture of the layout of the village. And one karmi said to me, he goes, well, do you have to be a Hare Krishna to be part of this? It was like people are so naturally attracted to the idea of living in a village, of, you know, helping one another out and having real things, especially now when everything is so crazy. So how do you reconcile that?
Preaching in the country is a different thing. You're preaching to different people in a city or small, even towns, large towns. They're in a different mood. You're already preaching to people who are out there already. And they like the idea, of course, of getting together and having kirtans or whatever you're preaching to them. It depends on where you are.
But don't you think, and that goes back to the other point, don't you think that it's over now? I mean, as far as getting Indians to come over here or even getting them to part with a few pennies, you know, how many millions and tens of, you know, hundreds of millions they've spent on the Mayapur temple without a lot of oversight. So, you know, the likelihood of them, you know, my court case against the BBT was asking them for a donation to help, you know, make a project where people could come and experience the simple living, high thinking lifestyle. And I couldn't get a penny off of them. I mean, they wouldn't even consider my request.
ISKCON's attitude about the Indians has been to import green card specialists. They come and they get a green card, they do a little service, and they disappear. That's been going on. That was going on for years. They didn't come over here. They didn't bring them over here to preach. They brought them over here to do pujari work or some other thing like that. And they got here on a visa, special visa. And then after some time, what happened? See? So that's not a planned program for preaching. That's just, you know, manpower. And so many Indians are here in this country that are maintaining temples and maintaining by their money and by their participation. And very few Americans in many temples in America, you don't see very many Americans come there for the programs. It's mostly Indians. But nobody's preaching to the Indians I'm talking about.
Well, he said Vaisheshika was preaching, and he's a very powerful speaker, but he was also saying some things that probably are harmful to the devotees.
Well, yes. And not only that, the whole idea is the big organization. The organization, the membership and donating to and all that. That's not the focus. The focus is on the people, not the organization. The form is there. The substance means to preach. So the substance has to get out to the people. It's not the people that have to be brought to the form in order to understand what's going on. It's nice they come to see the Lordship, like I said before. They get free of all their past sinful activities. But that's just the cornerstone. If they're freed of all the sinful activities, the next day they should be preached to about preaching to other people. If you know the philosophy, you have to use it. If all those people that come on Sunday walk out the door freed of all their past sinful activities because they saw Radha Madan Mohan or Radha Govinda, what does that mean? It means that if devotees understand the mission, they take it from there. And they keep coming back on Sundays. They get purified of all the sinful activities they did last week. You know, it just goes on and on and on. But where's the intervention? You know, where's the motivation? Where is the example? And these people, most of them, many of them were born in India. That means they're walking in the door 50% Krishna conscious before they open their mouth, before they say anything, before they see the Lord say already 50%. It's automatic. People come from all over the universe to take birth in India. So the Indian life members, the Indian congregation members, the Indian devotees have been the ace in the hole for decades. It's just not being played. It's not being played with the leadership. See? There's no excuse for it any more than there's an excuse for you know what. Okay? There's no excuse for not preaching to the Indians to preach. Because they don't understand the mission.
Well, they're afraid if they preach to the Indians to preach, that they're going to lose some Indians, they're going to lose some money. Because some people will refuse. So there's like a fear factor over there.
Well, that's true, but some Indians will be eager. Some Indians can be inspired just like anybody else.
No, I agree completely. That's a fact.
I'd like to check in with Jivan Mukta. Prabhu, do you have any comment on anything that you're hearing us speaking about? I don't know if you're driving or having dinner.
No, I just got back from a japa walk listening to you, Prabhu's.
Okay. Any thoughts from you, Prabhu?
Well, it comes down to the same thing that we've always been talking about. I mean, I think Rupanuga Prabhu is totally right. And because you can see what's happening in the West with Krishna West, that's the predominant mood, whether we would like to admit it or not.
Rebranding.
The attitude of Krishna West is predominating in the entire West. We can see what happened with Basu Ghosh Prabhu, right? I don't know if you all know the story there, but
So what exactly? What was it that
he quoted a verse in the first canto of how Vyasadeva compiled the Veda. He wrote the Vedas, and then he compiled Mahabharata and Bhagavad Gita, of course, which is part of the Mahabharata, and Srimad Bhagavatam, and all for the less intelligent, which includes the Dvija Bandhus, the women, and so on. So he was given a class in Delaware, and one woman, surprise, surprise, one woman got offended by that. And so he actually qualified it by saying, you know what, we're all unqualified. Like, we're all in that category, in Kali Yuga. And that's why Srila Prabhupada, brought the Bhagavad Gita and Srimad Bhagavatam. And, these are presented to us, for us to read, because ultimately, the Vedas themselves were meant for the higher castes. Anyway, he thought he kind of had it sorted out, and then the next day, Anutama called him, and he was reprimanded and basically told, he was reprimanded and told that he can't give class in North America anymore, or at least
for God's sake.
In Anutama zones. And actually, if you see the exchange, it was like totally like and his point is like, what about if we start reading from Bhagavad Gita 16:7, just what Prabhupada said, and no comment, just read what Prabhupada said. Anyway, the point is, this is where we've come in the West, okay? This is where we've come. And so the Indians who are coming to the West are already blinded by the glare of money and fame and power and Western, and like all of this stuff that the West offers. So when they see the devotees compromised, we're ruining them, we're spoiling them. Not only are we not utilizing their resources, because I was thinking when Rupanuga Prabhu said 50% Krishna conscious, you know what that means? That means that some of them have come from the higher planets, because those beings in the heavenly planets are not fully Krishna conscious. That's why they're there, but they are pretty close to being there, at least 50%, let's say. But we are spoiling them with our Western attitudes in the temples. And then they especially get bewildered because they're sadhus who are doing it, right? It's a sadhu, an uttama, who is chastising someone for, belittling women. It is so mad. It's absolute madness in the West.
Can you turn your camera on, please, Jivamukta, so we don't have to look at a black box? Is that possible for you?
Here I am in all my sorry about that.
Yeah.
Anyway, this is the West. This is what happens when we succumb to the feminine energy, the Maya energy. This is what happens when men become, dancing dogs. The West is full of dancing dogs, and the Indians come here, and they become dancing brown dogs. And we all lose focus of what Prabhupada has given us.
Yes,
It is as simple as that.
It's a great disservice to Srila Prabhupada.
Unbelievable.
It's an insult to Srila Prabhupada.
And you know what?
Some of these people.
Sorry, Prabhu. When I hear them saying, "Oh, we're distributing all these books," so what? You know what? Fortunately, the books can, like little bombs, can go off in someone's heart, despite the fact that they are insulting. They're distributing Prabhupada's books, and in the same breath, they're insulting him. They're insulting the parampara. They're insulting the entire, Vedic tradition. They're insulting the traditions and culture of Vaikuntha.
Yeah,
this is what's going on.
Yeah, absolutely. You're 100% correct. This is horrible.
It's despicable.
Right.
Despicable.
Yeah,
oh, we distributed so many books. Oh, we're distributing 10. Oh, we're doing this and that. Oh, really? Okay. Well, why don't you read this purport of Srila Prabhupada, or if you're allowed to read it now?
Which purport?
Yeah, unreal.
Do you know the verse that was brought into question, Jivamukta?
I could find it if you give me a minute. I can find it, but I mean, why don't we go to purport Bhagavad Gita 16:7? Read the purport of 16:7. I don't think anyone lectures on that verse anywhere anymore. Maybe in India.
Well, look, I got to make a point here. That Bhagavad Gita may be part of Mahabharata, which is designed for lower class, but the Bhagavad Gita was spoken to the sun god, Ikshvaku, Manu, and it's all spoken to Raja Rishis, and it's the handbook for the Kshatriyas who rule the royal class, the royal order. Bhagavad Gita is not, Srila Prabhupada said, Bhagavad Gita is not part of the Vedas. It's universal. So Bhagavad Gita is the main book of this movement. It's not a small thing. It may be one of 700 out of 100,000 verses. And those other 100,000 verses were all calculated to get the person to come and read that 700. But that 700 verse, that's been handed down from the sun god and handed down in our line for a long, long time. The Bhagavad Gita is essential. It's our first book. Okay, so, and to belittle the Bhagavad Gita, to even call it like it's for less intelligent people or for the women only or for the men, for children or whatever, that misses the point. It was good for the sun god. It's good for Vaku. It was good for our parampara, and all the parampara mentioned in Bhagavad Gita. There's not a sannyasi in it. They're all Rajarishis.
Yeah, that verse
refers to Rajarishis, handing the Bhagavad Gita down, 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 down.
Yes, you're right. Prabhupada said that
There are no sannyasis mentioned. The Maharaj refers to everywhere. It refers to Rajarishis.
Yeah.
It's the handbook for leadership.
Did you find it, Jivamukta?
Close here. Close to
I have it. I have it right in front of me.
Yeah.
Chapter 16, text 7. I'm just going to read the translation. Those who are demons do not know what is to be done and what is not to be done.
Oh.
Neither cleanliness nor proper behavior nor truth is found in them. Now, when the purport, Prabhupada says, I'm not reading the whole thing, I'm just reading a paragraph here. As for behavior, there are many rules and regulations guiding behavior, such as in the Manu Samhita, which is the law of the human race. Even up to today, those who are Hindu follow the Manu Samhita, laws of inheritance and other litigations, and are addressed from this book. Now, in the Manu Samhita, it is clearly stated that a woman should not be given freedom. This does not mean that she be kept as a slave, but they are like children. Children are not given freedom, but that does not mean they are kept as slaves. The demons have now neglected such injunctions, and they think women should be given as much freedom as men. So this is you read this verse and purport in Prabhupada's temples, and you will get banned from giving any lectures. And Prabhupada is not being against women. He's just stating the facts, but the leaders in ISKCON don't even want you to repeat Prabhupada's words in his Bhagavad Gita anymore.
But then they pat each other on the back about how many Gitas they're distributing, and it's so incredible, and they're so empowered.
The person who lectures on this purport should explain that Srila Prabhupada wanted to care for women from birth to death.
Yes.
He explained that this movement is for the purpose of protecting women from birth to death. First the father, then the husband,
Right.
then the son. She's protected her whole life. That's not slavery. That's protection. And when he says they're not to be independent, he means they're not to be left unprotected. That's all. It has to be
Exactly.
explained. And it has to be explained in a lecture by the devotee who describes what this means. And people will be pacified by hearing Srila Prabhupada's real intention for women.
Exactly. But because the leaders fail to represent Srila Prabhupada's words properly, and that because if they've already compromised so much, they become so politically correct and so woke that they've incorporated this even in today's present day ISKCON.
Yeah.
They can no longer preach Prabhupada's exact words because they've gone too far in compromising.
But Prabhu, you know what? I also feel that there should be no fear of repelling people. I mean, why do we think that we're going to have to attract everybody? It's not going to happen.
Oh, good point. That's an excellent
point.
Why
are we afraid that someone's going to leave and say that's disgusting? Why? Because for some people it is, because their demonic mentality, it's like poison to them. No matter how you explain it, and if you try to explain it like really watering it down, then they're going to really think you're despicable, because they can see that you're a hypocrite too. That not only are you reading something which is clear to them, like the light of day, but now they see that, oh, not only do I know exactly what your spiritual master is saying, but you're trying to tell me it's not that. So you're a hypocrite.
Exactly.
On top of
That's exactly it.
So at least be honest, and don't worry. If some people walk out, so be it. Since when are we interested in numbers and not quality?
Sorry.
On the other hand, a preacher has to know the people he's preaching to. If a preacher is going to speak about something like this, he has to be able to explain it. The preacher's supposed to explain the purport. All preaching is purporting purports. So if the preacher is not knowledgeable enough or doesn't understand what's going on enough, that he can't explain further to the satisfaction of the listener. What I just said about protecting women from birth to death is more of an explanation that a woman should be able to understand. Okay? Srila Prabhupada says that when a woman, by the time a woman's 16, she's not married, she's mortified. That's real understanding. When one of his daughters hit the age of 16, Srila Prabhupada was mortified. He couldn't find a suitable husband. All the other daughters he had, they're all married. But there was one girl who got to be almost 16, and Srila Prabhupada was very concerned, he said. I'm very concerned about how am I going to find her a good husband. So this is a father's duty. And the fact that fathers don't follow their duties in America or the Western world, that's another thing. But we're talking the ideal. We're talking what Srila Prabhupada is giving. That's what we do. We don't deal with the other side. We deal with what Srila Prabhupada said. And he could pacify any of the ladies explaining their position. But they take out of context. And if it's right there in the purport, then the preacher should be able to understand. He's got some explaining to do before Srila Prabhupada's misunderstood. So let's make it clear what Srila Prabhupada means. That's what preaching is, purporting Srila Prabhupada's purports. And if one's not knowledgeable enough or smart enough to do that, then he shouldn't give the class. Because anybody who's in America knows in advance what that purpose is going to say, they're going to know there's going to be somebody out there who's going to want to know more about it. So they better be prepared. America is a challenge.
This is the actual verse that Vasudeva Prabhu read. It's Bhagavatam 1, chapter 4, text 25. Stri Shudram Ducha Bandhu Nam Traina Struti Gochara starts. Out of compassion, the great sage thought it wise that this would enable men to achieve the ultimate goal of life. Thus, he compiled the great historical narration called the Mahabharata for women, laborers, and friends of the twice born. That verse triggered his being banned.
Oh, that's unbelievable. That's not even as heavy as the one I read from Bhagavad
No,
Gita.
not at all. Not at all.
My
And
God. Oh my God.
This is how he explained it. He says, while explaining the meaning of this verse, I mentioned that at Sandipani Muni's Gurukula, where Krishna and Balaram took instruction from him, only boys from the three higher castes were allowed, not women, Shudras, or unqualified members of the twice born. On hearing this, one white-bodied woman in the audience said, "This is making me feel bad." At that point, I responded, well, even I am not qualified to study the Vedas, and therefore the Mahabharata, the Bhagavatam, and the Gita, that is from the Mahabharata. We read all of these books. There's no problem for anyone to study these books. So that got him banned, folks.
That's unbelievable.
Yeah.
Not for real.
That is the extent of the rot. That's the Western poison that is in the roots, the very roots. So on the one hand, like I'm saying, they distribute these books, but then you can't even read the verses.
What's happening?
Incredible.
I actually have an email here from Vasu Ghosh where he actually sent me the correspondence if you wanted to see it in greater detail.
Well, let's move into detail.
Yeah. So this is from Vasu Ghosh Prabhu, who he's writing to. Is it
GBC
I'm
members?
just trying to. I haven't even looked at his. Yeah, he
Anyway,
sent me all of this.
many women joined this movement, and they distributed many books, and they read the same books that the men read, and they must have understood it properly, but they didn't leave.
Yes.
They didn't leave the movement.
No.
So
Not at all.
they stayed, and there was one sannyasi. I remember this. Someone was telling me the other day that sannyasi was there was a bunch of ladies on the other side of the room, and he said something, and Srila Prabhupada, you see those women? They can take you back to Godhead.
Yeah,
Exactly.
that was the story of Gargamuni. He was complaining.
Yeah,
They were in Calcutta and they were walking, and Gargamuni was saying, they don't wear saris on their head, and they're like this and they're like that. And Prabhupada didn't say a word. But as soon as they got back to the temple, the doors swung open, all the smoke came out. They had dressed the deities, and they changed the flowers in Prabhupada's vases. And what was that quote again, Rupanuga?
he said, you see the women there? They can take you back to Godhead.
Yeah, that was when he said that.
So Srila Prabhupada was very, very kind to. He never condescended them. He said in the field, the women preachers, they're equal to the men. He never made a big deal of that. He never made a big deal of it. But people who read the books are going to be looking for that, and they make a problem. But a preacher should know how to preach this, explain this.
It goes back a long time. I remember in the early 80s in Miami, Preetananda was giving a class and talking about how intelligent women can't join the movement when they read things like that. And I remember feeling kind of insulted and thinking to myself, I guess I don't think of myself as being particularly unintelligent. And I feel like joining the movement was probably the smartest thing I ever did. But it really stuck with me, that attitude. And that was the same temple where I remember being a mother and standing there with a child and being extremely tired and wanting to get into an elevator because there was elevators up. And so I was in the elevator, and this little brahmachari comes in, and it's like I had a bunch of things to carry with me. And I'd been waiting there for 10 minutes for the elevator to get there. And I was on the 5th floor. So it was a long ways to walk with a lot of, with a lot of things. And he goes, "Get out of here." And because, it was like, it would have been just the two of us in the elevator.
Oh.
And I looked at him and I'm like, wow. So I got out of the elevator and stood there in the lobby waiting. And, I pushed it again. He took that elevator up to the top floor and left it there for a good 15 minutes. And it was like one of those things I didn't know whether I should go or not. And in other words, should I walk up the stairs rather than wait? But it was a hot day and I was tired and there was no air conditioning. And then when he finally came down in the elevator and came out, I was just standing there with tears just running out of my eyes. So, that's an example of women not being treated with any kind of respect.
He was not acting like a brahmachari, though. He was acting like a thug.
I know, he's a sannyasi now and he's still in the movement, but then Ritavjit, that he had called him the duck then. But it's like...
Wait, listen, there's always been an artificial understanding of renunciation. You see, renunciation means to give up sense gratification. Srila Prabhupada said, what is this sannyas? It is a bluff. What do you have to give up? You see? So that's the understanding. Lording it over is sense gratification. And they have to be trained how to respect women as their mother, Mataji. See, that's training. And every grihastha man has to see every other woman as his mother. See, that's the fact. The Srila Prabhupada, there's an etiquette. This happened to me several years ago over at the temple, and I was at the Sunday feast here in Alachua. And a lady walked up to me. She looked vaguely familiar. She walked up to me and said, "You saved us! You saved us! You saved us!" I said, What are you saying? What do you mean? She said, in the New York temple, when they were spitting in the elevators in front of the women, you called everybody into the first floor and you made an announcement that anybody who did that, any sannyasi did that, would have to leave immediately. You saved us.
They were spitting in the elevator?
Yeah, there was a whole thing going on.
Yeah.
Oh my, how did anyone stay? Women.
Just to Doomna explain that story to me. He was telling me that it was based on a misconception of Jamunacharya's statement that since I've been relishing the mellows of
Straight up
Krishna
on it, yeah.
consciousness, as soon as I think of sex life, my lips curl at the thought of it, and I spit at the thought of it. But instead of spitting at their own lust, they were spitting at the women, the object of their lust.
Anyway, that's just an example, you see. But Srila Prabhupada never taught anything like that. Never had this artificial conception of renunciation. Never. He never talked like that. It's a whole thing right now.
From a
And
woman's perspective,
what happened to all those great, powerful sannyasis who were so renounced? The list is long. And still, anyway, we can't get into it, but sannyasi means leadership. Sannyasi means he's a spiritual master for all the varnas and ashrams. He's the protector. And he's going to recommend Russian roulette. That's what it boils down to, the action. It boils down to facts. It boils down to behavior. It boils down to what comes out of one's mouth, not the color a person's wearing. It comes out what comes out of the person's mouth that reveals who and what they are and what they understand. It's not a question of protecting men or women. It's like everybody, children, everybody. Play Russian roulette. Hand the revolver to the kids. That's not renunciation.
No.
That's criminal. It's criminal. It's just plain
Yes.
criminal.
I'd like to say something from a woman's perspective, and if I'm preaching to just women on this issue, we all admit that we would love to be protected by an intelligent, capable man. I mean, that's, a competent, we want that. I mean, it's natural in our makeup. And so it's like the men might not know that because it's different being in a man's body. But it is absolutely a fact. We want to belong to a man.
Yes. No, it's normal. Pretty normal.
It's normal. They don't want to admit that. I mean, you see these women out there, screaming that they should be allowed to kill their baby or whatever. But when I see them doing that, I see somebody that probably killed a baby and feels so horrible about it that they're doubling down on their decision. They're trying to, I don't know what they're trying to justify that they killed their baby, but women know they're not supposed to do that. It's just, the world is really crazy right now. And I think it's going to get worse before it gets better.
Okay.
And I don't think ISKCON's going to be there to save us, and particularly not the so-called leadership of ISKCON. I mean, I honestly think if we're going to be saved is Prabhupada's books and Prabhupada.
I told Gore that it won't be long before we have a transgender guru. Guaranteed.
You're laughing,
We're not very far from it.
You're laughing, but watch it happen.
I've heard rumors about sannyasis dressing up as gopis. So I won't name names, but I think it might be true.
It happened. It did happen.
I have too. I've heard rumors about the temple president Pujari in Paris cross-dressing at night. I've heard horrible things. A lot of these women who are very sensitive about feminism and they go on and on about ISKCON's horrible reputation for abusing women and they always have to go way back. I don't know. I left America in mid 73, and I can tell you right now that when a sannyasi appears, women hit the wall. That had not begun. That was unseen until later, after I left. I would guess 74 or late 70s. And even today in India, it's not seen. Of course, Indian women generally behave differently than Western women, but the cruelty and the craziness, that was pretty much started, I would think 74, 5, 6, 7. And out of 10 sannyasis, there were probably only 3 or 4 that were really big offenders. my impression of the whole thing.
I know the devotee that spit in the elevator. It was West 55th Street in Manhattan. And I know the devotee that did that caused a big controversy. It was Jayo Das.
Huh.
He was, I don't know if you remember Jayo. He was a nice
Yeah.
guy,
I
brother.
do.
A little bit eccentric, you know?
Yeah. He passed away.
Yeah, he did that. And another thing I wanted to give a story. Many, many years ago, when I first came to Russia, I was in Moscow during a festival in the summer. And some of our god sisters, and I won't name names, they came to Moscow wearing white. And they didn't preach feminism, but they kind of, I don't know, I'm not criticizing, I'm just saying what I saw. They were giving off an attitude. And the Russian women came up to me and they asked me, because they know I'm a Prabhupada disciple, I'm an American devotee. Russian devotee women in Moscow were coming up to me and asking me, why do these American women, why are they trying so hard to be like a man? That's exactly what they said to me. And I was embarrassed because I knew that what they were complaining about was right. Because, see, the thing, the culture here in Russia is completely different. I mean, it's here people are taught to respect women. You know, if a woman gets off a bus, you give her your hand, or you open the door for a woman in a car, so when they see these American women cutting this profile, these senior women, they were astounded. They say, "Whoa, they're really trying to act like men, aren't they?" I'm not criticizing. I'm just telling you what the Russian women were telling me.
I want to emphasize that the story was told to me by the Mataji was not just Jayo. Jayo wasn't a sannyasi at the time. And there were other persons involved besides that one incident.
Oh, okay. There were other people. Okay.
Yeah, it was not just that one incident. It was a
series of incidents.
It was becoming a custom, so.
That's horrible. Yeah, I knew that was going on. That was, I was there when that was going on. It's horrible.
Anyway, I'm thinking, where are we here in our reading? We seem to have gone so far.
Let's return.
Yeah.
Actually, I was going to, I wanted to ask you, Rupanuga Prabhu, one thing that I've been wanting to do with you for a very long time is to read this essay, Perfection at Home. It's not very long. It's probably not even 10 paragraphs. But I've sort of stopped it just when Devaki is meditating on how Krishna saved the sons of Sandipani Muni. And then she's thinking, oh, but I've got how many sons did Devaki have killed? 7, was it? Before Krishna and Balaram appeared? I think she had 7 sons murdered. Mm-hmm. So we can go to that Krishna book story, but I also wanted to read this Perfection at Home with you and just to hear your comments.
What essay are you talking about?
Perfection at Home by Prabhupada.
I've got it. The one I found.
Yeah, I've got it on the screen. I got it ready to go. Do you want to read it?
Well, it's up to you. This is your Zoom,
Yeah, I want to do that because we can always come back to the Krishna book.
Okay.
Thank you.
What do you want? I'm just a guest here.
Okay, let me just find that here because I think this is really valuable to be able to read this with you present.
I remember that, it was basically the basic philosophy. He was just focusing on it as, a home program, but it was our basic philosophy.
Right. Okay, here it is. Can everyone see this on screen?
Yeah.
Perfection at Home, a novel. This is Srila Prabhupada from his BTG.
Are you sure? This Perfection at Home, a novel contribution to the fallen humanity. Is that the title of Srila Prabhupada? I don't remember that subtitle, but I'll read it. Go ahead. Read it. So this was Perfection at Home, a novel contribution to the fallen humanity. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, the supreme merciful incarnation of Godhead, is the supreme benefactor of all human race in their most fallen conditions by the stringent laws. Anyway, your picture's blocking it out. Don't go up so fast.
Okay.
Now go back down a little bit so I can finish. laws of stringent, the modernized setup of human civilization is perpetual struggle against the grim laws of nature in a befooled manner. There was a big mirror hanging on the wall, and a small chirping bird saw its shadow on the mirror. The bird thought that there's another chirping bird just opposite to him, and thus it wanted to strike it by the beak. The shadow chirping bird equally struck the beak of the real one, and thus a struggle of biting one another began on the face of the mirror. The befooled creature continually tried to go to the other side of the mirror without any success. We saw this illusory struggle of the befooled little bird personally and got the lesson from how we are also fooled in the same manner on the surface of the illusory nature. Compared with a chirping bird, we may be intelligent enough to understand the foolish endeavor of the tiny being, but there are many bigger problems in which we are also befooled. In the animal life, it is completely impossible to understand our foolishness, but in the human form of life, there's every possibility of understanding such foolishness because in the human form of life, the consciousness is developed. A human being can, of course, know the nature of the mirror, and as such, he will not spoil his energy like the bird. But there are befooled human beings in the present set of human civilization who are like the befooled bird, are trying to perpetually to penetrate into the mysteries of the material nature without any tangible success. Because the laws of nature are not so easy that one can surmount them without the help of the Supreme Lord. They are trying to make various plans to become happy in this miserable land. In the Bhagavad Gita 9:12, such foolish activities have been deprecated in the following words. Mogasha Moga Karma, no? Moga, I can't read that. Vichatasha, was it Rakshasim Asharim Chaiva Prakriting Mohinam Shitaha? Foolish persons who are captivated by the bewildering situation of the material nature do desire to lord it over the resourceful and beautiful nature. It's just like the small chirping bird mentioned above, perpetually trying to go to the other side of the mirror, though it's blocked out again. I can't read it.
You have to close something on your end because there's nothing blocking on my side.
Well,
It's your
just go down a little bit so I can. Yeah, there you
Click
go.
the blue dash at the top of the screen on the right, and that will take those little pictures down
But
out of the way.
I don't have that in front of me. So
You don't have that?
No, I
Okay.
don't. Okay, so it's just like the small chirping bird mentioned above, perpetually going to the other side of the mirror, through the hard glass. Such foolish persons must be baffled in their hopes because they have neglected to know the personality of Godhead with his multifarious potencies. The bewildered, hopeful persons are of different grades. Some of them are karmis, or the future fruitive workers who want to enjoy the fruits of their labor. Some of them are gyanis, who cherishes wishful desires to merge into the existence of the Supreme Being or to become one with him. And some of them are pseudo-devotees who want to enter into the eternal kingdom without the existence of God. But all of them, being inconclusive of the Supreme Personality of Godhead and disrespectful in the person of Sri Krishna, will be baffled in their respective attempts for the above reason. Yeah, I really have to call attention to Srila Prabhupada's use of the English language back in the 50s. Mahaprabhu has, however, given hopes to all the above-mentioned hopeless persons by his way of teachings. He does not disturb anyone in his respective position of a karmic jnana or so-called bhakta. He does not disturb others also who do not come within the above-mentioned classes of persons in their different respective positions. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu advises every one of the above classes only to hear the message of the personality of Godhead in a submissive manner by sincere oral reception, without any irrelevant interpretation. The most dangerous thing is to interpret the message of the personality of Godhead in one's own interpretation in the pedagogical attitude. The only restriction that he imposes upon his audience is that they must give up the idea of a false sense that a living being is equal to the Supreme Lord in quality and quantity both, and thus to become one with him at the end. In the devotional path, these two dangerous things are stumbling blocks of the superlative degree for realization of the supreme truths. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu met Ramananda Roy, the highly placed government official and a learned scholar in the devotional science. Both of them talked on the supreme goal of life in a detailed manner. The Lord himself played the part of an inquirer, and the learned official, although he was neither a Brahmana nor a sannyasi, replied to questions of the Lord in a fitting manner. At the beginning of the topic, the devotee of the Lord, Sri Ramananda Roy, submitted the importance of the system of Varnashram Dharma, the program of regulative life, in the order of 4 scientific castes and status of social organization. But Sri Krishna Chaitanya Mahaprabhu rejected this proposal as useless because both the principles of caste system as well as the order to social life are now not in order. Neither such system can actually lead one to the pure transcendental state. Nobody can revive now the lost system of Varnashram Dharma to its original position for so many reasons. And as such, the system was altogether rejected as a means of self-realization. The next important proposal was explained by Sri Ramananda Roy on the plan of Karma Yoga. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu rejected this proposal also because he knew that the foolish fruit of workers will not agree now to accept the principles of Karma Yoga or do everything for the satisfaction of the Supreme Lord. Nobody can perform any work without any desire for the fruit. It's as much impossible as the observance of Varnashram Dharma. So this was also rejected in order. Similarly, when Sri Ramananda Roy proposed about the efficacy of sannyas either in the order of the Mayavadis or in the order of the Vaishnavas, the same was again rejected by the Lord, for he thought that in this age, sannyasa is an impossible game. The so-called sannyasis dress themselves in the red garments to earn as easy livelihood, but in action they are like ordinary men of filthy mind. Such filthy sannyasis of the age of Kali may be able to accumulate large sums of money by the plea of establishing temples and deities, by exploiting foolish persons, but they are unable to bring their followers to Godhead. These sannyasis generally construct some temples and install deities in them to exploit the religious feelings of different men. But the main purpose of constructing such temples is to open different branches of income for comfortable material life, although in the dress of a renouncer. They construct such temple most unauthorizedly, and thus implore many foolish men to join to make a contribution to it. And some of them perform unauthorized yagyas and thus accumulate money. The temple builder sannyasi assures everyone of the contributors to become the chief donor in such a pious act, but ultimately none of them is given any position, but the sannyasi himself becomes all in all by accumulating a big bank balance for his personal material comfort. A practical example of this befooling business adopted by the so-called sannyasis. So the Gita Mandura Baroda, which we have the opportunity to visit personally, here we, again, it's a little blocked out. Here we something. Here we have seen that in the mandir, an idol of 4-armed woman imagined by the Abhidanyananda sannyasi is installed and worshipped. Along with this idol, there's another statue of this nonsense sannyasi. The sannyasi is making such waste of public money, and as a result of this, the public in general is becoming disinterested in the real acts of religiosity. The sannyasi, it is understood, as many other temples in other cities, and the poor people are so befooled that they continue to contribute in such unauthorized enterprise. These sannyasis are in fact iconographers, and they are as good as the iconoclasts. The iconographer engrave an idol of his own imagination, and the iconoclast, who is intolerant of idol worship, does not break such idol. Both these iconographers and the iconoclasts have an idea scientifically what is Sri Murti. The scientific method of installment of a deity of Sri Murti, of the personality of God, is mentioned in the revealed scriptures. These so-called sannyasis act against the rulings of scriptures and therefore willingly willfully violate the established law, although they pretend to be the defender of faith. Such foolish men and selfish are never happy, neither they can attain to perfection. That is the verdict of the Srimad Bhagavatam, Bhagavad Gita. The Avidyananda sannyasi pretends to preach the teachings of Bhagavad Gita, but he himself is a willful violator of the principles mentioned in it. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, the Supreme Lord, were aware of the intentions of the so-called sannyasis of this age, something expected all these disturbances by the sannyasis. Therefore, he expected all these disturbances by the sannyasis. Therefore, he rejected the proposal of sannyasi or renounced the way of life as a means of spiritual realization in this age. Can you scroll down a little bit? Yeah. Similarly, he rejected the attempt of becoming one with the Supreme Lord by culturing devotional service as means to this end. Devotional service mixed up with empiric type of knowledge is futile attempt for self-realization. As such, the Avidyananda sannyasi and the company do some pretension to practice devotional services, but at heart, the desire is to become one with the Lord, where the so-called devotional services completely stop. Such pretentious religion is completely rejected by the Bhagavad school. Transcendental loving service of the personality of Godhead is an eternal affair of the pure devotees. It is not a means for merging into the absolute as conceived by the Mayavadis. The upasana is never to be ceased, even at the liberated stage, because it is an eternal engagement. The object of worship, the process of worship, the worship of all of them exist eternally in spite of the childish disturbances of men, like Avidyananda and company. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu wanted to stop the method of false devotion because, according to the Bhagavad school, this is religious pretension. When Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu rejected all these pseudo-religious practices of spiritual culture, he had within his mind about the ability of the present generation, poor in everything. The present generation of human race in the Kali Yuga are hopeless, spiritually emaciated persons. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, the Supreme Merciful Incarnation of Godhead, gave special facilities to the emaciated population, a right of preferred perfection, which was unattainable even by the personalities like Brahma and other ages. The highest stage of attainment of loving service of the personality of Godhead, the highest stage of the attainment of loving service of the personality of Godhead, Brahmananda, or the transcendental bliss derived out of an attempt for merging into the absolute truth, is compared to a fig in the presence of the ocean of transcendental bliss derived from the direct loving service of the personality of Godhead. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu is considered to be the most magnanimous incarnation of Godhead because he wanted to award the highest perfection of spiritual bliss to the emaciated persons of this age, who have practically no bona fide qualification to receiving the award. He therefore accepted the following method of a spiritual realization as it was spoken by Brahmaji. This is as follows: Ganepayasam upahasya namanta eva jivanti sanmukharidam bhavadya varitam stane sita shrutigatam tanuvani van manohir ye payasho jita jito piyasi taistuvilkoyam. The only qualification that is necessary for attaining the topmost spiritual bliss is first and foremost to give up completely the idea of merging into the identity of the absolute. This dangerous idea will never qualify one to enter into the transcendental loving service of the Lord face to face, which is the highest blissful life. The living being is an infinitesimal particle of the Supreme Spirit, like a drop of water of the vast ocean. To merge into the ocean by a drop of water is not at all a very difficult task, and it is always at the command of the pure devotee. But to keep one's identity as a creature of the ocean at the same time to attain to the stage of strength more than that of the ocean is far more glorious a thing than the act of merging into the ocean. The drop of water emerged into the ocean is always at the risk of being evaporated by air unless it has not attained the necessary power to remain within the ocean. The process of attaining this transcendental strength is unknown to the person seeking to become one with the Absolute. Such persons are therefore possessed of a poor fund of knowledge.
Would you like someone else to take a turn because you're getting tired, Rupanuga? I didn't expect you were going to read everything
Well,
yourself.
I thought it was a short essay, but I remembered it was long. I remembered it was long. So
Yeah.
someone else can pick up.
Jivan Mukta, you didn't have a chance to read. Did you want to, or are you busy? Are you there, Jivan Mukta? No? Anutama, I don't think you had a chance to read. Did you want to do some reading?
I can read. Where are we at right now?
Such persons are therefore possessed of pure fund of knowledge.
Okay, to merge into the identity of the Absolute is not the highest perfection of achievement. In the Bhagavad Gita, it has been clearly mentioned that persons who are addicted to this impersonal feature of the Absolute Truth suffer more troubles than those who concentrate their devotional activities on the personal feature of the Supreme Lord. Therefore, the only qualification that is necessary for a deserving person to enter into the kingdom of Godhead is that a person must be completely reluctant to this method of salvation, which is the easiest of all 5 categories of salvations mentioned in the scriptures. Although a pure devotee is not meant for any of the above mentioned salvationary processes. When the puffed up idea of becoming one with the Lord is given up, one is sure to become a humble and meek personality before the Lord. And this submissive attitude makes him qualified to enter into the kingdom of God by submissive oral reception of the powerful messenger of the Lord, or his bona fide representative, the Acharya, who is a self-realized soul. One is sure to be awakened by his original spiritual consciousness, which is inborn quality of every living being that remains in dormant condition, even in the primitive form of human being. Even the savage and uncivilized groups of men bow down to the order of the Supreme Powerful. As such, they worship the emblems of theism on the form of thunderbolt, big ocean, big mountain, or any other gigantic natural phenomena. This dormant inborn quality of
Obedience.
wait, I don't see it.
Obedience.
Oh, okay. Obedience to the Lord is present in the primitive condition, means it is quite natural to the human being. But with the advancement of so-called civilized form of life, this dormant quality of human being is killed by bad association and artificial standard of conventions of the so-called civilized man. This happened especially on account of Avidyananda sannyasis, now unproportionately increased by the grace of the Kali. Such sannyasis is one-sided preaching of one with the Absolute, makes the common man a puffed up being. And although Sripad Sankaracharya adopted the method to serve some particular purposes ordered by the Lord, just to bring in the most materialistic persons to the stage of renunciation and to prove the non-importance of the material nature. At the present moment, the whole procedure is miscarried, and the preaching sannyasis themselves enjoy the highest standard of material comfort while preaching the nullity of the same. And all the gods are being more and more pressed by the laws of nature by such false propaganda. This rabid habit of posing oneself as God has done tremendous harm to the people at large. And as a result of this, they are now more passionate than ever. This attitude is not only harmful in this life, but it is also very risky for the next. And what to speak of salvation is dreamt by those misguided men. How these irresponsible men are being hurled into the ocean of miseries is correctly pictured in the Bhagavad Gita 16:19-20 as follows.
Okay, I'll continue. Tamaham dvishata kruran samsareshu naradaman kshipam yajashram ashubhan asurivj eva yonishu Surim yonim apana muda janmani janmani mam aprapyaya kaunteya tato yant adamam gatim. The disobedient asuras who are envious of the exalted position of the Supreme Lord are called the Naradamas, the lowest of the human being, and the Mudhas, one who has no information of the spiritual realm. We have already discussed the position of the Naradamas and the Mudhas in our article, The Lowest of Mankind. We do not wish, therefore, to go into further description of these notorious creatures. One may note herein only how the Naradamas and Mudhas are treated by the laws of nature. The Naradamas and the Mudhas who do not surrender unto the lotus feet of the Lord and still desire for salvation are in fact sent to the lowest regions of hell instead of getting salvation from material existence. Did you want to continue, Jaimadava Prabhu? And then Sevananda? Many sannyasis? Sevananda, would you like to continue?
Many sannyasis who are known to be very learned men are sometimes seen to take part in the rotten politics, which is the last shelter of the scoundrel, because in spite of their erudition and hard penances, they have no faith in the person of the Supreme Lord. Due to impersonal conception of their spiritual culture, they cannot have position in the realm of transcendental service. As such, they fall down even from their exalted position by the laws of nature, and sometimes they take pleasure in the bunglings of dirty politics. As such, they are sent into the cells of the prison walls, and instead of becoming one with the impersonal Brahman, they become one of so many criminal prisoners. In that way, the Mudhas and Naradamas do not get the shelter of the lotus feet of the Supreme Lord, and are forced to take birth in the species of demons or lower grade living being. That is the progress of life in the wrong direction attained by the class of Mudhas and Naradamas. Should I stop?
It's up to you or Jaimadava. Go ahead if he's not going to read.
Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu wants us only not to become one of the Mudhas and Naradamas. There are as many Mudhas and Naradamas in the midst of the sannyasis as there are in the midst of so-called householders. Similarly, according to the opinion of the Lord, there are as many Mahatmas in the midst of the householders as there are in the midst of the renounced order of life. He is not very eager to turn anybody into the life of sannyasi from the life of a householder. Neither he is anxious to pick up spiritualists from the community of a particular class, society, nation, or group of people. He is, in fact, for every one and all, even for the birds and beasts in the jungle. Some Mudha class of men consider that Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu saved the Hindu religion from the onslaught of the Mohammedans, and his appearance at the a suitable time for the sense gratification for the Hindu designated people was quite appropriate. But Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu did not appear either to serve the Hindu community or to declare war against the Mohammedan community. Even the then kings and nawabs of Bengal and other parts of India were friendly to him, so much that some of them intuitionally recognized him to be the Supreme Lord. So he was never against any community, but he was for all humankind. He appeared for the supreme benefit of the complete set of the living entities, never mind in whatever form of quality he may be. He wanted to teach the real science of spiritual life, or he was to propagate the real religion, which is the inborn quality of the living being. He asserted that every living being is eternally a transcendental servitor of the Supreme Lord, and as such, the whole and 100% 10% energy of the living being must be engaged in the Lord's service only. Any fraction of deviation from this universal principle of eternal relation with the Supreme Lord is proportionately a covering of the nescience, and a living being is completely freed from all designations when he is substantially purified to render transcendental service to the Lord.
Rahul Prabhu, you didn't read at all. Would you like to do some reading?
Yes, Prabhu, Hare Krishna.
Thank you.
According to Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, one who is sufficiently conversant in the science of Krishna, or the all-attractive feature of the Supreme Personality of Godhead, may he be a Brahmana, a Shudra, a Sannyasi, or a householder, can act as the bona fide spiritual master for the deliverance of the fallen souls. So according to Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, one can perfect himself in any position and in any place, provided he learns the science of Krishna from the Lord of the name Sri Krishna Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. During his preaching propaganda, he made a practical demonstration of this truth in the following manner. He deputed Srila Rup Goswami and Srila Sanatan Goswami to expand the science of devotional service, although they were householders and government officials. These Goswamis were not created or inflated Goswamis or the caste Goswamis, but they were Goswamis by action, even not undergoing any ceremonial function or changes. They were Goswamis even they were playing the part of the householder. They did not require to become sannyasis in the order of renounced life. Considering all the different phases of preaching activities of Lord Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, it is evident that one has to learn the art of the approved method and nobody has to change his position of worldly life. That is the purport of teachings in the Bhagavad Gita. The process of submissive hearing from the self-realized sources will help one in every way. That will inject and that will make one able to receive the message of Godhead from the innermost region of one's own self. As a matter of fact, back to Godhead is the helping medium to convey the self-realized messages of liberated souls. This paper does not manufacture any idea of pretentious religion in the line of Avidyanand sannyasis or by mental concoction. Those who are carried by the process of mental concoction can never develop his inborn quality, that is unadulterated love of Godhead. Man's only business during life is to awaken the divine nature of love of Godhead. The divine nature is misused in the material plane by love of flickering objects of material gain, fame, and stability.
Garuttama Prabhu, are you available for any reading?
Yeah, I'm
Garuttama?
here. Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yeah, yes, you're kind of muffled.
Oh, am I? Oh, sorry.
You sound a little distant.
Yeah, I'm not sure how I'm connected by Bluetooth.
Okay, maybe we should get someone else because you sound like you got a towel in front of your mouth.
Oh, okay. Well, no problem then.
Jiva Mukta, did you want to read, Prabhu? Or
Sure, yeah,
yeah,
I don't mind. Sure.
all material creeds.
All material creeds under the name of socialism, communism, communalism, nationalism, altruism, Bolshevism, Leninism, Gandhiism, Christianism, Hinduism, Mohammedanism, or any other hundred and thousands of isms are different manifestations of the divine nature adulterated with materialism. Divine nature is spiritualism and is completely free from all the above mentioned materialism. And therefore, spiritualism is pure and simple love of Godhead. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu wants to divert the misplaced different channels of love into the original form, and we shall gradually publish his most instructive teachings in the pages of Back to Godhead. No better spiritually realized soul than that of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. We shall therefore request the people in general, religionists, modern philosophers, and all other enlightened men and women to take advantage of this opportunity and try to attain perfection of life at home.
Haribol.
Jai. Rupanuga Prabhu, this is the first time I've ever read this, and I'm surprised. I didn't think the article would be like this at all. I was speculating that it would be Prabhupada giving us, more about worshiping the picture of Lord Chaitanya.
No. Yeah, listen. You have to
Can't we only
understand-
see the dome of your head? Could you please give
Okay, you
a
have to
darshan?
understand, you have to understand what happened here. Can we look at that last paragraph,
Yeah,
which
sure.
is the conclusion?
Okay.
So Srila Prabhupada presents all these different positions
Yeah.
of philosophy just to reject them and say the simple method of Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu was to overcome all these side issues and simply engage in bhakti yoga at home. See, and he mentions here in general religionists, modern philosophers, and all other enlightened men and women to take advantage of this opportunity to try to attain perfection. He's talking all the PhDs and all the MAs and all the other people who claim to be so knowledgeable. He's saying, take it home and try to attain perfection at the home. And Lord Chaitanya's message here is that it's intended for everybody
Mm-hmm.
to live in their life, to take into their life, to realize it in their own daily affairs.
Mm-hmm.
See, like Srila Prabhupada said, I want our men to enter into every field to purify by their existence. So here, the message of this whole thing, and I mentioned to you before, that it's very philosophical.
Yeah.
Conclusion. Its conclusion is it's made for home understanding. It's made for studying at home. It's made for taking into one's private life. That's the whole message. And this is back in the 50s. Another thing to note is that after reading all this, we see that there are precious few grammatical mistakes
Uh-huh.
to be corrected. And that we also see that all the ideas are getting through quite clearly. And this is back in the 50s. So Srila Prabhupada did not require so much, editing. Of course, doing a dictation is a little more difficult.
I'm not trying to undermine you, Prabhu, but it says here this article was written for Back to Godhead. Spelling corrections have been made for this Veda base.
Okay,
So
maybe.
sorry.
Well, but they're mostly grammatical corrections.
Okay.
Anyway, my point
Yeah.
I'm making here,
I find it's going.
that all this
Go on.
philosophy and all this explanation is intended to be understood in the comfort of one's own home. See, it's not a requirement to have a supervising authority looking over to make sure you understand what you're reading.
Well, actually, Prabhupada's quite critical. He's talking about this Avidyananda and having a four-armed woman and all these concoctions and building temples so that the guru can collect the big donations, the big bucks. He's
that
really
was going on in those days, and Srila Prabhupada picked that particular group in which he was soundly criticizing.
yeah.
The message he's giving us is that Lord Chaitanya intended this to go to everyone. He even mentions that no matter what position one is in, one can become a guru if he understands the science of Krishna consciousness. So somehow, when I read this, I focused on the title and the conclusion. He doesn't say perfection at the temple. He doesn't say perfection in the ashram. He doesn't say perfection anywhere. He says perfection at home, wherever that home is.
But one of the arguments that's been given to me is that if one really wants to preach effectively, they do require. I'm just trying to play devil's advocate here that I've heard from others. We do require a team We do require, I mean, Prabhupada wanted a system with a GBC, right? Bhaktisiddhanta wanted one. Like an organization, you can accomplish more when you have many serving
Okay,
together.
okay, but what happened? The organization got out of hand, became bureaucratic and centralized. This is exactly what Srila Prabhupada warned against.
Uh-huh.
It doesn't mean this program, Perfection Home, is perfectly set up for circuit preachers. It's perfectly set up for different persons who are practicing home to get together on occasions of festivals, to have meetings, to have Ishtagoshtis. There's nothing there that requires a heavy organization. It requires some coordination between some little leadership. I mean, people can get together in each other's homes, just like I saw many times in Washington, D.C. And many Indians were having meetings in their homes. And I'm talking about 200 or 300 people would go to another person's home.
Wow.
So that was, and they would, I was the only American there, okay? But nevertheless, they were all coming there. All the Gujaratis are meeting and all the other Indian devotees are meeting with the different groups. So this idea that everyone's isolated by this program is false idea. It's not an isolation project. It's not an overblown individuality. It's a natural, it will naturally come to the point wanting to associate with other persons of like mind. That's natural. Other persons will want to meet other persons who are doing this program, and they'll want to get together at times and have an Ishtagoshti to discuss their realizations. And there could be an easy preacher, circuit preacher like your good self. You could go around and just see how you're doing, just make friends with everybody and answer questions.
I was out the other day walking in a conservation park near here, and I had a T-shirt on from some Hindu Samaj. I just were wearing it because it was just easy to wear, and I saw these Indian people walking, and so I just went up and it's your first time, and no, we come here every week. Oh, great, and glad to meet you. What part? I said, you look like you might be from Punjab. And they said, yes, we are from Punjab. I said, oh, Sat Shri Akal and Jai Shri Krishna. And they went, oh, how you know that? And I said, oh, Amar Naam Gora Das Tomara Naam Ki. Oh, you know Hindi too? I said, oh, Torah. And they said, how you know this? I said, oh, I met Bhaktivedanta Swami Prabhupada. And he said, oh, you know so much? And I said, no, not so much, but I know that ultimately Sarvadharman Parijajya. Wow, you know Sanskrit? You know Bhagavad Gita? And then he started calling up their friends on the phone, and then they started filming me on their cell phone and saying, oh, we just met this Westerner and he is knowing Bhagavad Gita. And I said, why don't we have a program at your home? Oh, this is a very good idea. We can call hundreds of people. And I said, you know how to make rajma? They said, oh, yes, my wife, she makes very good rajma. I said, okay, I'll bring my harmonium. We shall have kirtan. And what do you like to read? Oh, we like Ramayana and Mahabharata. I'm watching all the movies all the time, and I know all about the Pandavas. And I said, okay, who was the son that was born before the 5 Pandavas? And the man said, oh, that was Karna. I said, very good. And it was just like instant. It was just blew up right in my face. And I thought, wow, I don't have to feel lonely and isolated here. I just need to go out, rub shoulders with a few people. And it's like lighting a match to, gasoline. It was instant. It was very enlivening, and they live here right in my town. So I need to follow up on them.
Oh yeah, you have to go and see them.
Yeah,
I mean,
yeah.
you're walking in the woods, and Krishna sends all these people.
Yeah.
What more do you want? He's telling you, here they are. Don't be such a recluse. Get out and preach.
That's right. That's right.
Anyway, my point about this essay is,
yes,
it's misleading you to think that, well, this is all philosophy. But the point is, he expected this could be understood by persons studying back to Godhead or any book in their comfort of their own home.
Uh-huh.
People are not stupid. People can read. At 5 billion people on this planet, 4,700 of them could read enough to join Srila Prabhupada and help him distribute the books. So to me, it was written in the early 50s. It's perfectly applicable to now. The same preaching is there. Lord Chaitanya's preaching that anybody can take to this. It doesn't require education. It doesn't require special birth. It requires a submissive oral reception, a sincere desire. Even whether you're curious, you're looking for relief from anxiety, whether you're looking for some sort of happiness, or some absolute truth. Any class of man you are, these books are there. And he puts down very, very methodically all the pseudo people, all the imitators. He puts them down because that was so prominent in that day.
Not just then, but it continues today.
It continues today, right in front of us. I mean, it is certainly an invitation to recommend Russian roulette.
Yes.
An invitation of what? That's the question. It's not an invitation to show Prabhupada. It's not an emulation of his compassion, of his protectiveness of us. He was always protecting us. He wants to protect us from Maya. And they're selling it. Therefore, they fit very well into this essay about those persons who have to be rejected, have to be ignored to get the substance of Lord Chaitanya's teaching. And that has to be driven home. People have to learn that this movement is for them personally. It's not for us. It's not for our temple. It's not for this or that. It's for them. It's for them. That was Lord Chaitanya. I believe, this is my prejudiced opinion, that many devotees in India look down on the Western. And that's one of the reasons they don't come out. The same mistake that Bhaktisiddhanta Thakur's disciples made. They couldn't come out. They could not understand his mission.
They look down upon the Westerners because of them being meat eaters, or they even look down on Western devotees, you mean?
I'm saying that's true also. Because maybe we don't know the language as well, or maybe we don't have any background in all the rituals, or we start with zero. So you can start with 50%, but you can get puffed up about it.
Yeah, I actually had that happen to me. I was told by Indian devotees that I was a malacha, and I was doing so much service for Prabhupada, and they refused to appreciate that. I mean, I was killing myself on book distribution. And then they told me I was a malacha and that they were born in Krishna and, consciousness and blah, blah, blah. And they're actually repeating what you're saying about themselves. And it was like, I was astounded. Now, not everybody, I can't generalize, but I've had it happen to me. I've been insulted directly by Indian devotees in India, telling me I'm a malacha, I'm a Sudra, blah, 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 I'm a Westerner. No, I'm not saying everybody, but I've had it happen to me, and it's quite disappointing to hear.
Well, those who understand Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's movement don't think like that.
Yeah. I'm not saying everybody, but I've had it happen.
But I'm saying it is questionable why devotees from India aren't motivated to come out and preach in the world. Maybe a handful are, but it's not a regular affair. I mean, Right now the Western countries need preachers. They need preachers.
Oh, really?
They need preachers with some background.
Exactly.
Say they were born in India. They need preachers who know Hindi. They need preachers who can do better Sanskrit. They need preachers. It's absolutely a shortage.
Yeah, absolutely.
And we need preachers who are going to direct people to Srila Prabhupada.
Someone's got fireworks going off in the background. Would you mind muting yourself? We keep hearing bang, 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 bang.
I can't stop it. It's going to go on. It's 4th of
July. It's where you are.
Oh, yeah, it's 4th of July. That's right.
Oh, okay. I understand.
Yeah, no, it's 4th of July in America.
Okay, that's why.
It's calling us forward to battle Maya. That's all.
Could I say one thing about
Yes.
the whole concept? It makes so much sense because what happens when you have the institution is you attract the psychopaths. They aren't really interested in Krishna consciousness at home. They're interested in what they can get from the institution for sense gratification. Whereas if the emphasis is on what you're doing for yourself, for your relationship with Krishna. And it's not so much about the institution, not that you can't have projects together, like the people that are, you know, trying to become devotees might in their area might get together and say, hey, let's put up a temple, or let's do a big, different programs like you were saying, Rupanuga. But that's because we have a tendency to show our best side when we're in a group. We have a tendency to just, it has to do with, say, looking through a keyhole. That the idea of, if that's not the important thing, what you show to other people, what's important is what's inside. Anyway, I got that from that, because I was actually resisting it a little bit, because I was thinking, oh, we want to have projects, but now that you've explained it to me, I feel like, yeah, that's exactly, it's each and every individual and his or her own Krishna consciousness. And ultimately, we're always at home, because wherever we are, that's where we are.
Birds of a feather flock together. People always recognize each other as on the same path. Someone says, yes, I'm doing this also. Have you tried this? In other words, it's going to be contagious. People who are happy with this kind of program, as they're applying in their personal life, as they introduce it into their private life, they will see the result and they'll recommend it to others. Yes, this does my home has become far more peaceful since we chant together and we read this Bhagavad Gita. I can go to work a little bit relaxed for a change, instead of being worried about, I'm going to be fired today, or what's going to kind of come down next week. People will recognize the ability of chanting the holy name to relieve them from anxiety. This is very important. You see, it's the first step. It happened to all of us. But we had faith to go on to the next, more realizations than just being free of material anxiety. There's so much more. But just one chanting of the holy name can rid oneself of all their past sinful activities. One chanting, one sincere chanting. So that'll happen to anybody who tries chanting at home. As soon as they say Krishna, boom, all that past stuff is gone. They keep saying Krishna, and they then learn how to offer something to Lord Chaitanya's picture. It's such a simple program. It just has to go on its own steam. It evolves. It just evolves. Like my first altar was a fruit crate covered by some cloth with a picture. My first round was done in front of a picture that was a book cover for the old Bhagavatam. So I had it put in a frame, and I put it on this altar. And I had a little bell and a little incense holder. And my first round was done on my own, in my own home, in front of this little makeshift altar. And halfway through the round, I had this vision. My eyes were closed, it was dark, and all of a sudden, this self-effulgent lotus appeared. Just by itself. It was glowing, it was gorgeous. It only lasted for a few seconds. It went away. And I opened my eyes and I thought, I'm on the right track. And I finished the rest of the round, my first round. So you can have realizations by yourself at home. It's not that you're, isolated or anything, because it's you and Krishna's in your heart. And that's the beginning. I'm sure it's a beginning, and Krishna will encourage anyone. There's a better place for people to feel comfortable, and that's right there, in their place, where they go every night. Anyway, it's not a contradiction. I'm not saying, close the temple, stop the foreign project. I'm not saying anything like that. But I'm just saying that we have to preach according to time and circumstance and understand how these people are suffering. And it's okay to talk about how wonderful India is and how one is ecstatic. But I was there. I watched it on the net. I was there where he was there. I was there too. I was in that crowd. And I don't do well in crowds like that. But I was there just as good as he was there. But he was in India, and I was there too by this computer miracle, streaming right at the same time, exactly at the same moment, coming from India. So I wasn't separate. I'm by myself here, but I wasn't alone because there were 1 million people there. And I was fortunate because I could see the whole thing from all different angles. I watched them getting sprayed. I watched them running here. I watched them running there. I watched them running up and getting into the cart. And I watched the whole cart was sagging because of how many people were stuck on, hundreds of people. Unbelievable. And they were there, but I got a chance to see the ambulance. I got a chance to see people walking around. I got a chance to see the dancers. I got a chance to see all the things. So I was really there. And who else could have seen that sight of that crowd, the incredible number of people all there to worship Lord Jagannath? Unbelievable. As far as your eye could see, as far I know where the road ended, it was filled with people. I mean, back, elbow to elbow, shoulder to shoulder. And I saw within the crowd, people were hanging on to each other. There was so much little room, they had to get their arms up. And
Do you live?
What?
Sorry, go on.
Anyway, so I'm just saying that, it's not that I'm recommending some kind of an individualistic, separatist thing, isolation. But right now, people are stocking up food. They're saving money. They're getting gasoline, some extra gasoline, while the price is still at $5. They're planning ahead. And their castle, that's their home. That's where they feel the best. That's where they feel protected. Look at all the people up along by the buildings, watching.
3 days ago.
Yeah. Look how many people are packed onto that cart. Unbelievable. Look at them. They're practically falling off the sides. It's like those Indian trains,
And they have the horses in the front. I'm seeing Karma. I think he helped to build a Rath Yatra cart, and they had horses like this in the front.
Look at
Back
that.
in the
Look how many people are on that cart.
like 1970. How can the Pujari do anything?
Well, people get out of the way, The last time I saw this some years ago, there were people that were whipping the horses. They were there, and a few other people around. Maybe 20 or 30 people were allowed on. This time there was no holds barred. Look at that. This is showing some areas where the people aren't so packed up. I don't know where this is. There must be 200 or 300 people on that car. You see the man there with a whip. He's got like a whip for the horses, and he's one that's taking that service.
Even though India's been compromised by Bollywood and cricket and so many invasions by the Mughals and British, still Jagannath Rath Yatra goes on.
With a sea of devotees.
That's a huge cart too. It's really wide.
Yeah,
There's see they're spraying with water up here.
yeah. Look at all those people. Unbelievable.
Uh, and Srila Prabhupada started off um, in Calcutta. I think his parents got him a little Rath Yatra cart from a neighbor, and Prabhupada started practicing doing his Rath Yatras at home,
Yeah.
preparing himself. Rahul, did you have something you wanted to say, Prabhu? Rahul?
Yes, Prabhu. Good to see these pictures of Rath Yatra. We also actually have one in our city.
You're in Ahmedabad?
Yes, yes.
Uh-huh.
So we have a Rath Yatra year two. I didn't go to see, but it's not far from my home. It's close by. So it's also a huge Rath Yatra. I think they have at least 100,000 people, at least, or
Wow.
maybe 200,000 people.
Uh-huh. I'll be going to the Montreal one next weekend, Krishna willing, and then Toronto will have theirs on Center Island on the 15th and 16th. So on that note, thank you very much for reading this article, Rupanuga Prabhu. We can finish the rest of the pastime of Devaki asking for Krishna and Balaram to bring her dead sons back to life on Wednesday. And then this Friday I won't be here. I should be in Montreal. But if any of you want to come and use the Zoom, you can do that to read. But I won't be there to give anyone hosting abilities because I'll be at the Rath Yatra.
So there'll be no pictures, just sound?
No, you'll be able to see you just won't be able to hold up a scripture.
Oh,
Yeah,
so everybody has to have a book.
yeah, everyone has to have a book. That's right.
That's good.
Yeah.
Books are getting out of style, you know.
That's right. So yeah, if everyone would like to come back Wednesday night, we'll finish the rest of this Krishna book story. Maybe go on to the next one. And yeah, it's almost 10 o'clock here.
We're still in chapter 29.
Yeah, we're at the very end of it. Let's see how much more is left. Um, I'll have a look at the chapter. Um, I'll pull up the screen. There we are. After hearing Krishna speak, that's where we are. The entire philosophy of spiritual life in an abbreviated summation. Vasudeva was exceedingly pleased with his son being
That's the next paragraph.
What's
yeah.
that?
No, but
After hearing,
just as a review, we could read that one, and then that segues into
after hearing Krishna speak.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. There's 13 paragraphs left to this chapter. And then we can, I don't know what is the next chapter after that.
That spiritual instruction
But,
for Vasudeva and return of the six dead sons of Devaki by Lord Krishna. That's chapter
Right.
30.
That's where we are. Yeah. So that'll be the last one I'll be doing. I don't know if I'll be back home by next Monday or not. I have a couple of sons in Montreal. I might stay there with them, or maybe I could broadcast with one of my sons present as well. I'll see how that goes. But I
So
haven't. Yes. Go on.
we ended up with Saintly Vasudeva after hearing all the sages. Is that where it began?
Yeah.
After
After
hearing
hearing
Krishna speak.
Krishna.
Okay.
Yeah. So we'll continue that Wednesday. That'll be my last session, as far as I know. And I'll keep you informed. Garutama is saying good night, I guess, to everyone. Thank you for coming, Garutama Prabhu. With that, I don't know. You didn't have a chance to ask a question. Did you have anything that you wanted to say before closing?
Uh, what's the sound like? The sound quality you were complaining before,
Oh, it's
saying
crystal
you couldn't
clear.
hear me properly.
You look like a black box, but the sound is much better.
Yeah, well, it's morning here, and I haven't taken bath or anything, so
Okay.
um, I don't
Okay.
really want to offend you with my, with my externals. Just one little comment I wanted to make about the culture. Interesting culture differences was that I've been living in India for about 7 years and doing business there, and what really struck me was how indirect the culture is. And Srila Prabhupada commented about that. He said that being direct is low class. He said that, and we saw that in his essay there, that he was like hurling heavy criticisms, but they were still indirect. And therefore, it was like he was acting like a perfect gentleman. And I think that that's the part of Vaishnava relationships that we miss here, amongst the West, that we're just too direct. We don't agree with people, not people, but devotees. And the amazing thing that every camp of devotees, they have their substantiation, their quotes, their research, their experience from Srila Prabhupada. In their minds, they are right and the other group is wrong, and everybody is completely absorbed in Shastra and Prabhupada, but they're still directly challenging each other and hurling abuses and saying, well, you're offending Prabhupada, and the other group saying, no, you're offending Prabhupada. And so it's just going on. But this indirectness would really, really help our movements to just sort of, not to say things directly, just be like Prabhupada. I mean, he never criticized his god brothers, not in public and not directly. But here we are on social media, saying, oh, this guy's wrong, or look what this
Well,
guy did.
Shilpa made a lot of criticisms on that essay, and we just read that. And he intended that to be known as far and wide. He mentioned persons by name. So sometimes when there's somebody who is obviously contradicting Srila Prabhupada's philosophy or his mission, they should be called out, whether it's public or private, because that's
that's right.
That's right.
Exactly. Yeah.
And as far as Indian culture goes, there are many nuances that are very difficult for us to understand. For example, I just remember the biggest thing about India, one of the biggest things it brought back was standing in line to get a ticket. It was like fighting for your life. I mean, people don't just, you could see some lady was coming from a distance. You could tell that she was going to buck through everybody and get up to the front of the line because she was moving like a tank, She just rushed right into the group, elbowed her way up to the front of as if she was sent on a special mission. It's like everybody's got the right to be in front of the line. That's India for you, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. That's the other part of the culture. You see, that's also there, understandable. But in this country, people don't do that. They stand in line.
It's true. I mean, in Navadvip, I was trying to get off the train, and 1,000 people were pushing. They were like almost forcing me to go to the next stop because he wouldn't let me off the train. And I was with a pregnant wife, and I was elbowing them, get away, because I was afraid she was going to have a miscarriage. Mayhem, chaos.
Such enthusiasm should be for the Bhagavad Gita.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I was
India is full of
What I couldn't
contradiction.
figure it out is I was thinking these people are from the highest culture in the world. Even in the West, the meat eaters don't act like this. Like, what's wrong with them?
Yeah, that's right. So India is full of contradictions, and so the indirectness is something which is very charming part of their culture. Like I was always dumbfounded by doing business in the sense of, having deadlines to meet. And then you talk to people and they would say, yes, it'll be ready,
Yes, yes.
but they have no intention in their mind to actually doing the task. But they don't want to directly challenge you, and they don't want to directly disappoint you. So therefore they take this sort of a little indirect approach of just saying yes, but actually not doing it. And in our culture, that's considered very low class, but in their culture, it's considered very non-confrontational. And within a family, they very rarely confront each other. Like, I was sort of befriended by a Muslim family, and there were two brothers there who, very close brothers, and one of the brothers was acting improperly. And so I said to the other brother, I said, so why don't you say something? What are you doing about this? And he said, well, that's my brother. He's got his life. He's living his life. And, I told him my mind, and ultimately it's up to him and up to the Lord, and that's, it's a very nice attitude, and they were constantly every day working together in the same establishment, but they, never argued. They never were at each other's throats. And that's a skill that us Westerners don't have. We like to fight, and we like to create dominance, and for every group of Prabhupada's disciples, there's always the opposing group with just as solid Shastra and just as strongly convinced. And for us grand disciples to observe that, it's very demoralizing. This is the result of a lifetime of following sadhana, that Sissi devotees behave in such a way.
Well, in India, they don't say no, 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 no. They say yes, 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 yes. I learned that from Srila Prabhupada early on. Yes, yes, yes. They move their head back and forth. Oh, yes, 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 yes. But it never happens. You learn these things in India as a businessman. But when it comes down to confrontations between devotees, that's healthy, because we have to do that because there's so many deviations. So many speculations of what Srila Prabhupada gave us. And they're popping
yes, but the other group will say that you are deviating, you are speculating. That's the point.
But who? The question is, they all say, you're crazy. But who is right? How can you tell?
You ask
that's
questions.
right.
You ask questions to them. That's what we learned from, not offending older god siblings, is you ask them questions. If the questions are relevant enough, then they'll give you the answer themselves, and there won't be any dispute.
Well, that's right. So for every issue, there's the group of Prabhupada disciples with the counter issue firmly situated in their own experience in Shastra and very experienced. And even with the book changes, there's a group of senior Prabhupada disciples who created a video where they're, this is available on YouTube, this video. And these are very, very senior disciples and experienced disciples, and they are supporting the book changes. So that's the whole point is, it's good to express one's opinion, but at the same time, we can understand that, there'll be differences of opinion, and, at some stage, we just have to back off and leave everything up to Krishna.
Well, Srila Prabhupada didn't do that. He didn't back off anytime. He accepted all challenges and on the basis of the ring of truth. There's always
not against his god brothers. He didn't do that against his god brothers. He did against Mayavadis.
Oh, yes, he did. I have letters that Srila Prabhupada wrote to his god brothers. I have copies of those letters in which he chastised them. He chastised.
That's not public. That's not public.
It's not public?
No. That's personal letters. That's fair enough, but that's not public.
Well, look, listen, that's what the Facebook's all about. It's a whole big, Facebook's back and forth. Nobody makes any agreement. Srila Prabhupada said when there's a discussion and there's no conclusion, it's all prajalpa. The next further conversation becomes prajalpa. So there's a lot of prajalpa going on because there's no conclusion. That's what the Facebook is for, mostly prajalpa. Because it's talk. The same issues have been going on for decades. It's all in-house. Yes. It's all in-house. All that spiritual energy is going in-house. It's imploding. That energy is intended to go out to the people. But it's all Maya, because this Facebook lets everybody argue back and forth. And there's never a decision. So Srila Prabhupada said, further conversation is simply prajalpa. And that prajalpa has been going on for decades. And the real
So
point,
what?
so what? I'm saying that it's Maya, because all it does is hold back the spiritual energy for preaching. All that energy between all that writing back and forth and all this arguing back and forth. What causes it? Actually, if you trace it out, you'll find out how a controversy is born. It's born when an order of Srila Prabhupada's is neglected, misunderstood, or contradicted. It's ignoring his order. That's when a controversy is created. And the controversies take on a life of their own. It becomes a whole new movement. It becomes thousands of people claiming this Srila Prabhupada said this and meant this, even though they weren't there. And then another movement over here goes outside to some other leadership outside of Srila Prabhupada's books. So it's all based on, the controversies are all based on an initial neglect of Srila Prabhupada's order, because when you get down to the basis of it, you really get to the root of it, you'll see it all boils down to an order Srila Prabhupada gave.
Yeah, well, that's right. That's what the other camp is saying too. They'll
So
also find
one
that
way you
order.
can get around that is before you have a discussion with somebody, you can ask them to commit that they're willing to listen and consider your point, because there's no point talking to them. I mean, for instance, we have a godbrother who was witnessed doing something horrible. And I said to the godbrother, can you consider it a possibility in the widest realm of your imagination that you could do something and not remember that you did it? And he wasn't willing to accept that as a possibility. So there's no point in talking to him any further. So similarly, if the big thing is the book changes, I mean, that's like the most important thing. And if somebody is so committed to being part of ISKCON and the only books they're allowed to distribute are the changed ones, they can't hear what you're saying. They absolutely cannot hear. It's called cognitive dissonance. There's two contradictory points, and they cancel each other out. And if one person isn't willing to be open to maybe I'm wrong, or both parties need to be open to the possibility I may be wrong. Except
Let me give you
an
example. Let me give you an example Srila Prabhupada gave. He said if there's two spiritual masters arguing, one is wrong, or they're both wrong. So there's a right. There's a right. And one has to get to that right. It's not that both parties are equal or both parties are right. Nothing gets done on that basis. So one side is right and one side is wrong in their interpretation of Srila Prabhupada's order, or how they plan to carry it out. It's not that everybody has a right to their own opinion. Everybody does, but does that opinion, the opinionating stops when you compare it to Srila Prabhupada's opinion.
Exactly.
And then people will say, well, this is my understanding of Srila Prabhupada's opinion. See, and the next guy comes, this is my understanding about Srila Prabhupada. But one has to study. Listen for the ring of truth. Who was there? Who heard what Srila Prabhupada said? Who was sitting there? Who was in the room? That kind of confirmation is possible.
Well, that's exactly what the whole Ritik issue is all hinging upon. Like one friend of mine said to me recently, well, everything that Prabhupada, so many things that Prabhupada did was unprecedented. So similarly, for him to set up, because I was saying that, what I learned from you, May 28th was meant to be the system for initiation for all time. And then others will, and others say that, no, July 9th, since that was the final word, the official word, the letter, it wasn't just a meeting, but it was actually a letter. That's the final word. Yeah. And there's no way around it.
Yeah, there is a way around it, because that was a continuation of the meeting, because the meeting never discussed about the persons who were waiting to get initiated. The meeting was all about the future. And that July 9th was about the people who were waiting to get initiated and what to do about it. We didn't even discuss that at that meeting on May 28th, because we always left that up to Srila Prabhupada.
Uh-huh.
So after he picked the persons, he said he was going to designate. By July 9th, they were all picked. And then he had to explain what their function was while he was still present, because we know the tradition that in the presence of your spiritual master, you don't accept disciples. So he was explaining to them how they were to act while he was still here. But he'd already explained about the future on May 28th. July 9th had to do with the present issues that we're facing. There were hundreds of devotees crying, praying, screaming for Srila Prabhupada to initiate them before he left.
Right.
But we didn't discuss that. We asked the first question. We asked Srila Prabhupada, we want to know after you go in the future, how are first and second initiation supposed to go on? That was such a clear question. Based on the books, we all knew the answer, but we had to find out for Srila Prabhupada because he was saddling us with the continuation of the movement. So we had to listen up and I had to ask those basic questions. I only had 2 or 3 of them. How long will the GBC be a member? How long is the GBC to be appointed for? The answer was for life. We got the answers to several questions that we had to know. How will initiations go on after you're gone? We didn't like asking that question, but we had to do it because we were supposed to carry on.
Yeah.
So you can believe we were all ears on what the answers were, and they were recorded, they were transcribed, and they were recorded, and all of us signed off. 18 GBC signed off on the conclusion of that meeting.
Yeah, sorry, Prabhu, I didn't want to get into any details here. All I wanted to was reflect upon Srila Prabhupada's indirectness in his the way he dealt with his godbrothers, and also the way that he expressed in that essay there, and also my experience of Indian culture, of how actually within a family they can't afford to be direct. Even they're living under the same roof, they're working with each other all the time. And these 2 Muslim brothers that I was mentioning, they were very expert at this indirectness and of just tiptoeing around and avoiding confrontation.
Yeah.
And I started to look out for it, and I just realized how much effort they go to avoid confrontation, how much trouble they go to,
Yeah,
Well, you see,
Srila Prabhupada was direct, always direct in his preaching. He was always direct. He was direct with his disciples. He was direct with his audience. He never beat around the bush.
Yeah, I know. I was talking about the 2 brothers.
Well, that's not preaching. They don't preach. They were not preaching to each other. They were just family, two pups in the same litter. That's what they expected.
Yeah, that's what we all are under Prabhupada, aren't we?
Look, you're making generalizations. I'm making specifics. My specific point is preaching is the object, is the mission of Srila Prabhupada's movement. And preaching direct truth, absolute truth, the ring of truth. That's what will wake people up, not beating around the bush and making friends, or finding out, their backgrounds and everything. To a certain degree, you have to know who you're preaching to. But preaching, Srila Prabhupada, just listen to any lecture. He's right on, always. He doesn't evade the real issue.
Yes, I understand. It's like those 2 Muslim brothers, like when they were dealing with the public, because they had a shop, so they were selling things. So the way they were dealing with the public was very direct. They were, trying to get a good deal. They were dealing with wholesalers. They were doing their thing. They had their very direct. But within the family, they were very careful to avoid confrontation, and probably in private, maybe once or twice, maybe they expressed their hearts to each other, but that was it. They did that. They heard each other's opinion, and they continued with life, living under one roof in an extended family.
Yeah, I would say to you, they also were united because there was an extended family. They all had something in common. But here, outside of that kind of an ideal, devotees come from all walks of life, all parts of the world, all systems of education. And so they all came under Srila Prabhupada's direction. It didn't matter. I mean, we were associating with each other that we wouldn't even talk to each other in the material world. So we had to work together. And we did. We helped Srila Prabhupada spread this movement. But there's a time when Srila Prabhupada has to be defended when his instructions are neglected.
That's what they all think.
Well, they're all right. They're all right. It's a question of how the neglecting is going on. They're all saying things are being neglected from their point of view. But what about Srila Prabhupada's point of view? Don't you think some of the disciples Srila Prabhupada made can have his point of view too?
Yeah, exactly. But the thing is
Exactly.
that
No, exactly. Many of the disciples during Srila Prabhupada's time, at least, could have the same view that Srila Prabhupada, not that they were in his mind. They were not speculating on the mind of the Acharya, which is an offense. But the real disciple understands the mind of the spiritual master. He understands what he wants. He understands his mission. And he learns by example what to do. So there's nothing passive about it. There's nothing passive. It's active.
yes,
And
correct. Yeah, I understand that.
And
But,
those God brothers who are saying my way is the only way, your way is wrong. As I said before, somebody's right and somebody's wrong. And the only way
yeah.
to know who's right
Well, we can never have a unified movement like that. We have to accept that, everyone's got their taste and, opinion of Srila Prabhupada's instructions and his quotes and
No.
how he
Wait a
got-
minute. Srila
No.
Prabhupada made a GBC for a purpose, and I was there when it happened. And
This is wrong.
that purpose was to lead the mission according to Srila Prabhupada's instructions. And don't you think that those people he picked, he said, I picked my best men. I got it in writing. Do you think he did it arbitrarily? He picked them
No,
because
of course not.
no,
No, of course not.
because he was expecting them to carry his message, to carry the purpose. So it's not that everybody's on their own. Srila Prabhupada gave instructions to his leaders. They were every temple president,
This-
every GBC, he gave specific instructions. And that's why he wanted a constitution, because the Constitution, he said, look at the Catholic Code of Canon Law to understand something about the Constitution I want. And I did it. And what the Catholic Code of Canon Law did was it simply delineated the behavior of everyone from the cardinal to the altar boy. So it was clear how a person was supposed to behave if they claimed to be this or that, or they had this responsibility. And Srila Prabhupada wanted that for ISKCON. He said in '76, I want a constitution. They never did it. But if we had a constitution, every member had a constitution, they could tell if everyone was following Srila Prabhupada because it was all there. So you can say everybody has different attitudes, different opinions, but there is a standard. The problem is the standard hasn't been delineated, hasn't been brought to the front like Srila Prabhupada wanted.
So shouldn't we be strengthening the GBC then?
No, can I make a
holy
point?
smoke.
If they follow Prabhupada properly, that's if. So that's why the GBC was created to protect Prabhupada's Krishna conscious KC standards and practices. If the GBC fails their job, why should we support that? No. Their job is to only be representatives of Srila Prabhupada's standards. And if they drop the ball, if they don't do that properly, then they've disqualified themselves.
You've raised an issue here. I was on the GBC that from the day it was started. And I know what the mission was. The mission was very simple. The devotees were the leaders were to be transparent mediums for his divine grace. They were to facilitate the devotional service of all the devotees of the movement. Those were the two principal bases of our existence. To carry out, to pass on Srila Prabhupada's instructions without change.
Right.
To facilitate the devotee's service to Srila Prabhupada, not to us, but to Srila Prabhupada.
Was that written in the direction of management?
Was it written? It's
Yeah,
common
yeah. Is
sense.
that it? Well, no. What I'm saying is that that's a very important constitutional direction or fact that you've just stated. Then I'm just wondering if that is in writing anyway.
What?
I'm saying what you said there was a very important constitutional fact.
Well, my question to you, is it true or false?
I wasn't there when Srila Prabhupada formed it, and Lila Amrita. It's not mentioned in the Lila Amrita.
Did it sound true?
Sorry?
Did it sound true?
No, I don't think so. Because I think it's unrealistic. I think that to think that all these people from all different backgrounds are going
what
to
are
be
you talking about?
transformed.
This is why ISKCON's such a mess, because devotees are talking like you. The fact is, what Rupanuga said was 100% correct, and your inability to accept that is the problem in ISKCON.
Well, that's all right. I mean, I can understand.
No, it's not all right. It's not all right at all. ISKCON's in a shambles. It's not all right. This is where you're completely wrong. It's not a democracy. We follow Prabhupada, not somebody's speculation.
Please don't get angry with me, Prabhu.
No, but this is the problem in ISKCON. Anything goes now. In Prabhupada's time, all of Prabhupada's disciples stood behind Prabhupada. It's not like that now. How do I know? I joined in the 70s. I'm a Prabhupada disciple. I traveled all over America, all over Europe. I saw what the continuity of Prabhupada's movement was. It doesn't exist today because of this mentality. I'm not attacking you. I'm just telling you what I see with my own eyes.
Yeah, please don't get angry with me.
No,
I
I'm
haven't
angry with
stated
you.
I haven't stated my position. I haven't stated what my beliefs are. I haven't stated what my beliefs are in regard to the GBC.
What does it matter what our beliefs are? We follow Prabhupada's beliefs.
Correct. And so the thing is that I was simply asking a question, which I thought was a fair question, because Rupanuga Prabhu was saying something extremely important.
Look, I'll find it in one of my 100 letters from Srila Prabhupada, okay? I'll find it in writing. But that's the way I was trained by him personally.
That's the way it should be.
That's the way
it should be.
I'm saying.
Yeah, I completely agree with you on that. And I mean, if I might just digress a tiny bit, but consider the war in Ukraine, right? So devotees are being drafted and they have been forced to fight, yes. But ISKCON cannot step up and appeal to the government and say, oh, look, don't draft these because they're religious people. We follow the peace formula in the Bhagavad Gita and everything. Because the GBC is decentralized and weak, the ISKCON cannot speak with force enough to save the lives of devotees. At the moment, we have 7 devotees who have been killed in Ukraine due to the weakness of the GBC.
Absolutely.
So therefore, the pandemic is another example. That this is where we need a strong, centralized, cohesive GBC to make a position statement in order to protect devotees' lives.
Yeah, please don't use the V word or you'll destroy the whole video. Just don't use the V word. Thank you.
Oh, sorry.
Hey,
yeah, so I'm all for a proper GBC and for a cohesive GBC and everything, and that's why I'm relishing this discussion. But I really don't want to make anybody angry, and I really don't want to bring up, any rub salt in any wounds or do anything like that. I'm here only to learn and only to look for some sort of solutions and some way of applying some salve in order to heal. That's all I'm interested in. So
The solution, the healing process, is to follow Srila Prabhupada, not imitate him, but emulate him and follow his instructions. And that's what he trained some of us to do from the day one. And so if I get angry, there's nothing wrong with that. I'm angry for the right reason, because I had to sit down and watch that GBC that Srila Prabhupada created changed and hijacked in 1977. I didn't like it, and I still don't like it, because I know what the GBC was supposed to be doing.
This is a time we need a strong GBC and history needs to be addressed. The black holes of ISKCON history between 1987 and 1988, where people are fighting over its shame. There's a lot of shame. There's a lot of guilt, a lot of accusations about one part of history, and it's making everybody weak, and it's making it impossible to find a common platform, because George Orwell said the way you destroy a society is to destroy its history and to make people ashamed of their history. And this is what's happened in ISKCON. And all I want to do is to rewrite or to present positively in a Pollyanna. This is, I call myself a Pollyanna Bhakta, in optimistic and positive way, even if it looks naive and stupid. I want to do that for that period of history, that black hole that everybody's ashamed about. So this discussion, I'm simply looking for solutions, and I apologize if I've offended anybody.
No, people get triggered. Just so everyone knows, Gautama Prabhu and his former wife Devaki were the first to start the temple in Latvia. What year was that, Gautama Prabhu?
This is in 1989 in USSR. So it wasn't Latvia, it was actually the larger USSR.
Still behind the curtain.
I have a question for Gautama. Do you consider it to be a possibility that there are actually demons that have infiltrated ISKCON and could be on the GBC? Do you consider that to be a potential possibility?
No, I don't consider that. I consider that as being very, very horrible and very, very horrendous. And there's nothing we can do with that thought in a progressive way looking forward.
What if it's true? What if it's true? What if there are people that actually, I mean, it's either true or it's not. There might be people whose hearts, who are on the GBC, who achieved a position of power, that went there with the purpose to destroy the movement. Why wouldn't that be true? Why wouldn't the demons try to
Because Srila Prabhupada handpicked and trained the initial members.
no.
And
every
most of the members
GBC
are
that's
still
on there
in the
now?
Well, this is a different GBC now, far different. The original members are not there.
That's right. So he made the GBC to avoid such horrible thoughts about our authorities, God
There's
brothers.
no point in
Excuse me.
discussing, wait, there's no point in discussing with
This is-
this person if he isn't willing to consider that as a possibility. It becomes Pajalpo, because until he can at least open to his mind to that there is a possibility that that is true, then there's no point in
Well,
discussing.
how about the possibility that that's false? Can you accept
No,
that
That's fine,
possibility?
That's not
that's
the-
fine. I can accept that if you could prove it.
Yes.
But
No,
to have your mind
you
open
can't.
to that, there's
Well,
no
this is the
point
whole thing.
discussing it.
You can't discuss it until you accept it's false. That people are sincere.
There's no point
that they are
discussing it
simply
with you.
No,
In
no,
fact,
no, no.
I'm signing off. There's no point going further. This
The
discussion
idea-
becomes
the idea that
Pajalpa unless you
listen.
can accept that.
One at a time, please. Don't talk over each other.
Okay, the idea that Srila Prabhupada created the GBC at one particular time in 1970 is to still the same GBC because he created it then. That's not logical. That is not logical. The GBC has changed phenomenally since the time I joined it. It's not that because Srila Prabhupada created it that the creation remained the same by some mystic power. It all depended on the persons following Srila Prabhupada's instructions. It all depended upon there being transparent mediums. Do you think there were transparent mediums when they all jumped on the seat, all 11 of them in a circle at the end of the Mayapur temple, at one end of the temple? No.
Well, my view is we have to.
That was not emulating. That was imitating. So the GBC changed. It was bifurcated in 1977. I know I was there. I was on one side and the others were on the other side. And they wanted to run the movement their way. And those of us on the other side had different ideas. The same ideas we thought Srila Prabhupada wanted us to carry out. He didn't want us to imitate him. He didn't want us to replace him. He didn't want us to succeed him. He wanted us to represent him, to be transparent mediums for him and his teachings. That didn't happen after 1977, and that's been the problem.
Well, that's true. We need to
May I make-
heal. to heal those 10 years,
Yes,
and
but
those people. We need to look at it positively.
yes,
How can
but
Otherwise, there's no way
how
forward.
can you look at it positively when these people actually are hijacked Prabhupada's movement and Guru Tatmadas Prabhu? I don't mean to offend you, but you're putting these people on an infallibility list. You're putting them on a pedestal that they don't deserve. If they follow Prabhupada properly, then yes, in fact, they should be respected. But if they deviate from Prabhupada's instructions, you say, respect them as they're infallible anyway. What you're saying makes no sense whatsoever.
This is
I
the
didn't-
proof. Listen,
uh,
the proof is.
I didn't
the
wait,
proof
so I'll
that- the
tell you my
proof.
position.
What's the
'cause-
proof that you're wrong? The proof that you're wrong is this. They recommended to play Russian roulette to those in charge, to those they were in charge of, to innocent people, to innocent devotees and children, women and children. They recommended that they play Russian roulette. And that indicated their real colors. That would never have happened with Srila Prabhupada's time, even up to, because they would have done the research. They would have done their homework before they would have done such a thing, recommending something like that of such a momentous event. And Srila Prabhupada explained in his books, the world, the whole society of humans is controlled by Rakshasas. And therefore, anything coming down is under their control. Anything of international, global extent has to be under their control because they're in charge. Therefore, the leader should have looked at it very carefully. Had they known that from the books, which I happen to know, I happen to quote it. He said it's very dangerous, very, very dangerous time because the Rakshasas are in control. And what rolls down on a global level is under the Rakshasas' control. That includes the Russian roulette. And they recommended that. They insisted on some people couldn't stay in their service unless they played Russian roulette. Some people couldn't live in the temple unless they played Russian roulette. They did not.
What is Russian roulette?
Don't you figure out what I'm saying?
It's the V word.
It's the you know what, the shot.
You're talking about that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry, I thought
Even
you were talking about something else.
That's not so important. No, but it is the most important indication of, of the failure, abject failure of a criminal act by the so-called leaders.
How about the poisoning of Prabhupada?
Listen, forget that.
That's a different issue.
Who insisted, who demanded, who set example, who put the name on a list, who condoned it, who recommended it. In some cases, insisted it that if you want to stay in your service, you got to do it. If you want to live in the temple, you got to do it.
It's going on right now. I just
Yeah. Sorry to
You can't stay overnight in the Los Angeles temple unless you're triple. You get it 3 times. It's going on right now. Even
Yeah,
in
that's-
Alachua are.
So
I can't even.
how are you going to purify such people? How are you going to rectify such people? You don't know the difference between right and
obviously
wrong.
that's a rhetorical question. The thing is that the vaccines. Sorry, not the
Don't say
vaccines.
that word, please. You'll
Yeah,
ruin
that's
the whole
obviously-
thing. You're gonna take me off of YouTube because of that.
Yeah, don't say the word vaccine.
We're on Zoom now anyway, and this is private. This is encrypted. But besides that, the point is that it's a test. That's been a test, and we've gotten these tests throughout in our history. You know, the first test.
I have to
was when we
stop
had
this whole video right now. They're gonna destroy my 200 videos for mentioning this word. I asked you not to.
He said he doesn't think this is going to be public, but it is.
No, it is. It's public already.
But the point is, this is also public, and I hope all my GBC God brothers are watching this. You're a bunch of criminals for doing what you did. That's not the way Srila Prabhupada trained us. We're trained by Srila Prabhupada to protect the devotees, to defend the devotees from the deprogrammers, from getting drafted back in the late 60s. We were getting people out of the draft by signing that they were missionary students. They took the vow of poverty and so on. So we were getting people out of the draft. That was our duty. to save them from going. Some of them went. We couldn't stop it. But we were, that's Srila Baba's order. He wanted us to get the devotees protected from the draft by making it clear to the authorities that they were ministerial students and they were exempted. So it was the GBC's duty to protect them from going off. And the GBC, listen, at that time, the GBC didn't even exist. It was up to the temple presidents, like I did in Buffalo. We had to defend these persons because they.
I actually did that in USSR as well. I got one guy off the draft as well, back in 1989. So,
okay.
yeah.
That's the duty of the leadership, to protect the devotees from being drafted, to protect the devotees from being harmed in any way. They're supposed to defend the devotees with their lives, not sit around in some armchair and say, well, we disown you devotees who went on Harinam and went on and distributed thousands of plates a day. We don't want anything to do with them. Here's their family name, and here's their spiritual name, and here's the whole list. And then turn around and get $5 million a year from the government.
That's what New Zealand Temple did. I guess you know that, Gautama. You're in Australia.
Yeah. We can change the subject. I really had.
No, you're not getting away so easy.
Yeah.
Yeah, you brought it up.
Yeah.
No. I was bringing up the period 1977 to 1987 ISKCON history.
It's the present period that makes the difference. We had to talk about now, what's happening right now. And it's not going to stop tomorrow. And what are you going to do about it?
Yeah,
talk.
well, the way to
just talk. What are you going to do to save the lives of devotees who are being ordered every day to play Russian roulette?
Yeah, I mean, a direct question.
No, you're going to call it a test. It's a test, really? It's a test of what?
It is a test. Yeah, it's a test of faith because, I mean, really, like I was discussing with Gora that life comes from life. And this is our basic philosophy, that life cannot come from matter. But, this whole germ theory is based on the fact that you have a bag of RNA molecules, which becomes alive. So, and acts as a, pathogen and kills people. Now, this is against our philosophy because we don't believe that molecules can be alive. Very simple. And
no, we don't believe you should kill people for the wrong reason. That's what we don't believe you should kill devotees for the wrong reason. What to speak of people in general. I'm saying, what are you going to do about it except talk about pacifying everybody and everybody working together and working cooperative spirit? Are you kidding? That's gone.
Well, if you're asking about me personally, so the way I'm preaching to devotees, or not, I won't say preaching, but the way I'm reminding them is the basic tenets of Bhagavad Gita, that life comes from life, and therefore germ theory doesn't make any sense, and therefore
excuse me.
Hold on, Jai Madhava. Let him finish. He has an excellent point here. This is supporting the Bhaktivedanta Institute. Make your point, Gautama. It's a very good point. Please finish.
Well, we're being blinded by the science. The science is being thrown at us and saying, this is what's happening. So we have to question right at the roots, like Prabhupada used to say. He used to say, you make life in the laboratory and then I'll believe you. So in the same way, we should tell devotees that you show that a virus is alive. It's basically the same thing. It's just making life in the laboratory, and say, you show me that this virus is alive and that it even exists, and therefore I'll believe you. But we always have to just go back to the basic Krishna conscious philosophy that molecules cannot manifest symptoms of life, cannot mutate.
Why don't you start with the GBC and the temple presidents who are ordering the people who follow them to play Russian roulette? Why don't you get down to earth and get out of your ivory tower? We're talking about life and death here.
The temple I started, I approached them and I spoke to them, and they were not. They were being defiant. They were developing natural immunity, and they were negotiating with their local government to allow exemptions. So I felt that the small realm of responsibility I had taken was working, successfully. I can't speak for what's happening in USA. I can speak for one tiny temple in a tiny geographical area in Latvia, which is the temple Devaki and I founded in 1989. So that's all I can say. I'm sorry, I can't, do any more than
Then
that.
stop talking in such a general way. You don't know what you're talking about then. You're talking about a local thing, but we're talking about something that's happening worldwide. Okay, not in Latvia, a small little country with about 3 million people live in it. We're talking
Well,
about hundreds of millions of people. We're talking about thousands and thousands of devotees all over this planet that are being governed by your beloved GBC.
Well, that's right. So that's why on Facebook and in social media, I have a presence where I'm reminding devotees about life comes from life, not doesn't come from molecules.
No, your head's in the clouds. You don't understand the difference between life and death. That's your problem. You want to talk philosophy about atoms and molecules, and we're talking about life and death. That's where you're at. You're a speculator flying in the clouds, and we're talking about reality here. Devotees' lives are in danger, and some of them are going to die
that's
already.
correct.
Some of them are going to die.
No, I agree. I'm a speculator, and I have my heads in clouds, and I'm completely powerless
No,
to do anything.
but excuse me, Gautama Prabhu. As Gautama's advocate, I just want to say, in his own small way, just like the little spider trying to bring some dust to build a bridge for Ramachandra. So I thought that this is an excellent point. That we've all millions have been warned that they have to go and play Russian roulette because of this thing that doesn't really exist. That's the point that he's making, correct, Gautama?
Make the point to the GBC. They're the ones who make the decisions. They're the ones who need to be educated. Don't try to educate us. We already know all this stuff.
Preaching to the choir.
Everybody
Yeah,
here, everybody knows all that already. We know all the life of life.
This test we're experiencing.
I was there when the BI was formed, okay? I made two of the devotees on the BI. I made Madhava devotee and I made Sariputta devotee. And I know where they were coming from. And I know the BI because I was there when it started, when it was officially formed in 1976 in Washington, D.C. I know the mission of BI is to challenge the very things you're talking about. And that same challenge should be there at the minds of the GBC and the temple presidents.
Yeah, exactly.
And it's not there because they don't know the science. All of us here, you're preaching to the choir. I'm telling you that you've got to educate those people that you're so much hopeful about, because they made the mistake already. They've already cost lives. And if they haven't cost lives, they've caused debilitation to people who will die sooner or die in pain. These people, what are you going to do about that? You preach to them about life from life. Is that going to change their consciousness?
My strategy is that this is one test, and we don't know what tests are coming in the future. We've had a lot of shock tests in our system. We had sannyasis fall down, we had gurus fall down, we had misappropriations of all kinds, and they've tested the faith of the devotees.
This is not a test.
And the war in Ukraine.
This is not a test, it's an attack. We're being attacked. It's not a test. We're being attacked. Wake up. We are being attacked.
Yeah, that's right.
From within. From within, we're being attacked.
From within, exactly. It's the leaders that are attacking us. It's an attack.
That's right.
Get off your high horse and get out of your ivory tower. We're being attacked. And you're being attacked.
Thank you. Thank you, Prabhu, for
You're welcome. You're welcome. Wake up.
No,
just
so
wake up. Preach something that's required. Preach something that's up to date. Preach something that devotees need to hear. Go to the GBC and preach your science to them and ask them, why didn't you do your homework before you recommended this?
That's a good question. See,
the philosophy. It's a good question. Ask them, not me. Ask them.
No. If you allow me just 1 minute. So what my strategy is I'm in this for the long game. This is so I'm thinking about the future, and the way I want to do that, I want to heal the past. and to establish the credibility of the GBC and to get devotees involved in the GBC in order to have more influence, as you said, because at the moment the GBC is irrelevant to most devotees' lives.
It's
They
irrelevant. It's giving
score
the
and
order. It's giving the order. How is
by
it irrelevant? How is it irrelevant if it's giving the order to risk the life? Isn't that
well,
relevant?
actually, the GBC doesn't have that much power in temples. The GBC has practically zero power in temples, and and temple presidents have zero power over devotees' lives. Devotees do whatever the hell they want these days.
What?
As we know.
What?
That's not a
Where are you
fact.
coming from? Where are you coming from?
The authoritarian structure is completely broken down. Temples are just we don't arrange marriages. When was the last arranged marriage by temple president?
No. Let me just come back to what we're talking about, Prabhu. Devotees. I was told by a devotee in Europe, my friend who's been a pujari for 15 years at Bhaktivedanta Manor, was told by the temple president and temple council, unless you play Russian roulette 3 times, you got to go. You're homeless. You have to go out. You're on the street.
Yeah, it's the same with all the work. You can't get a work here in Australia, in Melbourne, in Victoria, Australia. You can't get any job
Devotees,
because
not workers. We're not talking about the general public.
Yeah,
We're
but
talking
they
about
have to follow the laws of the land.
We're talking about the saviors of the general public, and they're being what? They're being
Exactly.
told.
But do you think that Bhaktivedanta Manor should get a $400,000 fine like you would get here in Melbourne? Because you have to follow the laws of the land or you'll be punished. And if that's been coming from the laws of the land, then with different consideration. Whereas if it's just coming from the GBC, then that's another consideration. But every temple is different, and every temple president doesn't have that sort of power anymore over devotees' lives.
The laws of the land, in effect, say play Russian roulette. Those laws should not be followed. Srila Prabhupada said to some devotees, if they put you in jail, what are you going to do? Chant Hare Krishna. What are you going to do?
That's right. Yeah, but you get a $400,000 fine and lose Prabhupada's temple.
Yeah, that's your
just for no reason, just for one pujari.
That's your speculation. I'm saying
well,
if the leadership stood up for all the devotees, then this kind of thing would not be so easy. There are still courts functioning in some countries, like the US and UK, and there's a way to do this without just caving in and sacrificing the lives of people in your charge.
Exactly.
Don't you get it? Don't you get it?
Yeah. I mean, the management should be going to the authorities and asking for exemptions based on religious grounds that we don't believe in germ theory. That's what should be happening. It should be a preaching opportunity, and the devotees should be doing it. And the GBC should be leading. They should have a position statement. The GBC should have a position statement and saying, well, in accordance with our philosophy, this virus does not exist.
But they've already come out and said what their position is. The position is to cooperate with the authorities.
Exactly.
Not to challenge them.
That's right. One Mataji, excuse me for interjecting for just a brief moment. One Mataji, she used to come to our readings, Shuddha Sindhu, and she was, informally she was with Muslim culture in Malaysia, and she said the religious Muslims, they're challenging their government. They're saying, we don't accept the substance that is in these Russian roulettes, and we refuse to take, we want an exemption. Like the Muslims, they're organized, and like, what the hell, what's wrong with us? Sorry,
well, that's right. It's because the GBC has lost credibility, and we need to build it up from the ground up, and we need to address those 10 years.
Build it up from the ground up? What are you talking about?
Yeah, I'm talking about this generation.
Build what up?
Who's going to
this generation?
How do you build up a corrupt organization? What do you do? Get rid of them, fire them, and then replace them? What do you do? Meanwhile, they're acting like crazy.
Well, the first thing is that we have to repair the history of ISKCON, so everybody is proud to be a member of the ISKCON.
What do you mean
GBC,
repair?
first of all.
What are you talking about? Bhakti,
What do you
listen,
mean repair?
what did Bhaktivinoda Thakur say? Let the past sleep, ne'er dwell in the future at all, but act in times that are with thee, and progress thou shalt call. So let us act in times that are with us to get progress.
Yeah, but for example,
not yeah.
for
The progress
like we
now.
like previously you were saying about the female energy in society and the way that Western society is collapsing. We were talking about that, and also the history is being demolished from the Western society. That everything good you say about Western society, we say, oh yeah, but what about slavery? What about this? What about that? And so it's the same way with ISKCON. Whatever.
Are you a liberal? Are you a liberal?
No. So whatever good we say, then people come up and say, oh, what about those 10 years? What happened during that dark period? Everything you say has no basis because of these 10 years.
What about now?
Yes, I understand.
What about the last 2 years where the devotees have been isolated from reality?
That's all the symptoms of not having pride in ISKCON, not having pride in the.
You want to treat the systems. You treat the symptoms. I'll treat the disease. Okay. You're a symptom treater. You're an allopath. You be an allopath. I'll be Ayurvedic. I want to go to the disease. I want to go to the cause, and the cause is a corrupt leadership who never had a sincere bone in their body would have recommended such a thing to any living being. What to speak of a devotee in their charge? It's just like
what about the war in Ukraine that some gurus encouraged devotees to take up weapons and fight?
Serious?
Yeah, it was completely based on Shastra.
Oh, it was
because Prabhupada gives so many statements about taking up weapons, defense. The 6 aggressors. The stuff that is written in.
Hold on for a second.
Listen,
this is getting crazy. They're asking the devotees in Ukraine to take up weapons to defend a corrupt government. Are you out of your mind?
No, but they're using our philosophy to do that.
They're using our philosophy to mislead the devotees. The Ukraine government is corrupt to the bone. It's run by the Nazi party.
Yeah.
Are you
so
serious?
anyway, the GBC needs to step in here and make a position statement, but
they won't. That's the whole point. They're not doing their job.
The GBC is not going to step in. They've already stepped out. The GBC is out to lunch.
Exactly. So this is why we need a stronger GBC. We need a centralized, organized.
Oh, we don't need to centralize anything. Prabhupada wanted decentralization.
Oh,
we need centralized.
Okay,
because if you look at the Catholic Church and the canon laws of Catholic Church, that's highly, highly centralized. So
Prabhupada didn't want ISKCON centralized. You're defying what Prabhupada said. No centralization.
No, Rupanuga said that.
What are you saying?
Rupanuga Prabhu said the canon laws of the Catholic Church.
That's canon laws. That's not centralization.
I didn't use the word centralization. You're using it. I'm going to let.
But that's what it is.
No.
That's what it is. The Catholic Church is centralized.
He said not. Listen. He told us not to copy them, not to repeat, but to get an idea by looking at it. And what I saw was that they had given explicit instructions as to the duties, the character, the qualifications of everybody in the Catholic Church, from the cardinals down to the altar boys. That's all it did. So that meant Srila Prabhupada wanted Varna and Ashram completely into the Constitution, so that any devotee could see by looking at the Constitution whether someone was behaving properly or not, because there was a standard. That's why he wanted a Constitution, to make a standard for the society. And
that's centralization.
That's not centralization.
No, it's not.
Centralization has to do with control, with money, with decision making. He told Karandar in that classic letter, which apparently you haven't read, he said, all these ideas of bureaucracy and centralization, drop the idea, forget it. That was the last sentence in that famous letter. You should read it, because it's all
I read the letter when the letters book came out in the 80s.
Well, read it again.
I saw that letter.
We'll read it
Yeah.
again.
No,
It
but
says no
this is the point that we need.
no centralization, and no bureaucracy. He warned against it, and that's what they've
Yeah, of
done.
course, that's some sort of a material, financial, accounting, bureaucratic, but that type of centralization. But the other, we need spiritual centralization. We need policy statements coming from the GBC to protect devotees. That's a different type of centralization.
Of
Which is
course, you can
completely
call anything spiritual, but the point is spiritual direction. Do you think it was a spiritual direction to tell the devotees to play Russian roulette? Was that spiritual?
Hang on, what? I lost the thought.
Yes, you have to, sooner or later, you're going to be speechless because it's not spiritual.
No,
It's
you asked me a
material.
question. I
It's
didn't understand
material.
the question you asked.
The question is, was instructing devotees to play Russian roulette a spiritual instruction?
Well, I don't know. What was their instruction? I haven't seen
Oh,
their
please.
position statement.
Oh, come on. We've already told you so many times.
Well, the GBC put out a
see-
statement. They put out a statement, the GBC. They said that they're neutral on the whole issue. It's up to each devotee to do their own research on the topic. Yet, individually, so many GBCs appeared in Dandavats.com, ISKCON News, GBC SPT, saying playing Russian roulette with the V is the best decision for them. So it's a contradiction. As a body, as a whole, they say we're neutral, and as individuals, they advertise it and endorse it.
Well, that's the answer for Rupanuga Prabhu then, because he was asking me what was their policy, and their policy is neutrality, and it's up to the individual devotee. So
No, that's not
Whoa,
true. That's not true.
please.
The temple presidents were doing what the GBC instructed them to do. And they were telling devotees, you must play Russian roulette or you can't work here, you can't live here, you have to stop your service, or unless
it,
you get,
it was left up to the temple presidents then, was it?
no, they're saying they were neutral. That's not true. They were not neutral. They were.
Well, I don't know. We need to see the wording then.
So who are you going to blame it on?
You need to see the wording here
Listen to this.
see.
Listen to this. The GBC was responsible by Srila Prabhupada's instruction for what went on in the movement. They were responsible. If you say only the temple presidents were making the orders, the GBC was responsible for that, to stop it, because they were supposed to know what was going on in their zone. And I mean every detail. Because I used to send reports to Srila Prabhupada with the details of every temple in my zone. And he wanted that monthly report.
Yeah, so we need more of that type of centralization.
Look, it's not there.
I know it's not there. This is a big
So
problem.
what you have to do is you have to stop the disease that's taken place. You have to stop what's happened because it isn't there. You can't worry about reconstruction. You know, when the house is burning down, you're talking about how you're going to rebuild it. I mean, it's crazy. People are going to die because of being misled.
Yeah, I mean, realistically, you know, someone like myself or anyone has to think, what are their resources? What can they do? What can they achieve? And this is something I can achieve.
What's that?
You know, I can achieve to fill that black hole between 1977 and 87 and dissipate and build up pride in ISKCON history and establish the authority of the GBC and have pride in the authority of the GBC. Now, you know, that will bring around reform in the GBC because more people will be interested, more people will be involved, more people will be asking questions, more people will be putting on pressure. But at the moment, the GBC is ignored and irrelevant. And especially in the peripheries and Nam Huts sort of situations, which is most of Europe.
Rank and file devotees are following orders that come down from the GBC. Their policies are being made by Anuttama and other persons who are in charge of the propaganda. And I can show you quotations from them, which I recorded. They are making policies that are drifting down. It's not that things are pulled out of the air.
The GBC doesn't have such authority. The GBC is weak and ignored. Nobody cares about the GBC today.
Who are you talking about?
I'm talking about the rank and file devotees, especially Nam Hut devotees, which make up thousands and thousands of devotees in places like Ukraine. They don't even know the GBC. They've never heard of the GBC.
Okay, that's all right.
They don't care.
Then why are they playing Russian roulette?
Why are they what? Sorry.
Why are they playing Russian roulette?
Uh,
They don't listen to the GBC if nobody's there to tell them what to do. Why are they doing it?
Well,
Who's
that's an
telling-
individual
who's telling them
choice.
to
Some
do it?
are, some aren't. That's just an individual choice according to their faith in Krishna and the philosophy.
What?
We've already
It's-
told you, of instances, and we can get more if your deaf ears would be open, how devotees are told if they want to do the service, they got to play Russian roulette.
They had to
Yeah,
leave.
but that's told by the local temple president under pressure from the government. I'm assuming.
You're assuming a lot.
But that is a very viable scenario. Any business here in Victoria can be closed down simply for employing someone who hasn't been, Russian rouletted 3 times.
We're not talking about business. We're talking about devotees who have given their lives to a cause.
Temples are under the same auspices. They are considered a social organization. They have to follow the laws or they get fined. Now that is different than people.
Listen, are you
devotees
saying in order to avoid, are you telling me that in order to avoid a fine, that in order to avoid a fine, that a temple president is supposed to tell those in his charge that they should play Russian roulette?
That's crazy.
Well, they have the option of leaving.
What? They have the option of being driven out?
Not
Is that
driven
an
out.
option? That's not an option.
There's very few people living in temples today. In ISKCON temples, we have a few Indian pujaris, and otherwise nobody is living in them.
That's not true. There's a lot of places where devotees are living.
It's not this driving out on the street. Devotees have independent existences. They don't listen to the BBC and they make GBC and they make their own individual decisions about Russian roulette. We can't blame the GBC for this. They gave a statement of neutrality.
No.
The local temple president.
There's no statement of neutrality.
That's
The GBC should have made a statement, public statement, recommending to all the devotees, all the rank and file devotees in ISKCON, not to play Russian roulette.
Right.
Because it was dangerous and it was coming down from the Rakshasas. That's our philosophy. That's in the Bhagavatam. It's coming
Yes.
from Rakshasas.
Here is their
would be very
statement. This is the official statement of the GBC in front of you, but I don't think you want to read it out loud because it's got the V word in it. But this is the official statement of the
Okay, yeah, this is very important. But the thing is, I need to get it up on my screen here. But I mean, can you read it aloud just to tactfully?
But why? What's the point? It doesn't matter what it
Well,
says.
this is what we're discussing. You are accusing.
No.
the
It doesn't matter
GBC.
what it says. What matters is what's happening. What's actually
Well,
happening.
that's individual choice of devotees.
No, that's absolutely incorrect. There is no individual choice. The GBC knows or should know what the Russian roulette playing means. They don't leave it up to the devotees. That's ridiculous. If the GBC knows something that's not good for the devotees, they have to protect them from making the wrong decision. That's what it means to be a GBC. To protect.
Yeah,
the
that's
devotees.
true. That's true. They should be a little bit more proactive, but
little
nobody's
bit.
listening.
A little
What?
bit. We're talking about life and death. What do you mean a
But
little
people
bit?
aren't listening. The devotees don't listen to the GBC, and we don't even know their resolutions. And a case in point here
They
is that
do
we're
listen to the
talking about.
GBC. They do listen and they blindly follow many times.
What?
So I missed that.
I know of devotees following the GBC blindly because they don't have enough information. So what you're saying is completely wrong.
That's true. You may know some devotees, and that's anecdotal evidence, which is
There are
very
millions
interesting.
of devotees. There are millions of devotees in India who listen to the GBC and even other places.
The devotees follow generally, if they live in temples, probably there in India it's different. But if they live in temples, then they
You're
follow.
speaking of a few exceptions. That's not the truth. You're speaking of a few exceptions.
No, we're speaking about the whole USA, Australia, Europe, where we have very few devotees living in temple, and they don't follow GBC instructions directly. They follow the temple president, who makes the decisions, and the GBC have stated that it's an individual decision. unless it conflicts with the laws of the land.
Just like the temple presidents are telling, okay, let's pass the buck to the temple presidents then. Okay, never mind the GBC. Let's go to the temple presidents. What are they doing? Telling devotees that unless they play Russian roulette, they can't live in the temple or they can't do their service. That's coming
Well,
from the temple presidents?
maybe they're trying to avoid a massive fine and being shut down.
Look,
But
they don't know.
even
They
the
don't know what's
independent,
going to happen to them. They don't know because they haven't tried to avoid it. They don't know what's going to happen. Don't you think there's some dependence on Krishna here? Don't you think the Supreme Personality of Godhead has something to say about this?
Exactly, yeah. So, I mean, it's a preaching
They
opportunity.
They should go
It's a
out on a
preaching
limb and
opportunity.
expect to be protected by Krishna. Never mind the fines, never mind everything. If the
Yeah, I mean, the
devotee's
temple president,
life are at stake, that's what matters.
the temple president should be going to the local authorities, getting exemptions, getting special considerations. We don't know. I mean, how do we know what these temple presidents that we are criticizing here, how do we know how much effort they've gone in order to avoid this? But this thing is really hard to avoid. Like, for example, in Melbourne here, one doctor gave an exemption and they closed him down because he was starting to give exemptions. And there was a scandal. They actually stormed his premises, confiscated his computers, and they apprehended him. They released him on bail, and they fined him.
He's most for
Only for giving an exception. We're talking very powerful forces here.
He's very fortunate because Krishna will take care of him because he did the right thing to protect the devotee. He's very fortunate. He may look on the external side like he was being punished materially, but spiritually, he's very fortunate.
This was a doctor. This was just not a devotee. This was just a doctor who was giving
I don't care
exemption.
whether he's a devotee or not. The point is that he was trying to do his duty.
He was
Yes.
maintaining integrity.
Exactly, yes.
And he was trying to
Yes.
protect devotees.
Wait a
too.
minute.
So this man will get his just rewards. Never mind materially, he may lose his license, he may lose his reputation, but he's not a loser as far as Krishna is concerned.
I have a question for Guru Tatmadas. Why are you assuming that the devotees in the temples, under threat of being closed down, should bow to the demons? Why are we bowing to the demons? Where's the fighting spirit? Okay, let them close the temples down. Krishna, we have to have faith in Krishna. Krishna will do something to these people if they start attacking us. But why do we have to cave into their nonsense that is actually going to harm and kill devotees? This is ludicrous.
Yeah, no, that's a good question. I mean, that's really up to the local devotees to decide how they're going to handle every crisis.
No, it's not up to the local devotees. It's up to the authorities to research it, which they didn't do. They didn't research it. They said to the devotees, you research it. And the devotees.
The problem is the movement's not run on democracy. It never was. There's a leadership, there's leaders, and there's followers. The followers may not know the best way to go, but the leaders are supposed to know.
Exactly.
They're supposed to protect the devotees and lead them in the right direction. This movement was never just a bunch of followers or a bunch of leaders. There was always leaders and there's always followers. That's normal.
Yeah, I know, but now the movement is very decentralized, especially with thousands of Namhatas. And that structure is simply not there. That was there back in the day, you know. Now it's very decentralized. People don't know what the GBC resolutions, don't care, don't listen. And
excuse me.
no authority.
No, excuse me. It's more than just the GBC. If these are, so you got these devotees in the hundreds of Namahatas. A lot of these devotees are initiated devotees. It's their guru's responsibility to research it and warn them about the dangers. And they did not leave it up to them. They make a mistake.
Yeah, that's a good point. That's, it depends a lot on the individual gurus. There's a lot of gurus there. There's third generation gurus. There's gurus who are Harikesh Swami disciple. There's one very influential guru. I'm talking about Ukraine at the moment. And, individual gurus, they have their influence, but the mood now is the gurus don't get involved in the devotees' personal lives. They don't give them any directives. You must do this.
Their personal life is
That's crazy.
The spiritual life. Their spiritual life is their personal life. That's their spiritual life. And the guru is involved with the spiritual life. He's involved with a personal life because a real personal life is a spiritual life. That's what a guru is for. To take
Yes,
care of the spiritual life.
we understand that, but due to traumatization in ISKCON from guru overreach and misappropriation of guru privileges and all the shameful past we've had, gurus now are very, very hands-off. They don't get involved in devotees' lives. They don't get involved in marriages and nothing. They just
They're
come,
not
they give a
gurus
lecture and
then.
they leave.
Excuse me. Then they're not gurus. I don't care who they are.
Well, yeah, okay. But
They're no longer gurus. It's just a farce. The whole thing's turned into a three-ring circus.
you wanted it to be decentralized. So how decentralized do you want it?
Not decentralized from Srila Prabhupada's instructions. Srila Prabhupada was not impersonal about his disciples. In fact, in the beginning, before he started delegating authority because he wanted to translate without being disturbed, he got involved with a lot of personal affairs.
Yes, that stopped. He delegated that right up to the point of initiations where he appointed
He was involved. He was involved more so, even with the Grihastha life. He got involved. He married people. He also helped them. He counseled.
That was very, very early, and then later he didn't get involved in devotees' lives.
Because as the movement expanded, he delegated that responsibility. It didn't mean it went away. He just gave it to other people. And
That's
those
right.
other people failed.
That's right.
They have failed.
Yeah, I mean, that's what a lot of devotees nowadays are in shock about. How could a temple president arrange a marriage, without, I mean, the marriages used to be arranged even without the parties being consulted properly. It was just like devotees would turn up, sit next to somebody in the fire yagya, and there she was. That's the extreme.
This is the past. This is the past. This is the past history. That's your problem. Yeah. You're an historian that lives in the past. We're talking about now.
No, it's like something you put food in.
Right now.
Exactly. So now, temple presidents and gurus aren't involved in devotees' lives to that degree that they can mandate or dictate individual things like that.
They should be. That's the point of being a temple president and a guru. You are to protect the spiritual life, and you can't have a spiritual life if you're dead.
Yeah, I agree with you. I completely agree with you on that.
No, you don't. No, you don't. You're just lip service. You don't agree with a damn thing I say. You're just
I'm just pointing out the present situation. That's all.
You're just
the present situation is that a lot of independent devotees are playing Russian roulette because of what the GBC is recommending, though they don't live in the temples.
Yeah, it's a little bit hard to hear you. There's a lot of echo. Sorry.
Yeah, the independent devotees are also playing Russian roulette, though they don't live in the temples, because the GBC has an indirect effect.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I understood what he's saying. He's saying a situation there in Ahmedabad or wherever he is.
I'm not talking about Ahmedabad. I'm talking about the entire world. I have family in the United States. Yeah, I'm not talking about India. I'm talking about the United States.
Oh, okay. I have no comment about the entire world.
Yeah. And Australia has only 25 million people, so I'm not talking about that place. I'm talking about United States.
Okay, well, shall we call it an evening? Is everyone satisfied?
I don't know. This has been an explosion.
I'd like to, what's the word? Pay obeisances.
That's nice. But one thing, Prabhu, you have to understand, you're overrating the GBC tremendously. They've gone off the rails. That's the bottom line. And you're not going to be the one to fix it. Okay?
Well, I'm doing my tiny little effort.
You can't do anything.
You
should just preach for Prabhupada and repeat Prabhupada's instructions to the devotees, and don't even bother with the GBC anymore.
Well, the GBC is a very, very large part of Srila Prabhupada. and it's very, very large part of his instructions, and we can't forget it and we can't ignore it.
No, but how can you say that, Prabhu, in the face of you're talking to the very first GBC here? Who else has the vision that Rupanuga has, who joined Prabhupada in 1966, 3 months after Prabhupada arrived in New York City there at 26 Second Avenue at that location, and then because of his name is the first name of all the GBCs. And for 18 years he did this service day in and day out. And back in what, 1988 or something, Rupanuga, you realized this is not repairable. It was going too much off the rails.
Well, call me Pollyanna.
Okay, Pollyanna Prabhu.
Yeah, Bhakta Pollyanna, that's me.
No, the point is, Srila Prabhupada also made the remark that if this organization is too much trouble, I'll dissolve it. Prabhupada also dissolved the GBC when he was on the planet because they were repeatedly doing things without asking his permission and making decisions that were not, they were acting independently from him, doing things completely opposite of what he wanted to be done. So what you're really trying to paint a picture is you're trying to paint some fantasy world of a GBC that's infallible, and that that we have to follow them right or wrong. And
I never said anything like that.
But you're implying that. And we
not
don't need to respect people that don't follow Prabhupada properly.
The GBC
I never said any of those things.
But you imply it.
The GBC,
No, I don't imply it.
The GBC was suspended for 3 months because of a meeting, and I was there. I know what the meeting, they forced the meeting on me as the temple president of New York. They insisted on having a meeting. Srila Prabhupada found out about the meeting, what went on at that meeting, which was centralization. The meeting was to centralize in America all the treasuries were to go to one person who was going to manage as a treasurer, who wasn't even a member of the GBC. When Srila Prabhupada found out about that, he suspended the GBC for several months and had the temple presidents deal directly with him. Okay, I was there, the temple president, and I had nothing to do with that meeting. I could tell when it was called that they had already pre-planned, that everybody had worked out the agenda because it unfolded in that meeting, that they had already talked with each other and discussed the whole thing, what they were going to do. It was a kind of a local coup, let's say. And when Srila Prabhupada found out about it, he suspended it.
It's very instructive. That's
what happened. I've got a copy of my telegram I sent to Srila Prabhupada. I got a copy of the telegram I got back from Srila Prabhupada because I didn't like it. I didn't like being removed from temple president of New York and put out in LA as a PR man. That's what they wanted to do. Oh, Rupanuga, you're the face of America. We're going to send you out to LA so you can do all your public relations. You were so successful with the David Susskind show. 10 million people saw it. You've been on TV. You've done all this media work. We know what you're good at. What a lot of nonsense. Yeah. What a lot of nonsense. But it had to happen. It had to happen because it was done against Srila Prabhupada's instructions. It was done without his approval. And that's exactly what's going on right now on a large scale. The people who are in charge are responsible. I don't care if people believe in them or not. I don't care if they're popular or not. I don't care if anybody doesn't pay attention to them or not. They still have to act like they are supposed to act, which means to protect the devotees. Never mind whether the devotees like them or not. It doesn't matter.
That's correct. Yeah, I completely agree with that.
You're supposed to be personal representatives of Srila Prabhupada, and that's exactly what he said. And these men, and he says in the GBC Directions of Management, these men are considered to be my personal representatives, and that's what GBC means: to be a personal representative of Srila Prabhupada, to carry out his instructions, to follow. Yeah. To follow him, to emulate him, not imitate, but to follow his instructions and actually translate his instructions for the devotees, put them into action for the devotees. The GBC hasn't done this for years,
That's true.
Decades,
it's true,
for decades. So stop thinking about resurrecting the GBC.
No, I'm talking about ISKCON history, of filling that black hole in ISKCON history where the GBC is implicated in that. And that's my main focus at the moment.
You can focus
And
all
I'm
you
hoping
want.
to
You
stop.
can focus.
I'm
You can
hoping to
focus.
stop a
You can
lot of.
focus. But you're not going to be able to do a damn thing about it. You can focus and focus and focus, but you're not going to do
Yeah.
something.
But you know,
Well,
excuse me for interrupting for just one moment, Gautama Prabhu. I just wanted to say to Rupanuga that I think this video is extremely valuable because there is a whole new generation of GBCs coming out of something called the GBC Academy. And they're being trained up to be because we're going to be leaving our bodies and we're going to be leaving them with the mess that, you know, that we've left, that they've left. So it's important if they hear this video, it maybe a few light bulbs will be turned on, you know? Maybe.
yes, definitely.
Well, the way I feel about it, I might have resigned in 1988 from the GBC, and I might have resigned from being a trustee on 12 temples in 1992, maybe, because they formed a completely unauthorized organization or committee, GBC committee, above the individual trustees, which was against Srila Prabhupada's instruction. Every 3 trustees on every property was to be the ones in charge, and they weren't to be answerable to anybody but there are 3 of them. The majority vote. So when they did that, that was the final straw for me. I wasn't going to be responsible. So I resigned. A number of reasons. And one of the reasons was the GBC was so far off. It was just so far off. I couldn't participate. And what I saw was basically karmic. Okay. So it was self-preservation in one sense. I tried to make reform from within a number of ways. I tried. When I was GBC chairman, I got the Acharya board off the GBC. They thought they were trying to form something that was really like floating above the GBC, an Acharya board, which is supposed to be a subcommittee. But because I couldn't go to the meeting as the president, as the chairman of the GBC, I wasn't allowed to go to their meeting to see how things are going on, to see if they're keeping up with the time, what they were doing, what they were supposed to do. No, I was not allowed to go to that meeting because I wasn't a guru. And I said, you're not part of the GBC. If the GBC chairman could not go to a subcommittee meeting, that subcommittee meeting is not part of the GBC. You're out. So they had to go and have their little Acharya board separate, but it wasn't part of the GBC. So I tried in so many different ways, and other ways I made proposals that were rejected. So, and I could tell you some other stories I wouldn't want to say in public, but I'm telling you, I tried my best. I never actually resigned the GBC. I still think like the GBC is supposed to think. I might have resigned on paper, but I have never stopped thinking the way I was trained by Srila Prabhupada. And I'm telling you that you're wasting your time trying to reform a body that's so far gone. I don't know the answer. I don't know, simply because Srila Prabhupada created the GBC concept. His Guru Maharaj did the same thing, you know. His Guru Maharaj wanted them to have a GBC, and they refused to do it. So Srila Prabhupada made the GBC again. He did the GBC. He created the GBC just like he learned from his Guru Maharaj. But the GBC has not functioned according to the directions of management. In fact, there was a time when I found out that the other GBC members didn't even have a copy of it. So I had to make a copy of mine. I happen to have the original copy in my possession because I never wanted to let it get out of my sight. I knew they'd lose it. So one time I was asked by the GBC chairman, can you provide copies of the GBC directions of management for us? Is that organization? Where's the disciplic succession? So the GBC has been off the wall for so long. It's a way of living. It's a way of management. It's the way they do things. They have to be removed. They actually have to be removed, and they have to be replaced. Who's going to do that? Just like Srila Prabhupada suspended us for 3 months, they have to be suspended. Who's going to do that? Because a guru,
there is no mechanism.
Gurus and sannyasis are sitting on the GBC. And let me tell you, back in the early day, When Tamal Krishna took sannyas, Srila Prabhupada said, now Tamal Krishna has to be replaced in the GBC. Srila Prabhupada didn't want sannyasis in the GBC. Otherwise, he wouldn't have said that. And Tamal was one of his better managers. But Tamal refused to leave the GBC. And rather than cause a rebellion, Srila Prabhupada left him on. But initially, as soon as he took sannyas, Srila Prabhupada said, now we must replace them all. I have to find a replacement.
But then soon having sannyasis as GBC became a norm, didn't it?
Yeah, well, sure,
So
that
many.
happened that way. That happened that way because that's the way it was forced on Srila Prabhupada. He never intended for sannyasis to be on the GBC. When he created it, that was the way he did it. For all of us, none of us when they start taking sannyas. The point is, sannyas is strictly for the preaching, and it doesn't get entangled with the management, which requires a lot of management of pounds, shillings, and pence, and your husband life, and so many counselings and so many things. So it's pretty obvious why the GBC he wanted sannyasis to be free to preach. He wanted the GBC to free him from management so he could do his translation work. It was a very simple plan, but that plan's gone to hell. That's where it's gone. And all these different changes are made without his permission. And management of the movement and management of his books, it's all changed. It's metamorphosed from the GBC and from the ISKCON that I joined. Okay, so I know what I'm talking about. I know what I'm talking about. I was there from the day one or day two, and I'm still here. I haven't because I'm not an active member of. I left ISKCON in '89 for goodness sake. When I resigned from Temple President of Washington and GBC, I resigned from ISKCON because it was impossible to be responsible for what was going on. But I never stopped preaching. And I know what the GBC was for. So why it was founded. And I know why he picked the men he picked. He said, I picked my best men. He said this in '74 in a letter to all the GBC men. He said, I picked my best men for GBC. I don't want to see them having problems with the temple presidents. I don't want them interfering with the management of local temples. I got it in writing. It went out to all the GBC.
What year were you the chairman of the GBC? A few times?
82.
82. And in 82, they were creating committees that you were excluded from? You were being sidelined?
That one committee, the Acharya board, was created by the gurus in the GBC as a so-called subcommittee, but all the gurus were on it. But you can't have a subcommittee that will not allow the chairman to participate or to drop in or to see how things are going, to see the schedules being met, because everybody had their duties that to carry out. So the GBC chairman, if he was on top of things, would be spending time finding out, are we keeping with the agendas? Are we covering the topics? Because some things got tabled, and then it may never be covered if we spent too much time doing something else. So it's a whole question. It was all governed by the Roberts Rules of Order Srila Prabhupada gave us. How to conduct a meeting, you go by the Roberts Rules of Order. That's what we use.
What the fuck?
So I know how the GBC is supposed to operate. It was under Srila Prabhupada's control always. He was actually the chairman always. The chairman lasted for 1 year, but Srila Prabhupada was always in charge. Every time, at the end of every day, we had a meeting 4 days at the most. At the end of every day, we would take our resolutions to Srila Prabhupada for his approval every evening. And he would read them and he would approve of them. 95% of the time he would. Sometimes he would say, this.
He would say what? Your voice broke out. Your voice broke up. Your voice broke up. Sometimes he would say what?
Sometimes he would say he agreed with what the resolution was. Sometimes he would make an adjustment. Sometimes he would say, take it back and work on it some more. But 96% of the time, he accepted the resolutions because we were careful about it. We thought about it. So that's the way it ran. Every day, every evening, we came out to see Prabhupada for his approval.
So by 82, this so-called Acharya board, they were already becoming like an entity unto themselves, that they were They had no accountability. They were above the law, kind of. Sounds
That's
like.
what I detected when I was not allowed as a chairman. And they elected me chairman. I never ran for office. They also voted me in. They had to. They were half the GBC.
They voted you in, but they voted you out at the same time.
What's that?
They voted you in, but they also voted you out in a certain way.
Well, it wasn't me. It's the post. It's the post. Okay? It wasn't me personally. Why did they pick me anyway? They picked me because they were trying to patch up some of the problems. They were trying to show the devotees in general that they were open-minded to making changes because there's so many complaints were coming in for reform.
Uh-huh.
So many complaints were coming in about the gurus. They could not ignore them. So they wanted it to see, they chose me. Why? Well, I wasn't a guru and I wasn't a sannyasi. So I was a good person to choose because it showed liberal, they were taking a liberal stand. They were going to allow for, some other ideas to come out. So I understand why they did. I don't mind. I did my job. I tried to do my job for 1 year. But when I found out toward the end of my GBC year, after the GBC meeting, I was GBC for 1 year to the next year. When I found out that I accidentally found out that the Bhagavad Gita was being revised and was supposed to be presented to the GBC as a fait accompli at the next meeting, I had to intervene. I told Rameswar, you cannot do this without GBC approval. This is monumental to revise the Bhagavad Gita.
What was Rameshwar's response to you?
He caved in. He caved in. Because first of all, I was senior to him. Secondly, I was GBC chairman. And thirdly, I told him, you're a GBC man also. You know that you can't do this monumental thing about revising the Bhagavad Gita, the leading book of our movement, without consulting with your God brothers.
And he agreed. He agreed at that time.
That's right. And so the idea was to make a presentation to the GBC of the proposed revision of the next year, and that's what they did. I'm just trying to point out that the GBC is a dynamic body, but it has to operate within the guidelines of Srila Prabhupada. And when it steps out, it causes chaos. And this thing about playing Russian roulette is outside. And they are, because they're in charge, they were aware. They were certainly aware that this is coming down, whether it was coming temporal presidents or wherever. They knew it was coming down. And it was for them's duty to step in and assert their authority that no, we have done the research on this. It's too risky.
Exactly.
But they didn't do that.
No, they didn't do it at all.
Especially when you've got a person on your committee whose net worth is $5 billion and who's helping to fund Amrit, what is it? Amrit, Anna Amrit, a big food for life program in India. When you've got that person giving millions, you can expect some compromise.
And you can expect ISKCON doctors who are working in ISKCON facilities.
Yeah.
You see,
Yeah.
just like in New Zealand. All these things are going on, but that doesn't mean that the devotees are left on their own. That doesn't mean that they're going to take care of themselves. They have to be guided. They have to be explained. This is not good for you, for your babies, for your wife. It's not good. We've done the research. They didn't do their homework.
Rupanuga Prabhu, now, do you think that the GBC should come up with a position statement about the war in Ukraine?
Srila Prabhupada said not to get involved with politics. That's all it is politics. The geopolitics are at play here. It's not the Ukrainian government versus the Russian government. It's much bigger than that. Behind the Ukraine is NATO, there's the US, there's the UK, there's all kinds of supply of weapons and material and money. Billions and billions and billions of dollars are flowing from the United States to the Ukraine government.
So they should make a statement. They should make a statement of neutrality, maybe, I don't know. I'm
No.
thinking.
They shouldn't make a statement, any political statement at all. That's
Exactly.
not their duty. That they
So
should
they make
do-
no statement.
No, zero.
None.
It's not their business to make a political statement about right or left. They're all bad, both sides. Both sides, they have no spiritual, shall we say, credit. They're all
Yeah,
they're all in charge of killing fields all over the planet. Everybody is in charge of killing fields of billions of helpless animals every year for the human palate. And nobody does anything about that. And every year now, 43 million abortions last year. That doesn't include all the ones that are done outside the surgery. They're done at home by chemicals, by mechanical means. So it's probably twice as many. And they don't do anything about it. They don't do anything
but
about it.
isn't that neutrality to say we don't take sides?
No, it's not that we don't take sides. It's not our business. It's like Shil Baba said, we are not for non-vegetarianism. We are not for vegetarianism. We are Krishnites. We do what Krishna said.
But what about to protect the lives of devotees? Maybe the GBC. How could they go in and could protect the lives of devotees like you're expecting with Russian roulette?
How could they protect them?
Yeah, the devotees in Ukraine. How could they protect them?
Well, first of all, they could have acted at the very beginning. They could have maybe gotten them out of the country, or if there was any kinds of legal protection, they could have started that. They could have done something. And it's not a question of we have to comply with the government rules and regulations. Therefore, we have to follow rules and regulations to say we all must play Russian roulette. That's not. I mean, there's a risk involved, but being a leader means a risk. When I was preaching in Southeast America, I got firebombed. I lost one brahmachari and another was seriously wounded. But I had to take risks. Do you know that when I was attacked, I was in Knoxville, Tennessee, which was the home base of the Ku Klux Klan. I didn't know that, but it didn't matter anyway, because after it happened, I still went on and preached at the university. So you have to take a risk. You have to take a risk for preaching, not for the government.
The problem in Ukraine was that devotees appeared in pictures with holding a AK in one hand and a bead bag in the other, and so on. And then other devotees were praising him and saying, "Oh, this is Varnashram. These are Kshatriyas. We should support them." And so you had this whole Varnashram deviation going on.
Crazy.
And because of the decentralized power that it's just Namhat centers basically working for themselves, there was no one to counteract this philosophy that they were actually telling each other that it's their duty. If you are feeling like a Kshatriya and you're a young man, it's your duty to take up weapons to defend the innocent women and children.
Where were the preachers?
These were some of the preachers have been.
That's not preaching. That's not preaching. I'm talking about preachers. Preacher means preach what Shil Prabhupada taught. He didn't teach that. He didn't teach that. He didn't teach devotees to go fight for political war.
No, they're completely concocted. What they're doing in the Ukraine is dangerous.
I'll tell you.
Yeah, that's right. It's the same thing.
How they got to that point where they didn't know how to follow the philosophy. They were misled by their own leaders. There's nobody there preaching to them, or they wouldn't come to this ridiculous conclusions. Misinterpreting what Varnashram means. But Daiva Varnashram is an entirely different thing. Daiva Varnashram is what this movement's about. It's Sanatana Dharma. They didn't know the basics because they weren't taught the basics. They were already neglected. They were already abandoned. Otherwise, they wouldn't be talking like that.
Well, also, like I would say things like well, basically what you said there, and I would talk about Devi Varnashram and everything, and that the devotees should be taking this as a preaching opportunity wherever they could distribute prasadam. They should first of all leave, and the second thing they should be, if they want to stay, they should, administer the people, ministry to the people. People are suffering. But I was accused of a coward a lot of devotees stood up and said, that's cowardly. You know, a real Kshatriya does not run away from the fight, you know, and so they had this
Fight for
whole
who?
varnashram.
Who are they fighting for? They're
Look,
fighting
They
for a
were,
corrupt government?
no, they were protecting the 6 aggressors. They were fighting the 6 aggressors, as mentioned in Manu Smriti in the 2nd chapter of Bhagavad Gita. That's their rationale.
What?
That,
That's misusing scriptures.
that was written for a different time and place. It didn't mean that you're supposed to defend wrong people or you're supposed to
Well,
fight wrong people. It meant to defend yourself is a religious principle. Srila Prabhupada told one of our godbrothers that his father fought in a religious war against the Japanese. Okay, because that's when someone attacks you, you have the right to defend yourself.
well, that's condoning the devotees, their mentality.
It's not
What you
condoning
just
the
said.
nobody attacked them. They were just telling them you got to do this, you got to do that. But the leaders had full understanding long before that war started. Everybody could understand what was happening. It was already going into parts of the Ukraine were being bombed, as big with the Donbass, whatever it was called, for years. 8 years they were getting targeted. The war was already going on before Russia got involved. It was already going on. The Ukrainians were shelling the 2 countries that were trying to go on their own. So devotees, they have to make a decision based on what they understand is the duty of a devotee. The duty of a devotee is to carry out the mission. If they're being interfered, that mission is being interfered with, they don't have to follow.
Yeah, so wouldn't a position statement from the GBC help those devotees and save their lives?
They've already given decisions that didn't help or save their lives at all. It just made a commitment that they're not going to defend the devotees. They're not going to claim exemption. In most religions, and I should say sectarian organized religions, we're applying for exemptions already. But they were not going to do that. They could have done that under some religious law, just like Srila Prabhupada registered the society under religious principles in the beginning. This is not a religion. This is a postgraduate study religion. But he had to accommodate the rules and regulations to get a 501c3, to get exempt from taxes, so he could afford to push on the movement. So you engage in the rules and regulations when it's useful for the mission. But when it's counteractive to the mission, like take this, play this game of Russian roulette, you don't do it.
Yeah. So I'm just talking about the position of the GBC in regards to a situation like that. In your knowledge, has the GBC ever made a political statement, not taking sides, but to the statement that they're not taking sides?
I don't know. I really don't know what the official position of the GBC is. I just know how they have not acted and how they should have acted. Whatever their policy, that's all. They should have acted. They should have spoken. They should have given guidance to the devotees in general. And they didn't. They didn't take a stand. Here's an opportunity for them to do that, but they didn't.
Yep. Yeah, I agree. Yeah.
So I think we agree on a lot of things. I think we agree. I also think we agree on the fact that the GBC's proper behavior was to protect the devotees from playing Russian roulette. Whether or not the temple presidents were opposed or wanting to do it, or whether they left up the individuals, it's not a neutral. The GBC is not a neutral body. It's neutral when it comes to politics, but not when it comes to managing the lives of the devotees. That's not a neutral position. They weren't put in, the GBC was never a neutral position. When at one time in 1970, the very year the GBC was formed, 4 sannyasis were running around preaching that Srila Prabhupada was God. Our first duty was to squelch that.
And it was at that time, it was at that incident where that famous statement Prabhupada made that the sinister movement has entered into our society.
Yeah. Well, it was about that time, maybe a little, maybe it was about the time, but that was the Hansa Duda, 11 Hansa Duda. and I think Hansaduda was more aware of what Srila was meaning by that. I contacted him. I tried to get him to say, what was the sinister that you understand? Who knows? It's like another time, Srila Prabhupada said, and Shruti Kirti was with him, and Srila Prabhupada said, 2 big demons are just doing their movement. So Shruti Kirti just wrote it down. What I would have done was said, where are they? Who are they? Tell me where they're at.
I mean, what's the definition of a demon here? Like that Mataji Nutama, she said that I would have to accept the statement that demons have entered the movement. But what is the definition of a demon in this
Whatever
case?
Srila Prabhupada said works. He describes demons are against Krishna. Demons are against Krishna. Demons are atheists. They're against Krishna. They're against Krishna's plan. They're against Varnashram. They're against everything about God. That's what a demon is.
How can they enter the movement?
Easily.
They just start chanting, and they wear clothes, and they put tilak on, and just like Bhaktivinoda Thakur said, Kali Chelas.
Gurutama Prabhu, before we jump to that, I just want to address the statement I just made. It's coming to a letter to Hang Sadhuda, Calcutta, September 2nd, 1970. And here Prabhupada is saying, I have tried to give you all Krishna consciousness. Now it is your duty to develop it. If you remain strong on the spiritual platform, then your progress will not be checked or blocked. I do not know what was resolved in New Vrindavan, although Sriman Rupanuga Prabhu has informed others that he has sent a tape in this connection. I am still in darkness about the proceedings in New Vrindavan, but I have heard from Brahmananda is preaching about me that I am Krishna, that I am super soul, that I have withdrawn my mercy from the disciples, that I have left the society, and so on. I do not know how far they are correct, but I have written him a letter that he may not do something which may harm the interests of the society. You are also one of the members of the GBC, so you can think over very deeply how to save the situation. It is a fact, however, that the great sinister movement is within our society. I have not heard anything from Krishna Das or Sham Sundar. So all of you may try to save the society from the dangerous position. Does that bring back any recollection, Rupanuga Prabhu?
It does.
So why did Srila Prabhupada allow demons and give them permission and to facilitate them?
He didn't. Because look, just like this, Krishna knows the future, but he's not responsible for it. So Srila Prabhupada found out somehow that a couple of demons had entered the movement, wherever they were, I don't know. I would have asked him the question, but Shruti Kirti didn't, and he recorded that in his memoirs.
But surely it's within the power of Srila Prabhupada just to stop them.
No.
One thing you got to
Prabhupada engaged everybody.
One thing you got to understand. Yeah, that's another thing too. Srila Prabhupada told us you have to know how far to bend the bamboo without breaking it. Okay. So when Tamal refused to go to China, Srila Prabhupada dropped the issue. He didn't make a big issue of it because he knew how far he could bend that person. When Tamal refused to leave the GBC when he took sannyas, Srila Prabhupada did not bend the bamboo to breaking point. Srila Prabhupada was always trying to save a soul. One time when a devotee fell down and it was being broadcast far and wide, Srila Prabhupada said, "Oh, now he will never come back." He was trying to save souls. He was dealing with conditioned souls who were far from perfect. And intelligent as it may be, talented as it may be, he had to engage them. He took the best he could take. He did what he could. But
so you're saying that he knowingly...
Listen, it was always voluntary, just like it was voluntary for us to leave the spiritual world. It was voluntary for us to join this movement. Everything is based on voluntary service. When you have a voluntary service organization, you don't treat it like a corporation. You don't threaten to fire people.
Wouldn't that be extraordinary for Prabhupada to knowingly facilitate demons in the movement, give them positions of power, control over devotees and money, and to do this for 7 years?
Who said he did that?
Well, that's what's happened because
No,
those
no,
demons are in
no,
the
but
movement.
we're talking about two demons. But what has really happened, look, why do you think the 55th Street Temple was sold? When Srila Prabhupada said, never sell this building, he sat on the roof and looked at the skyscraper buildings around and having his own skyscraper. He was so happy with that place. It was an off-Broadway. The Vaikuntha players are considered off-Broadway. People would come there just to go watch the Vaikuntha players perform. They would come to the vegetarian restaurant. Why was that building sold after Srila Prabhupada disappeared?
I don't know.
Obviously, there's some infiltration there because that was against Srila Prabhupada's instructions. And it was such a monumental achievement to have that building in Manhattan.
I mean, that's, to have lapses of Maya, that is to be expected from devotees, that they, condition souls and there's lapses. But to have full-on demons, we're not talking about lapses of Maya. We're talking about people who are constitutionally against Krishna. And
or they're changed by association, just like take Indra. Indra was never a demon, but he sure acted like one. So it's not that there's got either demons or devotees.
Well, then we're all demons.
Demons are
basically, yes.
Demons are against the movement.
So what's the meaning to a statement of saying there's demons in the movement? Yes, I'm in the movement. I'm a demon. We're all demons, So it's a meaningless statement that that Mataji was asking me. Do I believe that there's demons in the movement? Yes, there are. We're all demons.
You may be a demon. I'm not.
Well, but you just defined a demon who can change. Someone by association and by purification can change. So by that definition, what Anuttama, what Mataji was just saying previously, it makes no sense. And it's a mystery what Prabhupada was referring to if he's referring to as demons in the movement.
So
he said it more than one time.
If he knew who the demons were, then I'm sure he had a plan. He neutralized them or whatever. He knew what to do. Just like one time we were having a lecture there, and you could hear the Hudson River from the storefront. So one day we were lecturing, and all of a sudden, these big foghorns went out very loudly. And Srila Prabhupada said, the demon has just been born. So Srila Prabhupada knew about these things. He knew about these things. So if he knew, and Krishna knew, we have to leave up decisions to the higher authorities. We can't speculate on them. We can't, but we do know that it was wrong to sell that building. And it was wrong to sell the building on the boardwalk in Miami too, when it had a wonderful restaurant. And it was right on the boardwalk of Miami, right on the ocean, a perfect location, a beautiful restaurant. It was sold. Why? Because of the sinister mentality infiltrated into the people who made the wrong decisions because they were under influence. Whether it was subtle, whether it was gross, whether it was mystical, whether it was tantric. There's a lot of tantrics going on too. So who knows where it came from or who was really, because if there's ambition in a person's heart, if there's some ulterior motive, they are bait. They are bait for outside influence, outside of the devotional life.
But how does that work according to Bhakti Rasamrita Sindhu and in general what we know about devotee association and Vaishnava etiquette is that we look for the good in the devotee, and that's what Prabhupada did. He engaged all these very powerful personalities and skimmed the cream off. But from our humble position here, I want to see the good in devotees. I don't care what people say is bad about a devotee. I'm interested in the good of the devotee. I'm the Pollyanna, completely optimistic. So therefore, to say someone is a demon is a meaningless statement. And if they're a meaningless statement in the GBC, if someone says there's a demon in the GBC, now what's wrong with my position?
Let's say one that may not be a demon, just like Indra wasn't a demon, and he had a very powerful position as administrator in this universe. He was like Shiva Prabhupada called the GBC his Mahajans. Okay, so he was
Mahajan.
He called the GBC my 12 Mahajans, and he said like Vidura, if Vidura or who was it? Jamaraj makes a mistake, he can become Vidura, and Vidura was born in the Sudra. He said, if my GBC make the slightest error, they will take birth as Sudras. I heard it. Okay. So that if you come under the laws of karma, if you do something separately from the order of the spiritual master, you're in danger. You're in danger of being associated with someone. You're in danger of being influenced by outside endeavors. Like one thing he said, the only way our movement can be stopped is from Sahajism from within. And that has happened. Sahajism means to take things cheaply. And these men have taken their post cheaply. The gurus, the GBCs have all taken their post cheaply because they've allowed this thing to happen to the devotees. They've allowed devotees to be misled by so-called science. And they knew or should have known it's coming down. It's not a question of good, it's a question of doing good. Where's the doing good? That proves whether one's good or bad. What they do. So the doing good is what they're supposed to do automatically.
I mean, see what you're saying, Prabhu. Like is that we're human and we fail, and we make foolish decisions, and people in the GBC make foolish decisions, and everyone's trying to improve. They're trying to become purified. And that's a different statement to saying this person is a demon and they purposefully wrecked the movement.
Well, they're doing what they wanted to do, or they wouldn't have done it. Just like, look at this, all these pictures. You're sitting here. Would you sit in front of Srila Prabhupada with your beard and mustache? Absolutely not. Absolutely not. But you're doing it. You're doing it against his instructions. Would you sit? Listen to me. I'm not being personal here. I'm being practical. Because you're sitting here looking like you do. I look like we all look like we do. You look like you do. But we could all sit in front of Srila Prabhupada. But you wouldn't sit in front of Srila Prabhupada like that and get away with it.
No. I mean, unless I was a reporter or something.
That's the point. And you wouldn't get away with your logic in front of him either. Your logic is part of you, and your thinking process is part of you. And it wouldn't fly in front of Srila Prabhupada. Okay, this idea that we're only looking for good and just overlook the bad because we're accentuating the good because that's the right thing to do. It's not how you manage a movement. You have to know the bad. Yeah. You have to know the vidya and you have to know the avidya side by side in order to preach in Kali Yuga. And you got to know good.
Yeah, I mean, that's exactly how people in temple presidents, that's how they kick people out of temples. They say, you don't look like a devotee, so therefore we're going to kick you out. Or, sorry, you can't say that because you don't look like a devotee. I mean, this is...
I don't care. I don't care what you look like. I'm telling you that you could not dress, you could not look like that in Srila Prabhupada's day. You could not sit in front of him. Would you sit in front of him with a dhoti on and a tilak on and expect not to, like that, expect Srila Prabhupada not to chastise you?
Didn't Hayagriva get away with the big beard for a while?
That was to get things started.
Okay.
And so he had a beard and he had a mustache. He looked like a wild man out of the jungle to me. And he was initiated before I was. And so Ray Rama had a beard also, but he was the first editor of BTG. And Gargamuni had hair down to his shoulders.
Yeah,
they were surrendered to the public. And so what happened was they shaved up.
Yeah, that's right. I mean,
and then after that, it was clear, no more beards. It was clear after that because that was the beginning. That was the beginning.
I fully understand that.
We're not in the beginning now. We're not in the beginning. This is like 45 years later, This is not the beginning. This is 150 years, 56 years later. I've been in the movement 56 years. Yeah, 56 years later now, things have changed. Standards were increased. We got started. And these men with their beards, they did a lot of service. And Srila Prabhupada didn't push them. He knew not to bend because just like he was taking money, drug money for a while from Laguna Beach. And he knew it. But if he told them to stop it, they would have left. But there came a time when he said, now you must stop it. Why? Because they were around long enough, chanting long enough to listen. So he stopped it. Srila Prabhupada knew exactly how to bend the bamboo.
I just like to address Gautama's point for a moment about looking for the good, and you know how Rupanuga Prabhu was saying, you know, to manage your movement, you can't just only be looking for the good. So here, but he sent to me, of course, is true, but they failed to see the insidious agenda of the demons. As Srila Prabhupada said, we must calculate the dark side, calculating the dark side. This is a quote from Bhagavad Gita, London, England, July 11th, 73, chapter 1, verses 6 to 7. Quote, then Duryodhana, first of all, he pointed out the military strength of the opposite side. This is intelligence. One should take calculation of the opposing elements or the enemy side. In fighting, the first thing is to take estimation of the enemy side, how much they are strong, how they have arranged. Then one should calculate how to counteract, how to fight with them. This is intelligence. Without taking any calculation of the other side, if you are not prepared, then how you can become victorious? This is sane proposal. That is upayan chintayet prajo, apayan cha chintayet. A praja, an intelligent man, not only thinks of the bright side of his business or this fight. So many things we have to deal with. Simply, we should not calculate. We should not only calculate the brighter side. There is dark side also. We should always think, if there is some thief, if there is some rogue, they cheat us, then what precaution I am going to take? This is intelligence. If I simply calculate that in this business, I will make so much profit. In the meantime, somebody comes and cheats me and goes away. Then, therefore, upayan chintayit praja apayan cha chintayit. Darker side also should be thought of. That is intelligence, just like they are doing. After calculating the darker side, enemy means darker side. They can defeat me at any moment. That is the darker side.
So in other words, he's saying precaution. Whoever was in charge of Ukraine, devotees, should have knew quite well what was coming. Anybody and people outside of Ukraine could see it coming. It was all part of the geopolitical thing. The devotees there were in charge, were responsible to make precautions in advance, not wait until everything blows up. They could have acted earlier. They could have gotten certain devotees out. They could have made an application for exemption, something they could have done. And then when the word came down, you got to do it or we're going to put you in jail. Then they go to jail. Like Srila Prabhupada said, what are we going to do in jail? We're going to chant Hare Krishna. So they didn't.
Yeah,
they didn't know. They
about,
didn't. They didn't
sorry,
take
sorry to take the to talk so much here. I see Jayamadava Prabhu has his hand up, so
just some point, please.
Yes, please, John.
In war, there's no innocent. Just like Rupanuga said, all over the world, every country, every nation, they're slaughtering millions of animals. They're slaughtering babies in the abortion clinics. It's going on in America. It's going on in Europe. It's going on in England. It's going on in Russia. It's going on in the Ukraine. There's no innocent victims. We should not take sides. These people are, I'm not saying it's good. I'm not happy about the devotees being killed, whatever, or grabbing guns, but this is wrong because they don't understand the philosophy, because in war, it's all a karmic thing. There's no innocent victims. Now, one point about West 55th Street. One of our godbrothers told me, Srila Prabhupada gave the instructions to the sannyasis and the GBCs at West 55th Street. Under no circumstances, sell this building. He gave them very specific instructions. And then a little later, he went on a walk, like a morning walk, taking a tour of the building, because I think it was 12 floors or something. And the sannyasis were walking behind Prabhupada, showing them the building. And this is after Prabhupada already instructed the GBC and leaders, temple president Adi Keshava, do not sell this building. So they were following Prabhupada, and he was checking, they were showing him some of the rooms and the different floors. And again, because he wasn't part of this entourage, but he happened to be behind them, he was following them. And again, as Prabhupada was speaking and they were following him, the temple president of the 55th Street Temple again started to harassed Prabhupada about selling the building. Oh, Prabhupada, we can sell the building and make X, Y, Z, so much money. Prabhupada swung around, slammed his cane on the ground in front of all the leaders and said, no is no. In other words, even after Prabhupada had gone out of his way to tell the leaders never sell this building, a day or so later, they started to, pick at him to, oh, let us sell the building. I mean, they just got the building and already they're talking about selling it.
I have another version. I have another version. I'm not saying your
something
version,
like that.
I'm not saying your version isn't correct, but I called up Toshan Krishna when I was trying to help save Radha Govinda's temple. Giant Veda Swami asked me if I could do that because Ramabhadra and Romapad Swami were trying to get 60 million for it, and I was trying to help Giant Veda Swami to keep the temple. So I got a hold of Toshan Krishna, and I found out that he was actually in charge. He was the trustee for all the lands in New Jersey, New York. He told me this story. They were out having a morning walk, before greeting the deities, japa walk, and devotees were walking along through Manhattan streets, and the different devotees were pointing out, "Oh, Srila Prabhupada, that would make a very nice temple." Another devotee, "Oh, but Prabhupada, that would make a very nice temple." And then at a certain point, Prabhupada stopped and he said, "They will all make wonderful temples, but don't sell the temple that you have."
Exactly.
That I'm not saying you're not right, but that's
no. Yeah, it happened again though. What I'm telling you is.
But I'd like to go back to an earlier point here that was being discussed, and here's the actual story where Rupanuga Prabhu was referring to the GBC and Yamaraj and the Mahajans. So this is from Geneva, June 4th, and Prabhupada is going on, and he's saying, so Vidura was Yamaraj. Not only he was Yamaraj, ordinary, but he was one of the great authorities. There are 12 authorities mentioned in the Shastra. One of them is Yamaraj, Balir Vayasa Kirvayam. That is stated in the Srimad Bhagavatam. Yamaraj is one of the GBCs of Krishna. Yes, as we have got 12 GBCs, similarly, Krishna has also got GBCs. The 12 men are authorized to preach Krishna consciousness, so we have to follow Mahajano Yena Gata Sapanta, Madhya-lila 17:186. Therefore, we have created these GBC, so they should be very responsible men. Otherwise, they will be punished. They will be punished to become a Sudra. Although Yamaraj is a GBC, but he made a little mistake. He was punished to become Sudra. So those who are GBCs, they should be very, very careful to administer the business of ISKCON. Otherwise, they will be punished. As the post is very great, similarly, the punishment is also very great. That is the difficulty. You can see from this example, Vidura, he was immediately punished. He did little mistake because the rishis, the munis, they will curse. Comment from you, Rupanuga? You remember that?
Well, we're not perfect. We can make mistakes, little mistakes, and there's big mistakes. Shabbat was talking about the big mistakes, but he also said a slight mistake. And when you give a great, what is it, the phrase? To one much is to one to whom much is given, much is expected. That's what I was saying here. He expected his GBC to act, and he said there, in the interest of the movement. See, and that's not what's being done. That's the reason, I have to be frank, I resigned because I didn't want to go any further.
You didn't want to be punished as a GBC.
Not that I remembered this, but I just intuitively said, that's enough. I'm not going any further. And the GBC guru, or the GBC who was the chairman, sent me a letter begging me not to resign. Begging me not to resign. That they needed me. They needed my advice and so on, which is a nonsense. They weren't listening. They didn't care. So I had no forum to preach. So I resigned. I'm glad I did, because I don't consider myself in that category. I really tried to do my job. I wasn't the best at it, but I tried to do it. And I got letters from Srila Prabhupada that says that he agreed I was doing something.
And you were sidelined. You were pushed
I
to the
was
side.
I was never a part of any clique. I was never part of any group. I was always a loner. The only time I ever worked with anybody on a project was with Balavanta when we worked together on the
In God We Trust party.
yeah, but we were working together sometimes on the privilege committee. We were on the privilege committee. Also, we were on the constitutional committee. And we worked together on that. After Srila Prabhupada disappeared, everything fell apart. It wasn't until 1982 that we made a proposal to the GBC, a preliminary, we got together a preliminary constitution. It was just a basic difference between preaching and management functions. And we passed a copy of that to all the GBC. They tabled it. It was never discussed. It was never discussed. We tried to be as members of the Constitution Committee. We tried to get something together in time for the GBC meeting in Mayapur, and we had a copy for everybody. And I kept a copy for 30 years. I finally threw it out. Every time I looked at it, I just got upset. So I just threw it out. But it was there. We made an attempt, and it was a good attempt. It was a basic differentiation between management and preaching, which is very important, because there was a mixing, too much mixing of management and sannyas, too much. So anyway, I'm just saying there was an attempt.
There was
So-
you and Balavanta worked on that.
Yeah,
Mhm.
my wife, my three of us, we worked on
And the GBC did nothing about it. They didn't hear it.
absolutely nothing. They wouldn't even discuss it. They tabled it on purpose so that it wouldn't be discussed. It was the last on the list. Of course, the last on the list never gets discussed.
What year was that?
80, I think that was, it might have been the same year I was chairman.
82.
I think so. Yeah, it was 82. I got the date, 81 or 82, but
Uh-huh. Gautama Prabhu, he's very much interested in this history. I had a 3-hour discussion with him the other night. And
the problem with that is I've been going over this for years. Nobody really paid much attention. Now it's like doing it over again and over again and over again. It's just too trying. It's just too much to keep going over the same, because I have the same emotions over and over and over
not
again.
healthy for you.
Well,
But see,
it's just useless because nothing's going to be done.
well, yes, but what about that saying that those who do not learn from history are doomed to repeat it? Where does that come into play?
Well, that's why I'm preaching. I learned the lessons of history the hard way.
But we don't know those. We don't know those lessons. You know them.
Well, look, it's one thing to know it, but to be able to do something about it. Can you imagine all these years? I've understood what should have been done, but I couldn't do anything about it. That's even harder than knowing about it, not being able to do something about it. You have to live with that year after year after year.
That's really aggravating. Gautama Prabhu, you had
I figure,
yes.
Maya looked at it, I may be selfish, but I figure I know Srila Prabhupada is unhappy about this, and I have to share that. I have to share that unhappiness. I have to share that disappointment. I have to share it with Srila Prabhupada, just like I shared the good times. I got to share the bad times. So I know Srila Prabhupada is not happy with this. So I have no business being happy. I can't be happy because I don't see a solution, except it has to come from outside. Just like when we had to, just like the Turley case, when all the gurukulas had to get together to sue the movement, to sue ISKCON. They won $15 million in the court. Half of it came from the temples. Most of it had nothing to do with it. The other half came from the insurance company. So it took 3 years to give that money out to each individuals according to the degree of their mistreatment. What was the result? The perpetrators all went free. There was no law and order in ISKCON. Nobody got punished. They all got away with it. And the devotees had to pay out of their pockets, many devotees who weren't even around at the time who worked hard to collect money to pay the bills. They had to come up with an assigned amount of money for every temple. Whether there was a gurukul there or not, it never, like
Yeah.
DC, Washington, DC, we never had a gurukul there, but they had, it was 100,000, whatever it was, they were tagged with. So what happened? Everybody went free. All the perpetrators, they're still around. They went free. You know, Dear Govinda was the CPO, chairman of the he was the one who started it, actually, the Child Protection Office. He stayed there for 6 years. He had over 100 cases went before, and then he wrote, and then he said they were all, every time I went to the GBC for help, they stonewalled me. They were always protecting their cronies. That's what he said. And no, he handled it in such a fair way, such a scientific way. He had a MSW, a Master of Social Work. He had a PhD in the psychological field. He knew how to organize. He knew how to do things so much fairly that it would undergo a scrutiny. You see, but it didn't matter because, you know, the people all got away. So there's no law and order in ISKCON. That's the problem. There's no law and order because there's no constitution. There's no reference point. There's no embodiment of Srila Prabhupada's instructions so they can be seen and acted upon by even an ordinary member who had a copy of the Constitution. All he had to do was check out and say, well, according to the Constitution, this person who has this post is supposed to be doing that. But he's not, so he's off. Yeah, I have the standard right here. It's the Constitution. It's right here. It's written in the Constitution, black and white. That's what he wanted. 1976, he said, I want a Constitution. So,
And they're still working on it today.
I don't care. They can work. It's only been what? How many? 40 years. They go and work. They don't want a Constitution. Why? Because then they'd be on the spot. Every ordinary member could compare with what they're doing with what they're supposed to do. You see, that's what Constitution does. It's not like the U.S. Constitution. This is even more important because it explains what spiritual turpitude is, what immoral behavior is, and what good behavior is, and what proper delegation of authority is, what proper responsibilities. All would be there in black and white, and it wouldn't take that many pages. I'm saying there's no law and order in ISKCON today. That's why child abuse is still going on. It's going to continue on until there's all law and order. And there won't be law and order until there's good government. Until then, we have to go outside to the courts outside to the police departments, outside to the sheriff's department. We have to go outside for justice. When it's supposed to be a system of justice in the movement. Srila Prabhupada, at the time he formed the GBC, he also formed a permanent standing committee called the Privilege Committee. I don't know what happened to that committee, but that Privilege Committee was like a judicial prosecuting entity rolled into one. It was supposed to settle grievances between devotees, between temples, spiritual turpitude on the behalf of leaders. It was supposed to see the temples were following the standards that Srila Prabhupada had left. That was a privilege committee. And sometimes the GBC would assign the privilege committee something to investigate. And I was on that privilege committee off and on for years. I was even assigned Sulochan's case. Sulochan came to the GBC and complained that his wife had been initiated by Kirtananda Maharaj without his permission, without even asking him, without even letting him know. And I was given the case because he made a formal complaint to the GBC, which went to the Privilege Committee, of which I was a member. And so I got the case. And the conclusion that I made was somehow found out and published in the Wheeling newspaper, what the decision was. And it was against Kirtananda. It was in favor of Sulochan. And I warned him. I said, your life is in danger. I have no doubt that some fanatic followers of Kirtananda Maharaj are going to be a danger to you. He said, it's okay, I'm armed. And I said, assassins don't give a damn about being armed or not. I warned him on at least 2 occasions. And people blame me because I made a decision in his favor, but that was already planned, and I had to make the right decision. So you want history? That's history. And I've had it with the history because it doesn't matter. You can tell it over and over again, but it's not going to change anything to keep, bring out the dirt, bring out the, muck.
Yeah. Just back to, sorry to change the subject a little bit, just back to the previous point that Gora was reading about the dark side of, analyzing the dark side of your opponent or your enemy, or in material dealings in business to look for weakness and so on. But that cannot apply to devotees, because in Bhakti Rasamrita Sindhu, there is no such concept of analyzing another devotee on some sort of dark side merit. Just wondering what you think about that.
Okay, Srila Prabhupada explains, and I'm trying to remember where exactly, this is in Bhagavatam, that there are 81 different kinds of mixed devotion, Mishra Bhaktas. And it's a combination of the 9 processes of devotion with the 3 modes of material nature. When they're all combined out mathematically, you end up with 81 different types of mixed devotional service. Mishra means mixed devotional service. Those 81 different times exist right now amongst devotees, and especially since Srila Prabhupada's disappearance, they become more and more prominent, in my opinion. So you've got devotees who are performing arti in the mode of passion. You got devotees who are cooking in the mode of passion. You got devotees who are doing other things in the mode of ignorance. You've got all kinds of mixtures in there, and some devotees are mixed up in the different modes and the different nine devotional principles. They're mixed up in each one. It's very complicated. It's not that everybody's good or everybody's bad, but those persons who are unnecessarily mixed up, they are prone to outside influence. They are prone to some sinister influence.
Yeah.
We're all mixed. We're We're not demons. No demons. We're all mixed devotees. That's what it means to be conditioned. We're conditioned, so we're not pure. We're at the clearing stage with the chanting of the holy name. We're still making offenses, but it's not a show bottle. We're sincere. We're trying to clear those offenses. It's the middle stage of chanting. It's not offensive chanting, it's clearing. That's the stage we're in. Okay.
Yeah.
So that's not demonic. That's not demonic. That's not bad. It's a process. It's a process. And we're in the process. How do we get through it? We follow Srila Prabhupada through it. We follow his instructions will get us to the goal. We'll get to the higher stage. We'll get to become pure devotees who can chant without offense. And a happy day will come. It'll come.
Okay. So continuing that, what I was thinking is that, so from a management point of view, of course, in confidentiality, managers get together and they discuss the dirt, so to speak, and how to deal with a particular situation that's usually generated from deviation, some devotee, falling down and so on.
Okay.
But if a person's not a manager, then what is the loss to simply be a starry-eyed optimist?
Well, no,
in the favor of
you're absolutely correct. The rank and file, if we can say rank and file, for the purpose of discussion, they are to be treated differently than those who are in charge. When Srila Prabhupada had our last meeting with the GBC on the 28th of May, 1977, the question came up about what to do about a GBC who falls down. And Tamal Krishna said, well, Srila Prabhupada, that means something major, not a minor thing. And Srila Prabhupada said, no. He said, anyone who falls down must be removed. Period. He must be removed. He said in the beginning it was different, but now we're strict. So he was expecting something, a higher behavior from the GBC. So they could be removed. But he wasn't talking about the rank and file devotees who might make some mistake because they didn't have the responsibility. When a GBC makes a mistake, it affects a lot of people outside of himself. When a rank and file devotee makes a mistake, it may not be so widespread. All these things have to be taken into consideration, depending on one's level of responsibility.
Yeah, I'm talking. Sorry to interrupt. I'm talking about the an analysis of looking at the dark side of devotees.
Okay.
So a manager is forced to do that to manage, but rank and file devotees, we don't need to look at the dark side of other devotees. Why can't we just be starry-eyed and just give them the benefit of every doubt you could think of?
Well, we give the benefit because Srila Prabhupada gave the benefit, but for the leaders, they don't have that position. They have to make decisions based on what they understand. Maybe they can't be always giving the benefit of the doubt to a person who has responsibility. And they can't be given the benefit of the doubt by Srila Prabhupada either, because he said they have to be removed. But that doesn't mean, just like, for example, temple president, in the directions of management, it says that for a temple president to be removed, there has to be a vote of the devotees in the temple. So when there was one temple president in my zone wanted to resign, he wanted to resign. It wasn't my idea. I wanted him to stay. But I accepted his resignation. And Srila Prabhupada wrote me, no, you have to have a vote of devotees to approve of it. So there was a vote, and because everybody knew he wanted to leave, there was no way to, there's no way he stopped, and he left. To me, it was a loss because he was a good man, but he just didn't want to be temple president, and he wanted to resign. Still, I had to apply the GBC directions of management to that situation.
So my idea is to write, if you comment, not you personally, but I'm saying if a person comments about another devotee or history or something he's done in the past, by looking at the good qualities of that devotee, the good service he's done, we can afford that as a rank and file devotee. We can say, yes, we know he fell down, he did a lot of bad things, but we also know he did amazing things. He did this, that, and the other things, and we can talk about all the good things he did. But as a manager, obviously, you don't think like that. But a rank and file devotee, why can't we think like that?
You can, but you don't expect that person to be temple president. You don't expect that person to be a GBC. Those people
So
have
that's
a higher standard.
for the rank and file devotee. We're not involved in those positions of power that we're just
rank and file devotees are quite conscious of the leadership they have, whether they're getting mistreated or not, or whether they're being treated fairly or not. They're quite conscious of that. And that's what the privilege committee was for. If someone had a complaint about the leadership, they bring it to the GBC. So that's not that they weren't allowed, and devotees had the right to have a forum. It's not that they were supposed to be passive and not care about management. Of course, they're being managed. How can they not care about it? Sometimes they were not properly managed and it came out. Sometimes they weren't properly treated. Sometimes they were engaged in the wrong thing, in the wrong way. It wasn't suitable for them. That's what Srila Prabhupada wrote Karunder, who was saying, how can make sure all the devotees chant their 16 rounds? And Srila Prabhupada wrote back, and that's the same letter he talked about no centralization and no bureaucracy. He wrote back, if the devotee is engaged according to his psychophysical nature, he will see the chanting as part of his work, and he will be happily chanting. So in other words, the manager had to know how to do that. And if a devotee wasn't engaged according to the way he wanted, he had a right to bring it up. He had a right to speak. It was voluntary. Everything was voluntary. So rank and file devotees, as we can call ourselves, including me, rank and file devotees, we are allowed to have our opinions and we're allowed to be forgiving, but we can't forgive. We're not allowed to forgive because Srila Prabhupada didn't allow. We can't. Srila Prabhupada could do that, but after he left, we weren't so elevated as to make adjustments like he could make. He wanted us to be more strict.
Yeah, I think it's called the honeybee. Being the honeybee instead of the fly.
Yeah, well, sure, Vaishnava always looks for the good. Sri Prabhupada did that, or he couldn't have gotten anybody to do anything if he didn't look for the good part. He had to ignore the bad part. But when the bad part was harmful to the movement or to the devotees, he took action.
Okay, I have no further questions today, I think. I mean, I could go for hours, but I don't want to be selfish.
Yes, because we need to preserve Rupanuga Prabhu. He's been on for 5.5 hours. We need to put him to bed.
I'm well preserved. It's okay.
No, well, your cold sounds much better. I don't hear the terrible cough you had.
Yeah, I am a lot better. Due to devotees' concern, I was so surprised that the persons were concerned about my health. My health is decent. I mean, for my age, I mean, I'll be 83 in October. So,
Wow.
I've been behind the scenes also notifying people. Bring him medicine. Take care of him.
Well, I got medicine in the mail and I've been taking it. It's been good. It's been working.
Oh, you got the NAC, the N-acetyl
No, I
cysteine?
didn't get that yet. I haven't been able to find that. I've been so busy, but I'm taking some other things.
Okay.
That, I mean, I'm really flattered that anybody cares. But the fact is, I'm taking advice. I feel better. Anyway, sick or not, I'm not going to stop talking.
Jai. That's what we appreciate about you. And that's why we're up for. I know every time I come on at 7. Oh no, Rupanuga's going to be here. We're going to go for 5-hour marathon.
Well, it's not my fault.
No, we all want to hear from you.
This is Guru Tatma's fault. And I enjoyed very much our debate. That's what you could call it. I'm not very good at debating, but
Yeah, well, thank you very much, Prabhu. I have unlimited gratitude. Yeah, and I hope we can continue this discussion in the future.
We can do it.
We'll be back Wednesday.
But
we can
to give me more of a break. I tell you, I've been going through this for so long.
Yeah.
Even without getting a debate, I had to watch it happen. Which is pretty hard.
Yeah. No, it's almost like it seems like we're torturing you, Rupanuga.
No, you're not torturing me. This is my karma.
That's a positive way of looking at it. Okay, so we'll be back Wednesday to hear the rest of the story about how Devaki appeals to Krishna and Balaram to bring her. What is it? Is it 6 or 7? 7 dead sons. How many of them did Kamsa kill? 6, I think. We'll find that out on Wednesday. So maybe we'll see you then, Gautama Prabhu. Same time, same channel. Thank you for coming, Rahul Prabhu. Thank you, Jai Madhava, old standby. He's always here.
Guess everybody else went to sleep.
Anutama had to check out a long time ago. Jivan Mukta, he's running 6 trailer parks.
She's got to get up and milk the cows.
That's right. Yeah. So, thank you very much, especially you, Rupanuga Prabhu, for allowing us to pester you and burden you.
I love it.
Spoken by Prabhupada's true manager.
And make a point. Thank you, Rupanuga Prabhu. I really appreciate your Krishna conscious realizations and explaining to us exactly what Prabhupada wanted. And, these things have been forgotten. And when devotees hear it, they get a little shell shocked, Just the time has passed, a lot of Prabhupada's preaching mood and fight has been basically watered down in the community of devotees, and they've lost this perspective, And I'm glad that you're reminding us. It's a heavy perspective, but it's actually the way all Prabhupada's disciples were trained to understand Prabhupada's mood of preaching and what Prabhupada wanted.
I'm just giving my opinion. It's up to you all to decide whether you hear the ring of truth or not. Whether you actually believe that I'm being a transparent medium for Srila Prabhupada, which I'm claiming to do. But I'm trying. I'm not changing anything.
Well, that's the point.
I'm not.
You're not changing anything.
I'm not changing, and I'm not cheating anybody. I'm just trying to explain what I've learned from Srila Prabhupada and about all these things that come up.
Yes, I understand that. That's why I'm saying thank you, because I don't hear that anymore.
Well,
Yeah.
It's few and far between.
I'm very much
Unfortunately.
isolated. I'm very much isolated. I can't really respond to that, but I'm getting less and less isolated.
Well, I don't know. Siberia is about as isolated as you can become.
Oh no, he's going on the airwaves all around the world. Many here
Oh.
devotees are hearing from him. Yeah.
I hope we're not censored, but I don't. Is this going around? Also?
It's on Facebook. No, is it on Facebook?
Yeah.
No, it's on YouTube right now. But
Mhm.
but thank you, Garutama, for being very careful, because YouTube has already given me, warnings that they're going to destroy everything that I've recorded because of using that word that you used earlier. So I hope that I'm not trying to blame you, but I'm just letting you know, not a joke.
Can't we get on BitChute?
Well, actually, this should be put on BitChute, but fortunately, I have this being recorded on an external hard drive right now. So even if YouTube destroys me, I've got this recorded, but I'll lose like dozens of Achyutananda recordings, and I haven't backed it all up yet. I have about 200 recordings of classes.
Well, can't you edit it and just cut that few seconds out that's incriminating?
I don't know how to do that, and it would take hours to try to find exactly the spot where you mentioned the.
It comes up a lot.
Yeah. No, it was only spoken tonight, only by him.
I mean, I'm talking other times it came up.
Oh yeah, well that's why they've given me warnings that
You
they're.
haven't answered my question about BitChute.
Oh yeah, no, this can be upload. That's up to Pradyumna Prabhu, because he runs that channel, so he has to take my recording and he'll upload it. I've already left him a message saying it was a great session tonight, and I'll mention to him that he should upload it. Yeah. Okay, to be continued. Thank you very much, gentlemen. I'd say ladies and gentlemen, but there's no ladies left. They evacuated a long time ago. So please accept my respectful obeisance. Patitanang Pavanebhyo Vaishnavebhyo Namo Namaha.
Oh, glory to Srila Prabhupada.
Ki Jai Nitai Gaur Premanandi. See you in 2
Hare
nights.
Jai.
Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna.
My Lord Jagannath.
Jai Jagannath. Srila Prabhupada ki
Jai
Jai.
Jagannath.
Rupanuga Prabhu ki Jai.
Jai.
Hari Hari Bol.